Chapter 301 Meeting. I opened the game forum software, and before I entered it, a 5-second advertisement suddenly popped up. I want you. A big poster with the image of CG Dao in the middle. He was dressed in sophisticated equipment. Looking forward, extending his finger, as if pointing at everyone outside the screen. Damn it! This guy actually bought the position of the on-screen advertisement. How much does it cost? Li Sihua took a breath and said with wide eyes. Why does this poster have a sense of familiarity? He frowned and said, Isn't this the poster of Ami's recruitment during World War II? His brother Hiju recognized it. CG Dao is so good at plagiarism. Ami's poster was also copied. Room director Yuan Shushua, who knew a bit about history, gave a reminder. Li Difu said, It's not necessarily the money from CG Dao. I heard that the guy named Master Liu is a second-generation man. His family is so poor that they only have money. Even the mattresses are made of money. What? Use money to make a mattress? Is this the life of rich people? Li Sihua was shocked. Would it be uncomfortable to sleep then? It is said that rich people even have toilet paper inlaid with gold. Oh, you are a rich man somewhere? I'm going to apply for a sewer cleaning job. The brothers in the dormitory chatted back and forth, and they didn't know where the topic had strayed. A few poor guys have been poor for half their lives, and can only imagine the lives of rich people through various movies and TV series. Just like the poor people in ancient times imagined the emperor using a golden hoe. It has to be said that Sigideo's open-screen advertisement is worth buying. After all, the traffic of Blizzard Game Forum has already ranked first among similar apps. No one knows how much it cost, so they can only guess. Clicking on the ad link will jump to a sub-page created by Sigideo. Coral City official organization is recruiting new recruits. Masters in various industries invite you to join the journey of exploration. CG Dao not only invited his teacher this time, but also invited masters from other industries. Li Difu said worriedly. It stands to reason that these masters have a distinguished status, and even the Machine Clan has to give some face to force them to invite them. Even if they are invited out, they will be dissatisfied. CG Dao must have spent a lot of money. Click on the second jump link, and the first screen that pops up is Sigideo's teacher. The old pharmacist was holding a dark green medicine bottle, wearing a simple gray robe and a tall pharmacist hat. The medicine in the bottle was bubbled, and the medicine shop was in the background behind him. Level 5 Pharmacist Mentor. You deserve it. This is the first sentence under the picture. Then, there was an introduction to the identity of this old pharmacist. This old pharmacist is also unlucky to meet an apprentice like CG Dao. He can't live in peace and quiet when he gets old, and he is forced to get involved in this dispute. Su Xia has learned in the past 2 days that Sigideo's teacher has long been semi-retired and doesn't want to get involved in these things at all. But people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. As Yutuo said to Su Xia before, the status of a pharmacist is indeed noble, but this dignity is given by others. In the face of powerful power, the noble pharmacist is nothing. Not only his teacher, but also several other 4th-level pharmacists in the city have been invited by Sigideo. Li Difu said. Together, their potion strength alone exceeds ours. Brother Su, what do you think? How else can we look at it? Su Xia shrugged. He spends his money, and we make our money. Without delay. Shouldn't we argue? Li Sihua asked. No. Just hold on steady first. Su Xia shook his head and said calmly. CG Dao's purpose is to drag us into some kind of competition, and then use his strong financial resources to drag us down, causing us to have internal strife, and finally break down and disintegrate from within. There is no threat to him anymore. Hearing this, the other brothers in the dormitory suddenly felt that this trick was very familiar, and someone seemed to have used it before. In fact, it was Sigideo who was actively instigating it from beginning to end. If they really fall into the trap and take the initiative to compete with Sigideo in all aspects, they will fall behind, be led by the nose, and eventually disintegrate step by step. We must remember our roots, Su Xia said solemnly. At the beginning, the reason why the alliance was established was because Sigideo wanted to overturn the table and uproot the temporary stronghold in the entire wilderness. Our original intention was to resist. Yes, it was because of this concept that we came together in the first place. We must not forget the concept. Room Chief Yuan Shushua nodded, deeply convinced. Li Sihua praised. Brother Su is right. He deserves to be a cultural man. So reading more is still useful. I almost couldn't help but want to compete head-on with that guy Shijito just now. I forgot why the alliance was established. The brothers in the dormitory reflected on each other. That guy CG Dao was indeed too insidious. with all kinds of underhanded tricks coming up one after another. And he almost fell into their trap. He was indeed a good player, who had been involved in the game more than 10 years ago. You know, more than 10 years ago, when Sejideo was making waves in the game. Their brothers were still in elementary school. Sometimes, age and life experience are indeed a kind of capital. Right now, the first thing they need to do is not to compete head-on with Sejideo, but to sort out the internal affairs of the Resistance Alliance. Sort out all aspects of the situation, and then slowly resolve various hidden dangers. The Alliance seems huge, but there are many internal problems. Although we have won several times and have great momentum, if we are not careful, it will lead to the disintegration of the entire Alliance. Yue Shu, the room director, sighed. If Brother Su hadn't been busy refining medicine every day, I really want to let you help manage it together. Better say goodbye. Su Xia's biggest headache is management, and being the hands-off shopkeeper is the most comfortable. After talking about the issue of Four Seasons rice, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. On the way out of the school, they also met a few fans who wanted to take photos with them. They did not refuse and happily took photos with them. This is the first time for the 6 of them to wear formal clothes together, and I don't know when the next time will be. By the way, let's take a taxi or take the subway, Li Sihua asked. The game company has a car waiting outside, Director Yuan Shu said. Huh? Are we also being picked up and dropped off by a special car? Of course. The 6 people walked out of the dilapidated old school gate. There were several Blizzard Company cars parked outside the school gate, with the game company's logo printed on them. The students passing by looked at this with curiosity. Some raised their mobile phones to take pictures, and some recognized the 6 brothers who had just walked out of the school gate. After verifying their identities, all 6 people got in the car. Su Xia and Li Difu sat in the first car, and the other 4 brothers sat in the second car, with 2 cars guarding them in front and behind. Several roommates marveled at this kind of treatment, sighing that this was a treatment only given to VIPs, and kept taking pictures of the interior of the car. Buzz! The engine started. The world in the rearview mirror became farther and farther away, and the street scene outside the car window began to recede. The uncle driver clicked on the car system, opened the music player, clicked, all the way north, and then started to accelerate by stepping on the accelerator. The person responsible for welcoming everyone was a beautiful woman in her 30s named Li Yun. Li Difu is a talkative guy, and he kept saying, "Pretty sister," in the car, making Li Yun laugh. Sister, are we going to broadcast this interview to the world? Li Difu asked. Yeah. Are you nervous? Li Yun chuckled, her charm still intact, and every move she made had the intellectual beauty of a mature woman. Nervous for sure. I've never been interviewed like this before. Li Difu looked honest and courteous, and then changed the topic. But if my sister is next to me, I won't be nervous. Okay. Sister will definitely be watching you. Hey. Li Difu didn't know what was going on. He chatted with Li Yun all the way without repeating any topics. Su Xia kept her eyes closed and relaxed, listening to the music playing in the car. There's a lot to come. Once he takes on the identity of the masked weirdo, there will definitely be a bloody storm in the southwestern region of the mainland. I don't know when he will have the time to relax like now. At about 1:30 in the afternoon, everyone arrived at the Blizzard branch building in the city center. As soon as she got off the car, Su Xia felt a strong game atmosphere. Outside the building is a large square. The large screen in the square plays the content of the game 24 hours a day, attracting many passing children to watch. On the right side of the square, there is also a small children's playground with a game theme, which is open to the public free of charge for a long time. Physician Su. It's Pharmacist Su. They're coming. Mr. Su. I love you. Suddenly there was an excited shout from the front. Su Xia looked over and saw a large number of people gathered at the door of the company. Some people held signs. Others waved their hands and held up mobile phones. The mood was high and the atmosphere was lively, especially after seeing them get off the car. The warm atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. Many people's faces were flushed with excitement, and they looked like red apples in the cold winter wind. Shouting the names of Su Xia and others, Li Yun chuckled and said, I am your fans. The company has done publicity before, and they all know that you are coming for an interview today. So many people? Seeing the dark crowd of fans, many of whom were holding up his name, Su Xia felt suffocated inexplicably. Breathing suddenly became uncomfortable, as if even the trachea was constricted. Li Difu hurriedly supported him and said with a smile, Brother Su likes to be quiet and doesn't like crowded situations. especially those who are particularly enthusiastic. Oh? That's it. It's time we didn't consider it. Li Yun looked apologetic and hurriedly apologized. It's okay. Brother Su can handle it. Li Defu patted his shoulder and led Su Xia forward. In another car, Room Chief Yuan Shushua and several other roommates also got off. Seeing the large crowd of excited fans at the entrance of the company, Li Sihua took a breath of air and then said in surprise, Isn't this what top game anchors can do? Have we come this far? Li Yun said with a smile. During the Chinese New Year, the company will hold carnival activities, and there will be more then. Damn it! I actually have a name! Li Sihua searched for a while among the excited crowd, and finally saw someone holding a sign with his name in a corner. Everyone, go this way! Under the leadership of the company's guidance staff, several people in the dormitory walked onto a special passage, with low metal fences separating both sides of the passage. Outside the fence were countless excited and enthusiastic fans. They either held up their mobile phones to record the moment, or stretched out a hand and tried to shake hands with everyone. The roommates all have familiar personalities and quickly adapted to the scene. They communicated enthusiastically with the fans and soon received several large bouquets of flowers. Su Xia could barely cope with it. After this period of training in the game, she was much better than before. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the communication with the fans finally ended. The moment she walked into the company building, Su Xia let out a long sigh of relief. Call. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the clothes on his back were quite wet. He would rather fight you 2 or 10 times than experience this kind of scene again. It was so painful that every second seemed like a year. If he had not considered the feelings of several roommates, he would definitely not come this time. After entering the company, the next arrangement is simple. It is nothing more than another welcome ceremony. Chatting, communicating, shaking hands and so on. Su Xia and the others met the person in charge of the game branch. The person in charge was very young, looking to be in his early 40s, mature and steady, with a gentle smile on his face, and personally asked them how they felt about the game. Is this game really independently developed by our domestic company? Seeing the head of the branch, Li Defu finally asked what he had been doubting for a long time. With the capabilities of domestic game companies, it is really unimaginable to suddenly produce such a world-class game. The person in charge smiled and nodded, saying that there was no foreign interference in the game. Looking at the stars. It's so real. How can it be so real? Li Defu asked again. Perhaps we can save these questions for the interview later. The person in charge gave up and smiled without answering, whetting the appetites of several people. After explanation, the brothers realized that this was not a simple interview, but a face-to-face program. They don't simply answer questions. They can also ask questions later. The person in charge gave them a list of questions and asked them to prepare. Whenever I ask you questions later, I will choose from this list. You can take a look first. Oh? Are you reading the script first? Li Defu was shocked. The person in charge smiled and said, For the sake of program effect, please understand. Understood. We understand. The brothers are not rigid people. They have long heard that domestic programs have scripts, but they did not expect to experience it for themselves today. This is not a complete script. It just gives them problems to prepare for in advance. Li Defu glanced at the questions on the list, raised his brows, became interested, and said to Su Xia, Hey, Brother Su, look, this first question is to ask if you have a girlfriend. Su Xia, this is a game show. Why do we have to ask questions like this? At the same time, several black cars slowly stopped on the street outside the company building. A handsome young man got out of the car, narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the situation at the company's gate, shook his head and said, We are a step late. Yaoshi Su and the others have already entered. Hey, I still want to give them a surprise. I can only wait until their interview is over. Another young man got out of the car and stretched in front of the lazy sun. Looking at their appearance, they are very similar to Ice Thunder and North in the game. Compared with the game, they look younger and more energetic in reality. Crack! The door of the third car opens. A sunny and handsome young man also walked down. He looked exactly like the broken sword in the game. He smiled and said, I don't know how long it has been since the interview ended. This is my first time coming to Jincheng. How about we go to Su Yaoshi's restaurant? School tour? Okay. Bing Lei agreed. But where is Yaoshi Su's school? Changhua District. Urshian Bridge. North clicked on his phone and checked the address. Bing Lei was shocked. What? Is there really a place like Urshian Bridge? I thought it was just an internet meme. Nonsense. Of course there is a place for it. The best memes can be created by combining reality and absurdity. Chapter 302 Melee. Tick-tock tick. The second hand on the wall rotates one by one, and the sound is clear and sweet, like water drops falling to the ground. The time came to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the recording room of the building, staff members with signs were walking around, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. In the center of the recording room, the 6 brothers in the dormitory were sitting on a long, soft sofa. Opposite them was the host of this show, and there was a big screen in the background behind them. Hoo-hoo. Li Defu took a few deep breaths. His chest heaved, and his feet seemed to have nowhere to put them. Sometimes they crossed their legs. Sometimes they lay flat in front of him in a restrained manner. The other roommates behaved similarly to him. They were all a little nervous. After all, it was the first time in their lives to face the camera, and they were not as calm as when they were facing the fans just now. On the contrary, Su Xia became much calmer, completely opposite to her previous behavior. Li Yun, who was in charge of receiving them, pursed her red lips and chuckled. Relax. It's just recording in the afternoon, and it will be broadcast in the evening. It's not a live broadcast. Fortunately, it's not live. Yes, if you are willing, you can also participate in the subsequent production and delete the clips you are not satisfied with. Ah? Li Defu was stunned. Is it really possible? Okay. That would be great. Li Defu breathed a long sigh of relief, clenched his fists, gained a lot of confidence, and said, I will delete all the scenes in which I am not handsome enough. Healy, who was sitting next to him, suddenly laughed. Doesn't that mean we have to delete all the scenes? What did you let people play? Li Defu. In fact, everyone in the dormitory knew that it was most likely thanks to Su Xia that they could come this time, because they discovered that the game company only sent an invitation email to Su Xia at first. At that time, after several minutes, Su Xia didn't reply, so the game company sent them another email, obviously intending to ask them to bring Su Xia over. Moreover, in the script just now, there were the most questions about Su Xia. In the subsequent recording, Su Xia should have far more shots than the other people. Brother Su, why are you so calm? Li Defu tilted his head and asked with a surprised look on his face. Just get used to it. Su Xia looked calm and relaxed, half leaning on the sofa and thinking about the game. As expected of Brother Su, this stability is like the demeanor of a general in ancient times. She praised with a thumbs up. After a period of intensive arrangements, the recording finally began. The host said some relaxing words at the beginning, and after a few jokes, the other roommates also relaxed a lot. Everyone was chatting and laughing, as if they were chatting about everyday things. While chatting, they started asking some common questions that were included in the script. Half of these questions are life gossip, and the other half are related to games. Unsurprisingly, more than half of the time, the topic was about Su Xia, almost revealing the 18th generation of his ancestors. When it was almost over, Li Defu finally asked the question, how did the game become so real? It feels no different from our real world. This is actually very simple. The host smiled slightly and replied, the development of modern games is largely limited by the level of hardware. As long as this problem is solved, everything else can be easily solved. Oh, that makes sense. Yes. You must have played Red Dead Redemption. Right. How do you feel about the realism of Red Dead Redemption 2? It's very real. Li Defu answered seriously. I was addicted to this game for more than 2 months, and I almost couldn't distinguish the reality. When I got up from the dormitory one morning, I vaguely put myself into the protagonist. I wonder why I am in this strange place. Am I being kidnapped? It took me a while to realize. Yes, this is the charm of the game. It allows you to experience a different life, the host said with a smile. Moreover, when playing Big Cousin 2, players are simply playing as Arthur Morgan and experiencing his life. But in the world of looking up at the stars, players only need to play themselves. The host said that thanks to the support of the VR Hive hardware system, players can really enter the game world instead of just facing the computer screen. In the past, only a handful of wealthy people could experience this feeling. But now, cheap Hive systems are all over the world. And in some places, they are even free. Even children in the slums of Indonesia and barren areas of Africa can experience another kind of beauty in the game world, successfully bringing players around the world into a new era, an era of looking up at the stars. By the way, there is one more thing, Li Defu asked cautiously. Will our programs here really be seen abroad? The host nodded. Yes. Well, I want to speak freely. That's all you say. Well, I have a problem with Big Cousin 2 not being the best game of the year. I think it is the best game of the year. Thank you. You're welcome. The host was still smiling. Actually, as long as this game is the best in the hearts of countless players, it doesn't need any honor to prove itself. Oh, that's very well said. Li Defu touched his nose angrily. He felt that he shouldn't have said that just now. It seemed that he was being narrow-minded. He should ask them to cut it after the recording. Talking about the game configuration, the host once again vigorously promoted the VR Hive developed by Blizzard Company to the camera. With the addition of this top-notch hardware, any game world will appear extremely real. Players do not need to buy expensive graphics cards or other hardware. Just come to the Hive building to experience it. Compared with other games, looking up at the stars does not have many requirements for configuration. This is where it succeeds, the host said. Yes. Several roommates agree with this. For games like Big Cousin, if you turn the picture quality to the highest setting, even 3090 will find it difficult to maintain 60 frames. Speaking of which, the one with the highest requirements for configuration is actually not Big Cousin 2, but last year's annual game, 2 players. There is no other reason. This game does not require hardware, but it requires the cooperation of 2 people to play together. Most gamers are single. The time slowly came to 4:30 in the afternoon, and the recording of the program was almost over. The company invited everyone to stay for dinner and said that they could participate in the subsequent production until the finished product was completed. Li Defu really wanted to stay and deleted the clips where he was not handsome enough, but the room director Yuan Shushu had declined. I'm really sorry. We have an offline gathering with some gaming friends today. It's okay. Be sure to come to the New Year Carnival. Anyway, the Chinese New Year was only a few days away, so Blizzard Company was not in a hurry and once again invited a few people in the dormitory. In this regard, everyone looked at Su Xia and asked for Su Xia's opinion. Su Xia said it was no problem. Okay, come back during the new year. In this way, a group of 6 people got into a special car and embarked on a journey back to school. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening when I returned to school. The winter night came very early, and there was only the last ray of sunset left in the sky. Meanwhile, some of the Alliance members, who came to the in-person gathering today, are wandering around their schools. It's so beautiful. Is this a university campus? Broken Sword looked around. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but sigh. Everyone stood by the lake. Long weeping willows hung down into the lake. The fish in the lake played freely in the willow branches. The lakeside was full of students holding books and reading aloud. It turns out that there are really students studying by the lake. I thought the TV series were all fake. Duan Jian sat on a bench by the lake, taking a deep breath of the evening breeze by the lake, filled with envy. At the same age, some people still have the opportunity to continue studying, while others are struggling for life. Bing Lei looked at him with wide eyes and asked, Duan Jian, have you never gone to college? No. What's wrong? Broken Sword shrugged. Don't you often say that you are a high-level intellectual? Yes. Professional-level intellectuals, referred to as senior intellectuals. This guy didn't even finish high school. Next to him, Duan Jian's friend exposed him mercilessly. After studying for half a year, I ran away. I carried a bucket into a black factory. A few months later, I beat up the boss in the black factory. I ran away again with a bucket. I don't know how many times I ran away and was arrested twice for fighting. Finally, I kept a criminal record and no one wanted it. So I almost went to that damn place Sanha to become a master. Hearing this, Bing Lei was shocked. Have you ever been in trouble? A member of society? Duan Jian spread his hands and said innocently, You are young and frivolous, and you can't stand some things. As he spoke, he pursed his lips, pointed at North and said, This guy has been in trouble as many times as I have. Huh? Bing Lei stared at the good brother beside him in shock, never expecting that the innocent-looking North was also a social person. What are you looking at me for? North trembled. The topic suddenly turned to him. Bing Lei asked him, Brother, why do you go in so often? Is it because of fights? North hesitated and said, Yes. You don't look like you can fight. Bing Lei was a little skeptical. Hee. It's definitely not a fight. Duan Jian took over the topic, glanced at North, who turned pale, and continued, There is a village in the city where he rents a house, and there are many poor ladies in it. He is kind-hearted, and every day he rents a house. Every time I passed by, I would spend hundreds of dollars to support those young ladies. And as a result, Uncle JC was there every time he swiped age. Is this so? Hearing this, Bing Lei seemed to have discovered a new world and took a new look at the brothers beside him. North's face turned red. His eyes widened and he said, "Why do you accuse someone of innocence out of thin air? I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, why would you be blushing?" North was unconvinced and immediately started arguing with Broken Sword. The two argued for a while, and soon brought up the unsavory past of the other members of the Alliance. Several other guys who were watching the show were also involved. Starting an offline melee, the verbal scuffle quickly turned into a fist fight, and everyone got into a fight. Not far away, a woman dressed in red cedar held her forehead and sighed. "Oh, what kind of people are these? Why do they feel like they are on a pirate ship? Sister Hanyan, why don't we run away? They don't look like good people." A girl of 16 or 17 years old blinked her eyes, saw the chaos in front of her, and suggested leaving. "Forget it. It's our first offline gathering." Hongyan sighed. Her beautiful eyes were like water, and she looked at the ripples on the lake and said, "Be patient. Wait for Pharmacist Sue to come back." Pharmacist Sue is more handsome in real life than in the game. "Wait a moment," another girl in her early 20s said. At this time, Su Xia and his party arrived at the lake. Li Defu suggested taking the path by the lake, because there were many girls studying on this path in the evening, and everyone agreed. However, as soon as they arrived at the lake, they saw the scuffle. Is there someone fighting?" Li Defu became interested. "Are you going to stop it? The punishment for fighting in school is very serious." "Right," Healy said. "What's stopping you? Let's go to the theater." "That makes sense. Let's go together." Several people in the dormitory approached to watch the battle, intending to eat fresh melons. But as soon as he got closer, Room Chief Yuan Shushue noticed something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Why do those two guys fighting look like North and Broken Sword? The other two seem to be the Golden Horn King and the Silver Horn King. There are also Watermelon Brother and Peach Sister from the Fruit family. Oh, they're all acquaintances." Upon closer inspection, the group of people fighting in the melee were all senior members of the Resistance Alliance, and each of them was a team boss-level figure. The people watching the battle were also acquaintances. Bing Lei was holding a bag of melon seeds, eating melon seeds while watching them fight, without any intention of stopping them. This guy also spits out melon seed LS everywhere, and has no sense of ethics at all. Li Defu took out his mobile phone and said, "In the afternoon, they sent me a text message saying they had arrived. Yes, they also sent me a text message." Room Director Yuan Shushue nodded. "They said they wanted to take a stroll in the city. Many people came to Jinqing for the first time." The brothers in the dormitory planned to go back to the dormitory to change clothes first, and then go back to meet everyone. But they didn't expect that this group of people would surprise them here. Li Defu looked at it for a while, and saw the clues. "No, North's body is not as strong as the Broken Sword. He can't withstand 2 punches." He just shouted, "Master Nua, don't confront him head-on. Attack him from the bottom." North was stunned and glanced at everyone with his peripheral vision. He couldn't dodge and received a solid punch from Broken Sword. His jaw was almost broken. He gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain and a sense of dizziness, and punched the Broken Sword in front of him. But Broken Sword is indeed someone who often gets into trouble due to fights, and is very agile in dodging. He took half a step back. His body sank. His head dodged left and right, and his neck was like a spring. He dodged several punches in succession, and then showed a smile. "Hey, Medicine Master Sue is here, so we won't play anymore." He rushed forward suddenly, blocked North's chaotic attack with a snap, concentrated his strength on his elbow, and hit North's chest hard. North groaned and felt a pain in his chest. He coughed twice and almost suffocated from the impact. It wasn't over yet. Broken Sword took advantage of North's loss of center of gravity, grabbed his right arm with force, hooked his foot, and knocked North down directly. Boom! North fell heavily into the flower bed next to him, crushing a large area of poor flowers and plants, and even breaking the sign prohibiting stepping on flowers and plants. In just a few seconds, the victory was decided. Amazingly fast. Seeing this, the other guys in the melee also separated. After all, Su Xia and the others are here, so there is no need to continue fighting. Everyone watching the battle was amazed. Li Defu said, "Unexpectedly, this guy Broken Sword is actually a master in reality." "Nonsense. Just look at the scar under his eye and you'll know he's not someone to be trifled with. Is that a scar? I thought it was a tattoo from when he was in 2nd grade. Everyone walked over while chatting. Seeing them, several beautiful sisters from the beauty team smiled happily and stepped forward to greet them. Bing Lei hurriedly put the bag of melon seeds into his pocket, then whistled and kicked the melon seed LS beside him into the grass as if nothing had happened. Broken Sword laughed loudly and stretched out his hand to North, who was lying on the ground. Ha ha. Are you okay? My bones are almost broken. Do you think it's okay? North stared and touched his chest. He was almost interrupted just now. Then I'll let you punch me twice? Forget it. North shook his head. You should punish yourself with 3 drinks at dinner tonight. No problem. Broken Sword readily agreed. That kind of big beer mug, filled with ergwodu. You can't miss a glass. Nima, you better punch me twice. In this way, many team members of the Resistance Alliance met in an extremely weird atmosphere. After receiving the news, members who were wandering in other places in Jincheng also rushed over. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everyone asked for several large private rooms at the Hot Pot City outside the school, which was just enough for 10 tables. There were brothers and sisters from all over the world, and it was extremely lively for a while. There are also many people who can't come due to various reasons, so they can share the fun and joy with everyone through the screen. As the Chinese New Year approaches, the festive atmosphere is very strong everywhere. As soon as the banquet started, Bing Lei came to Su Xia with a wine glass. Mr. Su, let me toast you first. Good. Su Xia did not refuse, picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Just as Bing Lei left, North came again and said with a smile, Mr. Su, I want to toast you too. Okay. After another drink, the hot wine burned from his throat to his stomach, as if it was going to burn through his intestines and stomach. As soon as North left, Broken Sword came again, as if it was planned. Mr. Su, can one of our brothers come? Fine. Su Xia felt that the situation was not good. With her peripheral vision, she saw that the people at the other tables were staring at him. Everyone's glasses were full of drinks, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. He, the #1 master, might have to stand against the wall tonight. Chapter 303 Mission Failed. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the bustle of the world began to dissipate. The winter in Jincheng always has a melancholy color, like a little girl who has been locked up at home, depressed, and her eyes are like the dim night sky without a trace of brilliance. The banquet was over, and a group of drunken people walked out of the Hot Pot City. The sound of talking and laughing could be heard far away, adding a bit of joy to this gloomy night. As soon as they walked out of the door, the cold wind blew. Everyone shivered, and their minds became clearer. Physician Su is so strong. He didn't fall down after drinking so many drinks. Bing Lei held Su Xia, smelling of alcohol, and said loudly, gesturing with his thumb, Brother Su, is there water in your cup? North muttered beside him. Nonsense. Pharmacist Su uses internal energy to circulate wine out of the body. Haven't you ever watched Dragon? Those are TV series from what era? How could a young person like me born in the 2000s watch them? North's eyes widened. May I ask how old you are this year? I am only 28 years old. Boom! What's wrong? What happened? It's okay. Lead if you hit the door. Ha ha. Everyone was talking and laughing, supporting each other, and slowly walked to the square outside the Hot Pot City to feel the prosperity of the city at night. After all, the excitement is short-lived. Every gathering means a separation. People come from all over the world, and will eventually return to all over the world. Basically all the main team members within the Alliance are here today. Bikini Castle Team, Snow Team, Fruit Family, Herb Family, Journey to the West Team, Beauty Team, etc. Some are professional game studios and have played many games, while others have only played Starry Sky and joined by chance. Alliance. Sister Hanyan, I heard that you are still single now. Nor shouted after drinking too much. Are you as handsome as Yaosher Su? Hong Yang glanced at him. Well, Snow thought about his appearance, rolled his eyes, pretended to be dizzy, and fainted in Bing Lei's arms. Bing Lei felt a chill and stretched out his hand to push him away. To be honest, today is the first time I have met so many friends in the game. Brother Shigua, the boss of the Fruit Family, said with emotion. Me too. Vaping from the Herbal Family echoed. By the way, Vaping, isn't your family named after herbs? Why did you name a fairy sword? Vaping is a kind of herbal medicine. Vaping explained. The name's in the fairy sword. Vaping, Xuejian, sedum, etc., are all the names of herbal medicines, such as Zixuan, also known as Wanyuko. I've learned a lot. Let's talk about how to deal with things in the game. No, it's a long time to get together. Let's have fun as long as we want. Let's talk about the game after we get back. Well said. Everyone was so drunk that even Su Xia felt a little dizzy. At the dinner just now, he was undoubtedly the one who drank the most. And he was toasted with a glass of wine by everyone right at the beginning. Although it was a small wine glass the size of a thumb, it contained high-quality liquor. If it had been him before, he might have been sent to the hospital now. In the next few hours, he was toasted several times one after another, and he also went out for a drink. The domestic wine table culture is really scary. Su Xia can only be grateful that her physical fitness has become much stronger during this period. Halfway through the dinner, several guys ran to the toilet to vomit. Li Difu is one of them. When he came out just now, he bumped into the glass door of the hot pot city, and his forehead was bruised. His first reaction was not how painful his head was, but pointing to the glass door and shouting, "Air wall! There is an air wall in front of me. Is the real world also a game?" This reaction made everyone laugh. Even the waiters in the hot pot city were laughing nearby. It took several roommates to work together to drag this guy away to prevent him from being embarrassed there. At this time, Li Difu was sitting drunkenly on a stone pier in the square. His face flushed, and he was saying some weird game lines. "I need to regroup the troops. Generations of brave men have chosen the path of the Dark Temple." Burp for L. Su Xia sat on another stone pier nearby and looked at this guy. The cold wind in the square blew away a lot of the alcohol smell from everyone. After a while, Li Difu woke up a little, rubbed his eyes. His vision was a little blurry, and subconsciously said, "Brother Su, the way you are sitting now is similar to my master." "What master?" Su Xia asked him. "Big masked monster. Have you forgotten? That big guy accepted me as his disciple." Hee. Su Xia suddenly realized that some of his personal habits had been imprinted in his muscle memory, and it was easy to subconsciously make the same movements. Fortunately, no one noticed it before. Otherwise his identity might have been exposed long ago. "Brothers, where to go next?" The Golden Horn King of the Journey to the West team roared with a powerful voice. This is a northeastern man, nearly 2 meters tall, burly and strong, like a little giant in Jincheng. "It's none of our business," King Silverhorn said with a smile. "We are here as guests, and everything is subject to Brother Sponge's arrangements. Why don't you go have some fun?" Nor suddenly said, "Agree. Where's the fun around here?" asked the people in Bikini Castle. "Brother Sponge and Patrick are locals, and they will definitely know. Do you have any cash on you?" North was very familiar with this routine. Some ladies only accept cash. If not, I have some here. I brought more with me when I went out this time. Ahem. There are women on the team. Please pay attention. Room director Yuan Shushu coughed twice to remind everyone. Fortunately, the people from the beauty team are here. Otherwise, these guys would really want to have fun. And then, they would be afraid of meeting Uncle JC. And everyone would go into the bureau to sober up. Yuan Shushu waved and said, "I have booked several KTV large private rooms upstairs, and also reserved rooms in the KTVT room downstairs. I have also reserved rooms in Hall 3 and Hall 4 of the movie theater next to me. Whether you want to sing, play cards, drink tea or watch a movie, you can. How much will it cost?" Brother Shigua asked. "Should it be deducted from the Alliance's public funds?" "Need not," Yuan Shushu said proudly. "Everything tonight will be paid for by Pharmacist Su." "Su Xia." He smiled and said, "What is Pharmacist Su?" "His name is Mr. Su." "Yes." "Huh. I just want to watch Avatar." "Let's go." "I want to go too." "Where are you?" "Pharmacist Su? Will you sing with us?" Li Difu has always said that you sing in English very well. Well, Su Xia received a bunch of invitations, but she all shook her head, pointed at Li Difu and said, "This guy can't do it anymore. I'll send him back to the dormitory first. You guys have fun." "Okay." After sending him back, remember to come to the KTV to find us. The beauty stretched out her fair little hand with a smile, touched Su Xia's face, and said, "I have several little sisters who want to talk to you about important life events." "What? A few little sisters?" Li Difu, who was drunk next to him, suddenly stood up, with bright eyes, and said righteously, "Brother Su, I'm okay. Let's go together. You don't have to worry about me. What are you doing?" Su Xia had no choice but to take this guy with her. He originally planned to go back to the dormitory to play games, but now he had to delay a lot of time. He didn't know if Fan Lu and his party had left. Fan Lu and his gang were planning to go to Haima City in the south yesterday to track down the whereabouts of the masked stranger. They are probably gone now. Su Xia originally wanted to go with them, and then intercept them halfway to completely solve Fan Lu's problem. But today's interview and party disrupted his plan. In the evening, Su Xia sat on the sofa in the KTV private room and sang a few English songs that she was good at. Guns N' Roses, Don't Cry, The Eagles, Hotel California, and Betty Boop's Casablanca, and the classic, Fly Me to the Moon. What a round of applause after singing! Li Defu was lying on the side drunkenly. When he heard the last song, his eyes lit up and he asked, Brother Su, have you actually seen EVA? What EVA? Su Xia was confused. Neon Genesis Evangelion. What you just sang was the ending theme. Oh, that's how it is. Su Xia understood that this song actually had such a story. Li Defu was surprised. Brother Su, haven't you seen it? Have not seen. Then how did you know? This song was sent to the moon by NASA's Apollo spacecraft. Su Xia explained. It is the first human song played on the moon, which is very meaningful. Oh, yes, I remembered it. Li Defu scratched his head. There was still some memory in his mind. Several little sisters from the beauty team clapped their hands one after another, with faces full of joy, praising Su Xia for being knowledgeable and talented. Li Defu touched his forehead angrily. He actually knew it, but he just drank too much and didn't think about it for a while. Hongyan sat at the other end of the sofa. Her red lips pursed slightly, and she said with a chuckle, This song actually reminds me of a little game. To the moon? Su Xia asked. Pharmacist Su also knows. Not only do I know it, but I've also played it. It's a very good game. Yes, the ending was so touching. I cried so much that my makeup was all gone. Playing games and wearing makeup. Su Xia has limited knowledge and cannot understand the world of mature women. But that little game is really good. Time passed slowly, and 0 o'clock arrived soon. During this period, several other people in the private room invited Su Xia over and sang some more classic songs together. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Li Defu woke up a lot and could move normally. So he also ordered a few songs, and he started with the classic, I Will Love Even If I Die. His pig-like voice scared a few girls to the point where they thought they were haunted. It took them a few seconds to realize that it was Li Defu singing. Hongyan really couldn't bear it, so she made an excuse and took Su Xia to watch Avatar 2 in the cinema next door, leaving several little sisters to suffer there. This movie has been widely publicized recently. The special effects are indeed good, but the plot is a bit bland and almost made Su Xia fall asleep while watching it. Halfway through the sight, Hongyan suddenly asked him, Mr. Su, are you interested in any of those little sisters just now? Sister Hongyan, do you want to be a matchmaker? Su Xia smiled and shook her head. What? Hongyan glanced at him. Mr. Su must be in his early 20s. It's the time when hormone secretion is strong. Look at your roommate Li Defu. It looks like spring has arrived. I have no idea about this at the moment. Su Xia smiled lightly. Actually, the same goes for Li Defu. He has many female fans, but he has never made an appointment offline. Does Medicine Master Su have a sweetheart? No. Why? For now, let's focus on the game. Su Xia looked at the movie screen and said, If we can unify the planet in the game, we can concentrate on integrating the resources of the entire planet. Try to break through gravity and go outside the world. Physician Su has ideals, Hongyan said with a smile. After all, it can't be realized in the real world. Su Xia did not deny it. Just said, if it can be done in the game, first go to the moon in the game, and then leave the solar system to explore other parts of the universe. In the real world, it is still unknown whether we will see humans return to the moon in our lifetime. The world is in ruins, and we can only seek solace in the virtual world. As Hal said, when a civilization is bound to the planet and is unable to break through, it will eventually slowly embark on the path of civil war, destruction, addiction to virtual worlds, and enjoyment of spiritual life, collapsing from the outside inward. The universe is vast, cold and boundless. It would be too lonely to travel alone. It's good to find a companion, Hongyan said with a smile. Let's talk about it then. Time passed slowly, and soon it was 6 o'clock in the morning. The room chief and others began to arrange breakfast for everyone. They drank too much wine last night, so it would be best to have some porridge for breakfast to nourish the stomach. We were busy until about 9 o'clock in the morning. After everyone had eaten, it was time to leave. There is no never-ending feast. Bingley and North both drove here and planned to ask for a driver to go back. King Goldenhorn and the others had already bought their tickets last night. Everyone can get together because of the game of looking up at the stars. So naturally they won't waste too much time in reality. Gone! Bingley patted Yuan Shushua on the shoulder and said, Brother Sponge, see you in the game. Okay, see you in the game? How about we go together tomorrow to conquer the Bear King boss in Blackwater Cave? The bear head can be exchanged for a large bounty in the town. No problem. Everyone talked and laughed, and finally waved in the square, said goodbye, and returned to their respective cities. Finally, the excitement and hustle and bustle faded away, leaving only the group of 6 in the dormitory. When the wind blows, it feels a little cooler for no reason. It wasn't until everyone had left that Li Defu covered his head and shouted, Oh! My head hurts. What's wrong? The place where I hit the door last night still hurts so much. Why didn't you tell me before? There was a girl here just now. No matter how painful it is, you have to endure it. The brothers in the dormitory discussed it. And finally the room chief Yuan Shushua sent Li Defu to the hospital, while the other brothers returned to the dormitory to log into the game. They are a professional studio, and playing games is work and cannot be wasted for too long. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Xia finally returned to the dormitory. He closed the bed curtain and turned the bracelet. Start up. A comfortable electric feeling came, and Su Xia trembled and lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was in the warehouse of the old station of the Oasis camp. He pushed open the warehouse door and saw the bustle outside, with players constantly coming and going. The warm sunshine shone on him, making him extremely comfortable. Call. Su Xia took a deep breath of the air of this world, relaxed her muscles and bones, and felt refreshed. I can finally act alone. At this moment, Lin Shan hurriedly came from afar, holding a list in his hand. Commander, this is what you asked me to do yesterday. 300 people are here. Oh, well done. In fact, Lin Shan had drawn up the list as early as 6 o'clock last night. But Su Xia was not there at the time. Everyone in the camp thought he was resting in the warehouse, and did not dare to disturb him. They could only wait for his rest to end. The 300 players selected by Lin Shan were all level 35 or above. All of them were very strong, and almost all of them could be on call 24 hours a day. Commander, more than 90% of these undead have faced the Zerg crisis with us. Very good. Su Xia was quite satisfied. She glanced at the list briefly and said to Lin Shan, Call them all over. I'll teach them some skills first. Yes. Lin Shan got the mission and immediately started contacting the 300 players. Su Xia looked at the current time and silently estimated in her mind how long it would take for these 300 people to gather. At this moment, a series of game system prompts suddenly popped up in front of his eyes. Your mission, Zhao Qin's last wish, has failed. Su Xia was shocked. How could this task automatically fail? He immediately clicked on the task column and could see that the task, Zhao Qin's last wish, had turned gray, which looked very bleak compared to the gold color of the other tasks. This was actually one of the first tasks Su Xia got, but she never had time to do it. When he escaped from the Mechanical Tribe's laboratory, he rescued a group of people who were also imprisoned. Zhao Qin is one of them. Later, while escaping, everyone ran into the Lame Wolf mercenary group in the wilderness and started a battle. After the battle, the Lame Wolf mercenary group was almost wiped out. Only 2 or 3 small fish and shrimps escaped, and Su Xia's team also lost more than 10 people. Zhao Qin died at that time. Before he died, he told Su Xia his last wish, which automatically triggered the mission. But the mission target is in Coral City, and as a commander, Su Xia naturally cannot go to Coral City. That would be tantamount to throwing herself into a trap. It was not until recently that this last wish mission was related to the continuous mission, buried bones in a foreign land, and was shared with the clone. After that, the clone in Coral City can also do this task. I made a promise that I would complete this mission. Seeing that line of gloomy tasks, Su Xia lowered her eyes slightly. Why did the mission fail? Did he delay for too long? What is the status of the mission objective now? Chapter 304, Trouble Comes from the Mouth. Quest, Zhao Qin's last wish. Task status, failed and cannot be completed. Task reward cancelled. Do you want to delete this task? Su Xia got a hint. He remained silent, clicked no, and kept this task. After a while, Lin Shan came with the 300 newly recruited members. Seeing Su Xia's bad expression, Lin Shan's heart skipped a beat, thinking that his movements were too slow, which made Su Xia dissatisfied. He asked cautiously, "Commander, what happened?" "It's okay. Come here and learn the skills." Su Xia shook her head and said nothing more. He sat on a bench in front of the warehouse, talking to the players who came to learn one by one, and taught them 3 ordinary punches. Some players entered the game later and did not learn the skill T in Affinity, so Su Xia also taught it to him. These guys were very excited after getting the skills. They clenched their fists and vowed to Su Xia, "Commander, I will definitely fight for the glory of the human race." "Okay. Remember what you said today?" At around 12 o'clock at noon, everyone finished learning the skills and ran out of the camp excitedly to try their skills on the monsters outside the camp. But Lin Shan remained where he was and asked carefully, "Commander, is there anything else you want to explain?" "No. Take them with you," Su Xia said calmly. "Yes." In this way, Lin Shan also left, summoning the 300 people, and went to open up Wasteland and brush the map with the previous 100 people to enhance their relationship. Players who were not selected were disappointed, but did not give up. Everyone knows that the game is still in its early stages, and more people will definitely be recruited in the future. What ordinary players need to do is to work hard to upgrade and become stronger so that they can stand out in the next recruitment. Su Xia sat quietly at the door of the warehouse, looked at the situation around the camp, and then clicked on the bracelet. Offline, he returned to the dormitory, opened the bed curtain, and found that several other guys were already killing monsters in the game. "How is Li Difu?" Su Xia asked. After checking, "It's not a big problem," He replied. "The doctor said it was a mild concussion and did not require hospitalization. It would be fine if he came back and rested for a few days." "That's good." Through inquiries, Su Xia learned that Room Chiefs Yuan Shushua and Li Difu were already on their way back. He got out of bed, took a sip of warm water, and asked the other 3 people, "I'm going to the cafeteria. What should I bring?" Healy, "Fish steaks, fish balls, anything else." Hiju, "Tomato scrambled eggs." "No eggs." Li Sihua, "It's up to you." "Good." Su Xia put on a black coat, turned around and went out. As soon as he went out, he met several students from the same class saying H, Lo, all of whom he didn't recognize. "Hua! Pharmacist Su! What a famous person! Good afternoon, Pharmacist Su!" Although he had a small reputation in the past, he was not greeted by people wherever he went. Su Xia knew in her heart that the impact of yesterday's show was beginning to appear. Now you just need to click on the official game website, or open the game channel on other platforms. Click on the rankings, and you can see yesterday's show on all major platforms. The program's click-through rate is in the top 3, and its popularity remains high. Su Xia silently put on the hood of her black coat, took out a black mask, put it on together, put her hands in her pockets, and walked to the canteen with her head lowered. When you walk into the canteen, you can see that yesterday's program content is also played on several TVs hanging in the canteen, and it is played in a loop. The person in charge of the cafeteria understands the students. Su Xia did not stay in the cafeteria. She packed a few meals and went back to the dormitory to eat with her roommates. While eating, Li Sihua said, "We are completely famous this time. My aunt just called me and said she saw me on TV. A few of my former classmates also sent me messages." Healy said, "Where's Brother Su?" Su Xia glanced at her phone, shook her head and said, "There are a bunch of messy messages and friend verifications, as well as dozens of harassing phone calls, but I didn't pay any attention to them." "Oh, dozens of harassing phone calls?" Li Sihua was so shocked that he almost lost his grip on the chopsticks in his hand. "Don't you have any?" Su Xia put down her chopsticks and asked them. "I only have a few," Li Sihua replied. "I have more than 10. Healy looked at the phone and said, "We were not prepared before. Everyone should apply for a new mobile phone card. What should we do in the future? By the way, who exposed our mobile phone numbers?" "I don't know. There were several posts on the forum before. Although the moderator deleted them quickly, some people still took note of them. Forget it. This is the price of becoming a public figure. Just bear with it." There are more than 1 billion people in the country, and there are always people who like to make random calls when they are full and have nothing to do. Su Xia has turned off the ringtone and vibration of her mobile phone. She will tolerate it for a while. When the popularity of the show passes, there should be far fewer harassing calls. He looked carefully and found that there were calls from the mobile company. It is estimated that the mobile company thought there was something wrong with the mobile phone card and called to inquire about the situation. After eating, Su Xiao went back to bed and closed the curtains. Start up. The bracelet is activated and takes him back to the world in the game. This time, he handed over the body of the commander to the bracelet and came to the clone in Coral City. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard the deafening sound of an electric drill. Buzz buzz dash. The entire pharmacy was shaking. The water in the teacups on the table was shaking unevenly, and the solutions in the glass jars on the surrounding shelves were also shaking. It is the 8th Construction Engineering Bureau under the Urban Construction Department of Coral City, referred to as the 8th Construction, and is the best construction team in the entire city. The employees of Beijing, wearing dusty work clothes and hard hats, are working on the outside of the store, and the basic scaffolding has been set up. As the boss of the Urban Construction Department, Su Jianxi personally supervised this renovation project. He was holding a large transparent water cup, like a dutiful old farmer with rough and dark skin, squatting at the door of the hotel opposite, taking in a panoramic view of the entire transformation process. Minister Su. Sit down. Squatting is so tiring. The restaurant boss Zhao held out a chair with a smile on his face. No, I'm used to squatting. Su Jianxi stood up and hammered his legs, which seemed a little numb from squatting. Several curious children were squatting nearby and watching with their eyes wide open. They were all children from the neighborhood and had nothing to do after school at noon. Some children climbed onto the sand pile nearby, dug holes in the sand, or piled the sand into various shapes. Some were digging through the piles of stones, looking for beautiful pebbles. Are these kids going to be chased away? Yes. Get rid of them. Su Jianxi nodded. It's not safe here. Ask the parents to take good care of their children. Okay. This is Master Su's project. There can be no accidents. At the same time, another construction project was underway in an abandoned factory area 1 kilometer away. The original factory was bulldozed by the 8th Construction Group. Workers were driving forklifts, excavators, and other mechanical tools to clean up the ruins and debris in the area. The entire area was rumbling and smoke was rising. It won't be long before the world's first pharmacist school will be established here. As long as the school's teaching model can be successful, this model can be promoted globally in the future. By then, pharmacists all over the world will remember Su Xiao's name. After a while, a department member hurriedly came to the old street and said to Su Jianxi, Boss, Wang Yongqiang from the intelligence department asked us to speed up the progress of the project. What does he mean? Su Jianxi asked calmly. Wang Yongqiang is the real name of CG Dao. He went to Su Jianxi last night and asked Su Jianxi to build a pharmacist school for him. And the scale must be larger than Su Xiao's. He means that his school project is not only larger in scale than Master Su's, but also faster than Master Su's. The faster, the better. The sooner the better? Su Jianxi frowned. Does he want tofu? Well, go tell him we don't have that much manpower. Boss, why don't you go and talk to him in person? How? His attitude is very tough. This department member was a little embarrassed. As you know, the intelligence department is very difficult to deal with. A junior employee like me is not high enough. Tough stance? Su Jianxi's eyes turned cold, and he said calmly, Tell him that we have limited manpower, and his project will start next month. If you can't wait that long, go find a private company willing to take over his project. Go. Go immediately. Su Jianxi was equally tough, and was not afraid at all. Boss, he is from the intelligence department after all. What? Have you done anything wrong? No. Then go. Oh. Members of this department were instructed to leave in a hurry. In the pharmacy, Su Xia took a sip of tea and heard the conversation just now. Sijideo made a lot of noise this time. It invited many masters and planned to open a school. But how does his school teach on a large scale? Does he also want to compile teaching materials? Su Xia is confident that with the help of 2 pharmacists' experience books, even the textbooks compiled by 5th-level pharmacists may not be better than his. Brothers, I'm going out for a while. You guys keep an eye on the store. If there's any trouble, call me. Su Xia closed the draft she was editing and said a few words to Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu. Well, brother, don't worry. Both of them were refining potions in the corner, and the deafening sound of the engineering did not have much impact on them. This noisy environment is also a kind of hardship for them. Su Xia left the shop, walked across the street, and greeted Su Jianxi. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Su. It's not hard. It's just my job. Those workers work much harder than me. Su Jianxi smiled, glanced at the small medicine box Su Xiao was carrying, and said, Is Master Su going out to save people? Well, several patients should start the next course of treatment. Master Su is the one who really works hard. Liao praised it. Su Xiao acted very modestly. Mr. Su, there are some special materials and wood carvings on the second basement floor of the pharmacy. I have limited knowledge. If you are interested. I'm interested. Of course I'm interested. This is the key to the second underground floor. Mr. Su can go there at any time. He? Su Jianxi was startled and asked, Does Master Su believe me so much? I heard that there are many priceless treasures on the second floor underground. I believe in Mr. Su's character. Good. Su Jianxi was not a good person, so he accepted the spare key directly and said he would find time to take a look in the afternoon. Su Xiao left with a small medicine box on her back and first treated the few patients her father had given her. Afterwards, he called a car and headed to the east area of the city. Mission, Zhao Qin's last wish. The target location is in the east of the city. At that time, before Zhao Xi died, he told Su Xiao that he hoped his wife could find a good family to marry and would not have to wait for him anymore. Now the mission failed. Su Xiao knew in her heart that something unexpected might have happened to Zhao Qin's wife. As the taxi headed east, the scenery outside the window kept receding, and the prosperity and decay of the entire city flashed past. The rich areas and the slums are one after another, like two worlds, extreme and opposite, with distinct colors that cannot blend together, dividing the entire city into two halves. Master Su, it's raining outside. Do you have an umbrella? The driver suddenly asked. Have. It was still warm and sunny in the south of the city, but it was overcast in the east of the city, and thin icy rain soon hit the car windows. The world outside the car window is blurry, and the colorful lights melt into the rain, making it a little more harmonious. After arriving at the location, Su Xiao handed the small medicine box to the driver and paid double the fare. Please help me take this medicine box back to the pharmacy. Okay. The driver took the money and readily agreed. Su Xiao opened the car door and got out of the car. It was windy and rainy outside. A gust of cold wind blew past, bitingly cold, causing his black coat to flutter. He held up a black umbrella, stepped on the muddy streets, and walked into a slum on the east side of the city. His cleanliness was incompatible with this area. The sky was gray, and fine raindrops were beating on the umbrella. The sound continued one after another, as if to separate Su Xiao from the sounds of the entire world. What happened? When Su Xiao arrived at the mission site, she only saw the ruins of a broken building. Heavy machinery was working on the ruins. Each mechanical tool was printed with the logo of the Coral City Urban Construction Department. The roar of the machine was deafening, surrounded by countless employees wearing safety helmets and working in the rain. In Su Xiao's memory, there should be no recent projects in Coral City that would require demolishing this slum. Sijideo's school project is also in the south of the city. In order to compete with Su Xiao, it is not in the east of the city. Su Xiao held an umbrella and walked around the edge of this area. This area is in ruins. Where have the people who once lived here gone? He found a construction worker and asked carefully, What kind of project is this? The project of the refugee resettlement house was personally approved by the city lord. Seeing that Su Xiao was wearing expensive clothes, the construction staff did not dare to neglect and answered in detail. Resettlement housing? Su Xiao remembered that the city lord Qi Lang had indeed arranged some work related to refugees recently, and the refugee resettlement house was one of them. He asked again, Why are we bulldozing this slum? Isn't there a lot of vacant land in the city? In this war-torn city, at least 30% of the area is in ruins after the war. Such is the area where Fan Lu and Mercer fought. There are quite a few similar places, and it is best to carry out reconstruction work in areas that are already in ruins, rather than bulldozing places that are already inhabited. Hearing Su Xiao's question, the construction worker said awkwardly, Oh, all the vacant land in the city belongs to rich men, so we don't dare to touch it. Don't you dare to move. Lord City Lord? I don't know. The construction worker looked around and lowered his voice. Young man, please go away. Stop asking. Knowing too much will not do you any good. After a few simple exchanges, Su Xiao understood. Coral City has been cleaned several times, but there are still so many borers alive that it's almost impossible to kill them all. As long as the planning is reasonable, Such a large coral city can accommodate tens of millions of people. Su Xiao looked up at the gray sky, frowned, and whispered to herself, there are only a few 100,000 people now. And the land is not enough. Some people really deserve to be killed. The construction worker next to him changed his face slightly and hurriedly reminded him, young man, you can't say such things, as trouble comes from your mouth. Chapter 305 Mission Follow-Up. Rumble. There was thunder in the sky. Dark clouds were gathering, and the rain was getting heavier and heavier. The construction work on the ruins has not stopped yet. The sound of construction is extremely noisy, mixed with the deafening roar of machinery and the hoarse voices of people. Even the heavy rain cannot cover it up. Aren't you worried about safety issues if we still have to carry out construction in such a heavy rain? Su Xia asked again. Alas, there are requirements from above, so I have to do this. What if someone is killed? How much is a human life worth? The worker laughed self-deprecatingly. Many people are recruited from slums or refugee camps. Some workers' wages do not even meet the stipulated minimum monthly salary. They come as long as they can have enough to eat. Can you eat enough? Yes. There is an unlimited supply of food in the canteen. And there is plenty of oil and water. You can also pack an extra portion to take back to your family every day. This is not bad. Su Xian nodded slightly. It was indeed a good thing to be full. Coral City is now facing a serious food shortage problem. A large amount of fertile farmland is abandoned and the land is vacant. From time to time, food must be traded with other cities. If not, there wouldn't be so many people supporting Su Xia when he used his identity as a masked weirdo to cause trouble. On the night of his first battle with Yutu, several granaries in the city were captured by the violent refugees. This kind of work for relief method cannot be thought up by an idiot like Qi Lang. All he thinks about every day is how to keep his position as city lord. It was probably his secretary named Chyan who suggested it. After chatting for a while, Su Xia asked again, did you encounter any problems when you demolished this area before? Of course there is a problem. This is where people live. If the people above are forced to demolish it, we can only drive them away. Isn't there a quota of resettlement housing for them? I heard they gave me some money. Is there anyone who doesn't want to leave? I don't know about that. The worker's face changed slightly. His eyes wandered. He shook his head and said, I can't say that. Su Xia understood and asked, where have all the people who lived here before gone? Went to the slum further inside. The man pointed in the distance. There was a larger slum in front of this area. Okay. Thank you. Su Xia thanked her, held up her umbrella, and continued walking deeper into the slum. The rain made the road muddy, and the muddy water was mixed with dirty garbage. Every step felt like stepping in a dirty ditch. Behind Su Xia, the worker looked at him and murmured in a low voice, it's strange. It looks familiar. Have you seen it somewhere before? In recent times, major media outlets in Coral City have spared no effort in reporting on Su Xia and the small pharmacy. Su Xia's posters are posted on many streets. This worker had seen Su Xia's poster before, but couldn't remember it for a moment. He just thought he looked familiar. Su Xia walked along the edge of the construction site. Not far away, her trouser legs were splashed with sewage. Her shoes were no longer in their original shape, and her black coat was less than half wet from the raindrops that drifted into the umbrella. Looking around, this slum is full of low and dilapidated houses. Many of the roofs are old asbestos tiles, which make a dull sound when rain hits them. Su Xia thought of the old house in her hometown, and felt more complicated emotions in her heart. Since his parents passed away in a car accident, he rarely returns to his hometown, and only goes back every year during the Qingming festival. At this time, the sound of an engine suddenly sounded behind him. Buzz buzz dash. An old engineering motorcycle was trudging forward on the muddy road. Its two wheels were spinning rapidly, throwing off countless mud spots. The lower half of the motorcycle had been dyed mud-colored. Two construction workers were sitting in the car, and the logo on their clothes was exactly the same as that of the construction site not far away. When passing Su Xia, they slowed down to avoid muddy water splashing on Su Xia. This damn weather. It rains all the time, and it's sunny every few days. When passing by Su Xia, the worker driving the car complained and shook off the rainwater on his hands. Hey, stop talking and go over and take a look. The families of the dead are still making trouble. The boss asked us to hurry up and find a solution as soon as possible. Another worker said, how else can we solve it? Isn't it just giving money? I heard that they don't want money, and it must be dealt with fairly. Those poor people don't want money. Don't scold people like that. The worker behind him frowned and said, "We are all poor people. It's not easy. Aren't we the same?" "Right." The two of them slowly walked away, and their voices were gradually covered by the sound of rain. Su Xia thoughtfully looked at the direction the two people were leaving with a deep look, and then sent a team of nanorobots to follow them. If his guess was correct, the target of the mission might have died in the violent demolition of this slum. This kind of thing happens in every world, and it happens frequently. The more you see it, the more you become numb. Now the mission has failed. Su Xia can't make up for anything by coming here. She can only seek justice for the mission target. He originally planned to search carefully in the slums further inside and ask people who originally lived in this area. But the two workers who passed by just now gave him some clues, which saved him a lot of time. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Xia followed the two people deep into the slums and came to the outside of an old cathedral. Church! Su Xia stopped holding an umbrella and looked up. This cathedral is the tallest building in the entire slum. In that war-torn era, this area suffered severe bombings. Even half of the cathedral collapsed, and the statues of gods collapsed and destroyed, losing their original sacred glory. The collapse of the church made people realize that even God cannot protect himself amidst gunfire and smoke. Today, the remaining half of the church has become a shelter for many poor families. Su Xia heard crying, faintly coming from the rain. The sound came from the church. In addition to crying, there were also some noisy shouts, quarrels, and beatings, all in a mess, all blended into the rain. The nanorobot sent by Su Xia had arrived at the door of the church, providing him with a field of vision. So many people died? Su Xia frowned, taking a closer look. There were more than 70 corpses covered with white cloth lying in the cathedral, and many of the white cloths were dyed red. This amount is shocking. Many people lay on the corpse and cried bitterly, their eyes red and swollen from crying. Many of them were children. At the entrance of the cathedral, a group of adults confronted more than a dozen workers in construction clothing, arguing and shouting. "Why do you want to knock down our house in the middle of the night?" One of them yelled. "Everyone is sleeping. How many of them have time to run out? Didn't I inform you of the time?" Opposite, among the more than 10 workers in construction clothes, the leader stood up and said something salty. He glanced at the more than 70 corpses indifferently, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Apparently he often did this kind of thing, and said lightly, "How about 50,000 for one dead person? Get lost. We never agreed to move away. That's it for now." The leader shrugged. "Anyway, your house has been demolished, and you can't go back even if you want to. Can't you just use the money to buy a new one? Money? Can you buy your life if you have money?" Everyone was furious and glared at the leader, their eyes turning red. But the man actually nodded, looked at everyone, and replied seriously, "Yes, money can indeed buy your life." These poor people in the slums could never imagine that the man opposite them would be so indifferent to life and equate human life with a cold pile of banknotes. Su Xia stood outside the cathedral, listening to their quarrel quietly. Things were almost exactly as he suspected. The indigenous people living in that area refused to move, in order to save time. The project team chose to take action by force and used heavy machinery to knock down all the houses in the middle of the night. Many people were smashed to death in their sleep, and the 70 corpses in front of them were not all. There are more than 100 cold corpses placed in the underground room of the cathedral. This kind of thing happens often on Earth, but only 1 or 2 people die each time, and it is often suppressed by other news. Even Su Xia could not imagine that nearly 200 people died here. The level of violence was far beyond his imagination. This is not a construction project. It is clearly a destruction project. Are the people doing the construction also working under Su Jianxi? Su Xia suddenly thought of this question. Through the nanorobot's vision, he saw the name on the man's badge, which was Wang Hong, and his position was project manager. Anyone who is in the urban construction department should be a subordinate of Su Jianxi. With Su Jianxi's character, would he actually tolerate such a person in his department? "We want to report the crime!" A roar came from the door of the cathedral, and everyone's anger could no longer be suppressed. "Report a crime?" Wang Hong suddenly laughed, not knowing what he was laughing about. After a while, he put away his smile, exhaled a breath of air, and said to everyone, "Solve this matter now. You can get the money. We can get peace. It will be good for both parties. If you report the case, remember my words. Be serious. Remember, you won't get a penny, and some of you will have to spend the rest of their lives in jail." "What do you mean?" "Literally." Wang Hong spread his hands. "I just don't like trouble. I see how pitiful you are. So I want to give you some money. You? It has been said since ancient times that the people will not fight with the officials. This is really not just talk. Su Xia made a circle and walked into the building through the gap behind the cathedral. The sound of rain was blocked by tall buildings, and the rest of the sounds in the world became much clearer, as did the cries in the church. In this world, Su Xia is used to seeing death and is mentally prepared for anyone around her to die. But these ordinary people are different. Death comes so suddenly that they cannot accept it for a while. Su Xia put away her umbrella, shook off the rainwater, stood in the corner, and looked carefully at the bodies in the cathedral. Li Yi's corpse, Luo Ziyu's corpse, Xiaoming's corpse. Names appeared in front of his eyes, each name corresponding to a corpse covered with white cloth. Soon, he found the target of his last wish mission, Yu Mei's body. Su Xia sighed lightly. He guessed correctly. Something happened to the mission target. Yu Mei is Zhao Qin's wife, the one whom Zhao Qin entrusted to Su Xia before his death. If there really is an afterlife in this world, their husband and wife may have been reunited. Next to the body, there was a little boy with red and swollen eyes, and tears kept rolling down from the little boy's eyes. Su Xia's mind moved slightly, and she read out the little boy's name. Xiao Xiaobai, the child of Zhao Qin and Yu Mei. They also have one child left behind. Su Xia immediately walked over and slowly squatted beside the child without saying anything. After a while, Zhao Xiaobai realized Su Xia's existence, turned to look at him, and sobbed. Who are you? Are you a novice? Su Xia asked. I'm your mother's friend. I heard something happened to her and came over to see her. Yes, but I don't know you. I live in the south of the city and rarely come here, Su Xia said in a gentle voice. She often mentions you and says you are a good child. Me. Speaking of his mother, Zhao Xiaobai suddenly cried again. He cried loudly and was heartbroken. He lay on his mother's body and cried so hard that his voice was hoarse. The cry was heartbreaking. The world is difficult, and it is already difficult for a mother and her son to depend on each other in a place like this. Now that his mother passed away again, Zhao Xiaobai became an orphan completely, and the murderer of his mother was the most powerful force in the entire city. A member of the city lord's faction, a low-class orphan like him, let alone revenge, will have a problem with how he will survive in the future. Su Xia didn't say too many words of comfort. He just let the child cry first. After crying enough, he could continue to talk about the future. In the cold cathedral, there was a continuous cry. Just next to it, another little boy was lying on the two corpses, crying incessantly, almost fainting. Mom and Dad, this is a man-made tragedy. If Su Xia didn't come here today, he wouldn't know this at all. This kind of thing never appears on the morning news every day. At the entrance of the cathedral, the dispute between the two parties continued, and there was even a physical conflict. Almost every family has a loved one killed, and these people's anger and grief have reached their peak. And Wang Hong's attitude was so indifferent and condescending, as if he was looking down at the ants at his feet. And he said casually, "What are you still making trouble for? Don't you just think that the money is not enough? How about 100,000 for each dead person?" He snorted and said calmly, 100,000? You can't make that much money even if you work hard all your life. One person in your family can exchange for so much. I don't know how many people will rush to die. You bastard. The people in the cathedral were shaking with anger. Their eyes were red. They pointed at him, and their lips were trembling. In addition to being angry, many people felt a sense of despair. What could ordinary people like them do to fight with others? Perhaps accepting the cold 100,000 and letting this matter disappear silently is their best choice. But at this moment, Su Xia's voice suddenly came from the church. 100,000? Do you think 100,000 can buy a life? Wang Hong didn't bother to see who said it, and replied calmly, Isn't it? I also have 100,000 here. How about giving me your head? You? A flash of anger flashed across Wang Hong's face, and he shouted, Whoever is talking, come out. Good. Su Xia stood up calmly, took an umbrella, and slowly walked to the door. Behind him, Zhao Xiaobai's cry became quieter. He wiped his tears with his wet sleeves, and stared blankly at Su Xia's back as she walked over. I want to see who dares to speak to me like that. Wang Hong looked into the church with a cold face. But when he saw Su Xia's face, his whole body suddenly trembled, and he took a breath of air. He hurriedly forced out an ugly smile. Isn't this Master Su? Why do you always have time to come to a place like this? Su Xia didn't answer, but asked calmly, Why are you so arrogant at first and so respectful later? Chapter 306, The New Year Will Be Better. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. A phone call came to the mayor's office. Qi Lang was reading the annual summary report, sitting leisurely in his office chair, with the fragrance of tea lingering in his hand. His secretary Chai stepped forward, picked up the phone, and asked, "What's the matter, Mr. Chai?" "It's about the refugee resettlement house." The voice on the other end of the phone was not right. He seemed a little nervous, mixed with the patter of rain. "Is there any trouble?" "This is a little trouble. Don't bother the lord of the city if you have minor troubles. Let the people below solve it," Chai said calmly. "Yes, but most likely you or the city lord will need to personally come forward to solve it." The voice on the other side was slightly trembling. "I don't know if it was cold. It was biting in the rainy winter." "That's no small trouble." Chai looked out the window and said, "Tell me the details." "Yes, that's it." The person on the other side of the phone finished talking about what happened in the east of the city very quickly. Chai held the phone tightly, his expression getting darker and darker as he listened to the man's story. These bastards. In the end, there was only a click, and the desk phone in his hand was crushed to pieces. Sparks flickered, debris flew, and there was only a sizzling noise on the other end of the phone. "What's wrong?" Qi Lang trembled all over and was startled. He thought someone was attacking him and almost shrank under the chair. But he quickly realized that the phone was crushed by the secretary and there was no sneak attack. "It's about the refugee resettlement house." Chai let go of his hand, and countless debris fell from his hand. "Projects in the east or west area of the city. Are those people unwilling to move?" Qi Lang thought this was the case. "How about giving more subsidies? I think this year's finances are okay, and the deficit rate is less than 3%. Compared with other cities around here are much better. Those people really refuse to move." Chai took a deep breath. "But there is no chance to move." "How?" Qi Lang was not too stupid. After all, he had been sitting in this position for many years. The next moment he thought, "Did someone lose his life?" Chai nodded. "Yes." Qi Lang's heart skipped a beat. The new year was approaching, and he was most afraid of something like this happening now. There have been enough things this year. Masked weirdos have caused trouble several times. Not long ago, the mechanical tribe launched another bloody purge. Those who survived are only looking forward to peace. "How many people died?" Qi Lang asked cautiously, fearing that there would be too many people. "More than a few." Chai looked grim. "Is there more than 10? Qi Lang took a breath of air. This was almost his psychological bottom line. "Rough estimate. More than 200. "What?" Qi Lang screamed and stood up from the chair. "This is not an ordinary construction accident. This is pure deliberate murder. In previous years, there would have been a way to cover up this kind of thing. But this year the situation has become increasingly tense. How could something like this happen at this critical juncture?" Snapped. The teacup in Qi Lang's hand fell and shattered on the ground. And the flowing tea was still steaming. "Oh my god. This is putting me on the fire." Qi Lang's scalp was numb and his head was about to explode. If this was exposed by the media who are not afraid of death, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the topic was brought up again by someone who was interested, the riots of that night would probably happen again. Qi Lang grabbed his hair. He has been working hard, diligently and carefully during this period, just to spend the new year in peace and contentment. Why is it so difficult? What should we do? Qi Lang panicked. Can we suppress it? Can we kill all the remaining people? As long as we kill them all, no one will make trouble. Calm. Chai looked like he hated iron and said, "There is a big shot here. Unless he cooperates, this matter cannot be suppressed." "What? Someone else is already here." "Well, otherwise those daring bastards wouldn't have reported to us at all." "Who's here?" "Su Xia. That pharmacist." "It's actually him." Hearing this name, Qi Lang caressed his heart and felt a lot more at ease. "Fortunately, we are one of our own." The entire Coral City knew that this young pharmacy genius was willing to betray his teacher in order to establish a relationship with the machine tribe. The interests he represents are consistent with the interests of the entire city, and he certainly does not want to make things worse. Fortunately, I listened to you at that time." Qi Lang breathed a long sigh of relief. "Xiao Chai, you arranged it well. You asked me to get Lu Liangmu, who is related to him, up early. Now we can be regarded as fellow travelers. Well, let's go. Lord City Lord, let's go take a look together." "Good." Qi Lang didn't dare to waste time anymore. The longer the matter was delayed, the more likely it would become a big deal. He hurriedly put down the annual report in his hand, put on warm winter clothes, and went out. As soon as I walked out of the office building, a biting cold wind hit my face, cutting my face like a knife. This biting coldness made Chi Lang couldn't help but shiver. Even a third-level psychic creature like him finds it extremely difficult when facing the coldness of this severe winter. Chi Lang let out a breath of cold air, wiped his arms, and couldn't help but said, "It's too cold here. But it's still warm inside the building." Cheyenne followed him, looked forward, and said, "Lord City Lord, at least you have cold-proof clothes. Think about the people in refugee gathering areas and slums. Some of them are still wearing thin autumn clothes. And the shabby houses have no heating. Oh, I just complained a little. But Xiao Chaijin complained about me again. I just hope that the Lord of the city can think differently. Poor people always have their own way of surviving the winter. Right?" Chi Lang rubbed his hands. So many years of winter have passed. And I haven't seen those untouchables freeze to death. How many times have I said, "Don't use the word untouchable." Okay. You are capable. I will listen to you. The two of them got into the car one after another. Cheyenne turned on the air conditioner in the car, and Chi Lang felt much more comfortable. With a bang, the engine started and the wheels spun, taking the two of them to the east of the city where the accident occurred. "What's the pharmacist's attitude like?" Chi Lang asked, sitting in the back row. "I don't know." Cheyenne shook his head. "Didn't the person who called just now say anything?" "He didn't have time to say anything. And the phone was broken by me." Neither of them had officially contacted Su Xia, so they could only speculate on this person's attitude from various reports and deeds. In their opinion, Su Xia would most likely not make the matter a big deal. Cheyenne disliked people who betrayed their teachers in exchange for honors. He knew very well that such people were most likely to be on the side of profit. So he said, "It should be able to be solved. It would be great if it can be solved. I just want to have a good year." "Lord City Lord, you can have a good year. Have you ever thought about the families of the deceased?" "Okay. I won't talk anymore." Chi Lang looked at the retreating scenery outside the window angrily. As the new year approaches, Coral City also has a bit of a new year atmosphere, with dazzling lights hanging on many streets. At this time, the east area of the city, the entrance to the cathedral, the rain was still falling, and the atmosphere was a little subtle. The moment he saw Su Xia appear, Wang Hong knew that something was wrong and beyond his control. No matter how reluctant he was, he had to call someone to inform the city lord. "Boss." The city lord's secretary hung up the phone before I finished speaking. Someone came over and whispered in his ear. Wang Hong's heart sank. He must be angry over there. But he had no other choice. He couldn't face a heavyweight like Su Xia alone. For the sake of Su Xia, a genius in medicine, the city lord Yutua did not hesitate to take action against the people in Lingyan Tavern, and even took action against a high-ranking member of the machine tribe hidden underground in the city. You know, even if something happens to Chi Lang, those two people may not take action for him. Visible. On the mechanical side, Su Xia's weight is much heavier than Chi Lang's. Wang Hong just wants to slap himself twice. If he hadn't said something rude just now, he wouldn't be in this difficult situation now. "Master Su." The smile on his face was uglier than crying, and there was a flattering tone in his voice. "You have a noble status. What's the matter with coming to a place like this in person? You don't need to do it yourself. Just say a word. I will help you immediately go do it." Su Xiao looked at him lightly and said, "You haven't answered my question yet." Wang Hong smiled apologetically, bowed his body and said, "How did I know it was you? Old man? If I had known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to speak like that even if I had 100 guts. If it were anyone else, would you dare to speak like this?" Su Xia asked him coldly. It is written in the law that all men are equal. Haven't you ever learned it?" "Me." Wang Hong seemed to be stuttering. His face was embarrassed. His smile froze on his face, and he was speechless after being asked. Then, he gritted his teeth and slapped himself cruelly in order to apologize. There was a snap, and the sound was crisp. His face suddenly became red and swollen, but he still managed to put on an ugly smile and said, "Master Su, I don't have enough education. Don't be angry with a little person like me. It's not worth it to ruin your body with anger." "Low reading?" Yes. "How did a young scholar get into this position? Isn't the requirement for your position a high degree of education?" Su Xiao looked at him coldly. "Is there some connection in the family? Or did you stuff your money into it?" Wang Hong's body shook. His lips turned white, and he was almost dumbfounded by the question. No matter what he said, Su Xia could find a point to ask and would not give him a chance to quibble. The fine raindrops slapped on his face, which was extremely cold and even made his heart feel cold. Regardless of whether this matter will become a big deal today, it will be difficult for him to keep his position. If the higher-ups wanted to have a good relationship with Su Xia, they might just give up on him and find someone to kill him silently. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, frightening Wang Hong to death. He staggered and fell into the rain, his body covered with mud. Behind him, none of the dozen people dared to help him. Su Xia was gaining momentum, and those people didn't even have the courage to look at him, for fear of being remembered by him. Behind, in the church, everyone was shocked, and even the crying was much quieter. Wang Hong was so arrogant towards them before, but now he can't bear even a few words from Su Xia. This is his status. For many of the children in the church, this was the first time in their lives that they were facing the onslaught of power. Su Xia slowly turned around, looked at everyone and asked, "Who is in charge here?" There was silence in the church for a while. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, a dark-skinned middle-aged man came out, lowered his head and said, "Sir, I should be in charge. Register the list of all deceased. We will need it later." "Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir." People here didn't know Su Xia's identity and thought he was a high-ranking official in the city. In this era, apart from putting on a show when facing the media, few officials are willing to come to such a poor and dirty place in person. Their thank you was sincere. Su Xia took a look at the situation inside the church and found that Zhao Xiaobai was looking at him. So she nodded slightly, said nothing, and still stood by the door. According to the system, Zhao Xiaobai is 13 years old, but due to long-term malnutrition, he looks only 8 or 9 years old. That's true for a lot of kids here. Malnutrition will not only affect physical growth, but also affect intellectual development. This is why rich families are more likely to have smart children, while children from poor families always appear to be retarded and even funny, becoming the subject of jokes made by some media people. It is certain that the rich will get richer, but it will be increasingly difficult for those at the bottom to climb up. The fate of most people is doomed at birth. After a while, the list was established. A total of 198 people died and 47 were missing. Needless to say, those 47 people were probably still buried in the collapsed house. Su Xia just sent the nanorobots out, deep into the construction site, searching among the debris that had not yet been cleaned up, and found several deformed corpses. "Sir, what should we do next?" Everyone here was at a loss, and regarded Su Xia as hope. "Wait." Su Xia took the list and said only one word. As a 5th-level creature, his perception is so sharp. He just heard the voice of Wang Hong's subordinate calling Qi Lang, and he could even hear the conversation on the phone clearly. Now all she has to do is wait for Qi Lang to come. Su Xia knows that he will definitely come. In this way, everyone waited with him for more than half an hour. During this period, Wang Hong did not dare to speak anymore. He could only wait, covered in mud and water, shivering in the cold wind. Just when he was about to become numb from the cold, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the distance. "The roads here are too bad. They are all muddy," Qi Lang complained. The car could not move. The tires were stuck in the mud, and the last section of the road could only be walked. He has a distinguished status, and has not walked through such a muddy road for many years. "Lord, City Lord, think about the people who live here." Cheyenne held up an umbrella for him, and reminded him lightly. "Oh, okay." The two walked one behind the other on the muddy road, getting closer to the cathedral. Before they even got close, they saw Su Xia standing at the door of the cathedral and Wang Hong, who was covered in mud and water. Qi Lang couldn't help but murmur in his heart. Could it be that Wang Hong had offended Su Xia? And in order to get forgiveness, he did not hesitate to roll in the mud and look ugly. He exhaled. A business smile appeared on his face, and said with a smile, "Master Su, I have always wanted to find time to visit you, but I have been busy with too many official duties recently, and I did not expect to meet under such circumstances. Many people have died here. City Lord, you shouldn't laugh," Cheyenne reminded. "Oh." Qi Lang immediately put away his smile and acted more serious. Su Xia did not move and was still waiting at the door. After the two of them approached, she handed over the list in her hand and said, "There are more than 200 people. You should know it." "Yes." Qi Lang took the list and saw the rows of corpses in the church behind him, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. If the photos of these corpses were circulated, this year would definitely be unstable. "Master Su, it's better not to make this matter a big deal. What do you think? Qi Lang was a little worried, fearing that Su Xia would not let him go. Yeah. Okay. Su Xia nodded. That's good. Qi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. He had been unsure before, but now he was a little sure. But Su Xia immediately said, I have a request. Master Su, tell me. It must be dealt with fairly. This? Qi Lang was startled and didn't react for a moment. Qian responded quickly. Okay. Master Su, please rest assured that everyone involved in this matter will receive the punishment they deserve. That's right. Qi Lang nodded repeatedly. Don't worry. Master Su, I will definitely do things impartially. Okay. I'll keep an eye on it. Su Xia also thought about making things worse. No matter how big the trouble was, he could always get out of the whirlpool. But the poor people behind him were different. When it comes to death, no matter how small it is unbearable for these ordinary people. There are indeed a lot of things going on recently, and I also understand the mood of the city lord. Su Xia added, You can take your time on this matter. Don't be in a hurry. Master Su, just understand. Qi Lang sighed and sighed repeatedly. During this period, he spent every day in fear. This year has been a bumpy year. Hope next year will be better. Chapter 307, A New Beginning. Stop! Go down and stop work immediately. Qian replaced Qi Lang and went to the construction site. Found the temporary person in charge and asked them to stop working. Carrying out construction work during such heavy rain is a violation of Coral City's safety regulations. Now that such a big thing has happened, there are still dozens of corpses that have not been exhumed in the ruins. And the matter in the cathedral on the other side has not yet been completely resolved. If the problem is not solved for a day, work will not start for a day. This is the due explanation for the deceased. After receiving the order, the rumbling mechanical sound on the ruins gradually became quieter, and the workers also left one after another, leaving only the sound of rain in the sky. In the cathedral, Qi Lang sat awkwardly on a stool, holding a list in his hand, facing countless family members of the deceased. He coughed twice and comforted. It was our fault this time. I failed to find out in time. The situation here. The crying in the church was still there, and someone shouted sadly, Lord of the city, you have to make the decision for us. Dense beads of sweat appeared on Qi Lang's forehead, and he immediately replied, I can. Don't worry if I can. He wiped his sweat and looked in the direction of the church door, feeling on pins and needles. Why hasn't Qian come back yet? He was asked to face these miserable and angry poor people alone, with pharmacist Su watching next to him. Qi Lang felt uncomfortable all over. He is still more accustomed to sitting in a clean and warm office and reading summary reports submitted by people below, rather than directly facing these complicated problems. Don't worry. Don't worry. Now, after hearing everyone's requests, Qi Lang was a little at a loss and didn't know where to start. Should these people get lawyers immediately? Or should we arrest the bad team led by Wang Hong first? Or distribute some relief food first? When should we deal with the people still buried in the ruins? Questions like this were running through his mind, making him panic. Fortunately, I took Qian with me this time. If he had to face the whole process alone, he might collapse on the spot and find an excuse to run away. Master Su, please say something. Qi Lang swallowed. His fingers holding the list of the dead almost turned white, and he cast a look for help at Su Xia, who was standing aside. Su Xia nodded slightly and said softly, Lord City Lord, the key to solving the problem is not on your side, but on the family of the deceased. Solve their primary needs first, and put other problems later. Oh yes. Yes. Qi Lang suddenly understood, and his mind suddenly became clear. What's the use of having so many questions? If the family of the deceased is dissatisfied, these people will still make trouble. Just now, these family members all shouted for Qi Lang to make the decision, which made Qi Lang a little confused for a moment. He didn't know what decision he wanted to make. Just throw the problem to the family of the deceased. Let them form a team, select representatives, put forward specific needs, and then slowly communicate with their team. Master Su is indeed someone that Lord Yutua values in his eyes. Are you willing to work in the city? Qi Lang asked in a low voice. He thought that having Qian could solve most of his problems. If Su Xia was willing to help him again, then he could be a hands-off shopkeeper with peace of mind in the future. Of course, this assumes that Su Xia will not take away his position as city lord. Su Xia shook her head and replied to Qi Lang. Have you forgotten? City lord? I already have a position in the city. Oh, is it the one from the intelligence department? Qi Lang remembered it and said immediately, Master Su, you are absent from work every day. I don't like to get involved in politics. I hope the lord of the city will understand. I understand. Of course I understand. Xi Lang nodded repeatedly. With Wu Zhonggui's character, he probably can't get along with Master Su. I heard that there is some friction between you two? Well, it's not a big problem. That's it. I will solve the problem of absence from work in the future for Master Su. Thank you, Lord City Lord. No thanks. I should. Xi Lang laughed dryly. He has the highest authority of the employee system and can change the status of any employee. This is just a trivial matter for him. And Su Xia's attitude also confirmed what Qian said to him before. Genius pharmacists like this often have eccentric personalities and only care about medicine. So they are unlikely to stay in the department for a long time. Not long after, Qian also came back and told the news about the construction site. Lord City Lord, it's safe over there. With the help of this assistant, Xi Lang felt a lot more relaxed. Afterwards, Qian began to arrange the follow-up affairs in an orderly manner. His work was meticulous and serious, which was many times better than Xi Lang. The City Lord. If this man is allowed to become the City Lord, Coral City may be able to embark on the right path. During this period, Su Xia asked Xi Lang, City Lord, why do you have to bulldoze the residences of these poor people? Xi Lang was stunned. What does Master Su mean? I see that there are still many vacant lands in the city, such as the huge ruins in the south of the city. Su Xia slowly narrated. That area is uninhabited and overgrown with grass. It is a perfect location for a reconstruction project. This, Xi Lang looked troubled and whispered. Master Su doesn't know something. There is an owner of those ruins. Who bought it? Qin Fan. A wealthy businessman. Oh. Su Xia heard something about it and asked. Is it the biggest grain merchant in the city? Xi Lang nodded. Yes. When did he buy that land? Just after the war. Xi Lang explained. The price of land was very cheap at that time. Many idle lands in the city were bought by private individuals. And a large amount of land in the suburbs was also bought. Where are the aborigines in the ruins? Su Xia asked. After so many years of fighting, every city has been destroyed. And there are refugees everywhere. There are no indigenous people left. Most of the residents in the city now come from other places. Why not let the businessmen who bought the land develop it on their own? It would be nice to grow some food. I have also urged them on this matter. Xi Lang's tone was full of helplessness. And he continued to explain. But they refused, and would rather let the land remain idle. Why? Master Su, you also understand that food is worthless once there is too much. Oh. Of course Su Xia understands. He thought there could be other reasons before. But now it seems there is no more. If it is his turn to start liquidation in the future, he will not feel any psychological pressure, and will kill all those who deserve to be killed. After a moment, Su Xia thought about it and asked again. Can you get the handle on these businessmen? Of course. There are plenty of handles. Xi Lang nodded. I know what Master Su means. But what Master Su doesn't know is that they also have handles on me. I can't use them to blackmail them. I can only check and balance each other. Maintain a balance. Is that so? Yes. I am my city lord. They earn their money. And when necessary, they will support me with money. After sitting in this position for so many years, Xi Lang's hands will certainly not be clean. And there are countless handles. Once it breaks out, the anger of the city's civilians will engulf him without Su Xia taking action. The city can only remain as it is now. If any place is moved, it will affect the whole body, causing the existing order to completely collapse. When the time comes, they will be afraid of attracting the mechanical tribe and causing another purge, which is something no one wants to see. Have you ever thought about taking those things back, Lord City Lord? Su Xia asked him. How to collect it? Xi Lang asked. Win some people over and suppress some people. This is easier said than done. Xi Lang waved his hand. He didn't have such courage. Su Xia said, energy, food, medical care, public transportation, etc. must be taken back. Otherwise you, the city lord, will always be able to stand on the stage like a puppet and let others laugh. Hearing this, Qian next to him had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He put down what he was doing, looked at Su Xia seriously, nodded in agreement. Mr. Su is right. I have mentioned this to the lord of the city before. The result of it? The city lord naturally refused. Qian glanced at Xi Lang. Xi Lang spread his hands and said, I haven't lived enough yet. If I really make such a fuss, you will see the news that I was assassinated the next day. Oh, The city lord is afraid of this? Su Xia asked. Of course. Who in this world is not afraid of death? Qi Lang admitted frankly. Before me, the previous city lord did this. But before he had time to take back what you said, he went out in a convertible one day, was shot in the head. After a brief exchange, Su Xia stopped mentioning such topics. Don't sacrifice yourself when doing great things. Otherwise you will never achieve anything. After all, Qi Lang serves the rich people of this city. Asking him to change anything is tantamount to asking him to die. He is not born to do big things. What do you plan to do with these orphans? Send them to children's welfare homes. Qi Lang said. I will allocate more money to welfare homes across the city. Let those wealthy businessmen put on a show. And find a few media to interview them. And ask all parties to donate some try to ensure that these orphans survive to adulthood. This is the only way at the moment. Su Xiao's eyes moved and looked at Zhao Xiaobai in the corner of the church. The child also heard their exchange and learned that he would go to a place called a children's welfare home in the future. He wiped his tears, but his eyes were still red and swollen. He looked at his mother's body sadly and held his mother's cold hand tightly. He didn't want to go to that strange place, nor did he want to leave. After leaving, I may never see my mother again. Su Xiao walked over, knelt down and said calmly, there is an independent school in the orphanage. Study hard in the future and at least learn to write and read. Uncle, I can read and write. Zhao Xiaobai's voice was choked with sobs and his throat was already hoarse. Have you learned it before? Well, there is an old man who teaches us. Where's that old man? There's an old man there too. Zhao Xiaobai pointed to another corner sadly. His eyes were red. Tears rolled down his eyes again. He was so sad that he couldn't stop sobbing. A blood-stained white cloth was covered in the corner. Su Xiao looked over, and a string of character descriptions appeared in front of her eyes. He Qiubai, teacher at Chundong Primary School. He sold his property after retirement, went to the slums to establish a school, and taught the children of poor families in the slums. For 20 years, many students got out of the slums with his help and gave back to this barren area as adults, making this slum better and better. After all, there is no shortage of kind-hearted people in this city. But it is a pity that this old man did not get to see the day when this area completely changed for the better. Su Xiao withdrew her gaze, sighed softly, and asked, besides writing and recognizing characters, what else have you learned? Mathematics, drawing, and singing. Can you understand what's on this piece of paper? Su Xia took out a first-level potion formula and placed it in front of Zhao Xiaobai. The formula records the various materials needed to refine this potion, the origin of the materials, the ratio of the materials, the time required, the steps, etc. It not only contains text descriptions, but also sketches and pictures. At this time, Qi Lang also came over to take a look curiously. Just looking at the densely packed words and numbers on the formula, he felt dizzy and sat back, thinking that pharmacists are all monsters. But Zhao Xiaobai nodded seriously and said, I can understand a little bit. Su Xiao was pleased. Okay, how about following me from now on? Uncle, are you a pharmacist? I think so. Zhao Xiaobai lowered his head, looking sad, and held his mother's hand tightly. Su Xia said gently, I will divide a cemetery area behind the pharmacist school, and your mother will be buried there. She will always accompany you to study and grow in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Uncle. Zhao Xiaobai's tears fell, and he sobbed. His tears wetted the formula in front of him. You're welcome. I had a promise. Su Xia stood up and looked outside the church. The rain outside gradually became lighter and became more hazy. After the matters here were dealt with, it was time for him to deal with the Lingyan Tavern. Over at the tavern, Yi kept asking him when Yemo and Xinyi would recover. Lord City Lord, there is still something to do at the store, so I will go back first. Su Xia said to Qi Lang. Okay, Su Yaosher, go slowly. Qi Lang immediately stood up from the stool and said Su Xia out of the cathedral. But at this moment, Zhao Xiaobai suddenly pulled the corner of Su Xia's clothes. Su Xia looked down at him and asked, Is there anything else? Uncle, can you take them away together? Zhao Xiaobai stepped back. Behind him, there were more than a dozen children with red and swollen eyes from crying. They were all orphaned in this accident. Seeing this, Su Xia thought for a moment and quickly agreed. Okay, from now on you will be my first batch of apprentices. In this way, Su Xia was alone when she came, and she was surrounded by a group of children when she returned, including Zhao Xiaobai. There were a total of 12 people, both boys and girls, aged between 5 and 13 years old. They were all thin and dark, and several of them were severely malnourished. Qi Lang handled all the admission procedures for Su Xia. The remains of these children's family members will then be transported to the vicinity of the school. For these children, their lives have ushered in a new beginning. On the way back, Su Xia called Su Jianxi and changed the school construction plan. Mr. Su, all the construction waste on the other side of the school should be piled in the back and used as the back mountain of the school. Back mountain? Su Jianxi on the other side of the phone was stunned. Well, I want to bury some people. I understand. Master Su, don't worry. Su Jianxi was capable and smart, and he immediately understood what Su Xia meant. At the same time, at the entrance of the cathedral, Chaiyan looked at the direction Su Xia was leaving, with a trace of doubt on his face. Strangeness. What's weird? Qi Lang asked him. This pharmacist Su's personality is a little different from what I thought. Chaiyan replied. Who do you think he is? People like Wang Yongqiang. This. Qi Lang also looked at the door and said, Wang Yongqiang is indeed a bit of a bastard, but they are about the same. They are all seeking glory anyway. No, that's what's weird. Chaiyan explained. I don't feel like this Yashir Su is that kind of person. Chapter 308 Starlight is bright. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the sun sets in the west. There is no cold wind and drizzle in the east of the city and the south of the city. Only the lazy afterglow of the sunset. Upon learning that Su Xia had brought back more than a dozen orphans, the brothers Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu stopped what they were doing and walked out of the pharmacy one after another. On the old street outside the store, the children got out of the car one after another and looked at everything here with curious and nervous eyes. 2 children were too tired and fell asleep in the warm car. They were woken up by their companions and got off the car. Are these the children? Su Jianxi already knew about the tragedy that happened in the east of the city. It's them, Su Xia replied. This accident has a lot to do with me. Su Jianxi blamed himself. Wang Hong was his subordinate, but he knew nothing about what happened. If Su Xia hadn't discovered it, he would still have been kept in the dark. How did Wang Hong sit in that position? Su Xia asked him. I owed a favor before, and then in order to repay the favor, I got this person. There was nothing to hide. Su Jianxi answered truthfully. Wang Hong was indeed connected through connections, and had very little real talent or learning. This city is made up of a huge network of relationships. Even people like Su Jianxi are not exempt from vulgarity. They are just a small node on the network. Even he himself relied on connections before, and owed a lot of favors to slowly get to where he is today. I will advance the cost of these children's growth. Su Jianxi decided to take responsibility. I will let them complete the construction progress of the school as soon as possible. Good. In addition, Su Jianxi paused, as if he thought of something, and looked in the direction of the distant school, and said, I may be able to take over the 2 pieces of land around the school. Is this true? Su Xia looked at him. Well, the owners of those 2 pieces of land have some connections with me, so I can get them at a low price. Then there is Mr. Lawsu. It should, if we can acquire 2 surrounding pieces of land, the scale of the school can be further expanded, which will have many benefits for future development. Because of today's incident, Su Construction has given the highest priority to the construction of the school, and the entire city's construction resources have been given priority to this side. After the expansion, the functional buildings such as classrooms, staff dormitories, student dormitories, canteens, playgrounds, gymnasiums, etc. within the school can all be satisfied. In the past, there was not enough land, so we only plan to build classrooms and dormitories. When classes officially start in the future, Su Xia will probably be given the title of principal. Later, he went to the restaurant's boss Zhao and discussed the issue of contracting the canteen in the future. Boss Zhao's eyes were shining and his face was rosy. He laughed and said, No problem. Leave the cafeteria to me. No matter how many students there are, there will be no problem. Well, funds are not a problem. Many children are malnourished. I hope Boss Zhao can plan their daily meals reasonably. Rest assured. Boss Zhao patted his chest and promised. Master Su, don't worry. I will go find a specialized child nutritionist for advice tomorrow and make sure these children eat well. Good. Over the years, Boss Zhao has been supplying the pharmacy's food. The quality and taste of the food are good, so Su Xia gave him priority. It's always safer to do things with acquaintances than with strangers. Boss Zhao, are there enough rooms upstairs in the hotel? Su Xia asked. This. Boss Xiao looked at the dozen or so thin children and felt a little worried. The rooms upstairs in the restaurant, excluding those of himself and his staff, and those of the three brothers Su and Xia, there were only 2 rooms left. After he told the truth, Su Xia thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. Just transform it into a temporary dormitory. These children only need a shelter from wind and rain now. And it doesn't need to be too good." Later, Su Xia found Su Jianxi and asked him for 6 employee beds with bunk beds. There were many such beds in the warehouse at Su Jianxi's construction site. He immediately agreed and asked his men to drive to the warehouse to transport the beds. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, all the things Su Xia needed temporarily arrived. Everyone worked together to clean up 2 rooms and place 3 bunk beds in each room to accommodate 6 children for temporary residence. The bed is warm and comfortable. The room is elegantly decorated, and there is 24-hour heating. The children have never enjoyed this kind of treatment before. It was said to be a temporary room, but it was much better than the tin house they had in the slums. There are many low iron houses in the slums, with dirty and rusty exteriors and ordinary plastic sheets for the windows. In winter, the cold wind blows in, and in summer, it is exposed to direct sunlight. The temperature in the room can exceed 40 to 50 degrees. It is difficult to imagine how ordinary people can live in it. Woo! There was a little girl wiping her tears, but the tears still couldn't stop falling, splashing white water on the clean ground. Lan Bafu touched her head and asked, "What's wrong? Dad? Mom? I wonder if they can live in such a good house in heaven." "Yes, definitely." Lan Bafu nodded seriously. He can actually be considered a materialist, but at times like this, he is willing to say things that go against his will. After cleaning up everything, everyone returned to the first floor to start the day's dinner. Boss Zhao made this dinner very carefully. Not eating enough for a long time, or suddenly eating too much, can cause gastrointestinal problems. Boss Zhao has made a lot of improvements to the meals for these children, making them as little oily and salty as possible, delicate enough and filling for them. During the meal, Su Jianxi brought up the matter of Sijideo. "That Wan Yongqiang seems to be targeting Master Su. Well, he and I have always been hostile. Master Su, do you want me to delay his project? There is no need for this." Su Xia shook her head. "You still have to earn the money you should earn. If Wan Yingqiang is willing to send money to your door, Mr. Su can just accept it. Master Su is courageous." Su Jianxi took a sip of tea and praised it sincerely. Now everyone knows that Wang Yongqiang built the school just to compete with Su Xia. But Su Xia was not afraid at all. Even if the other party had a 5th-level pharmacist, he never showed any intention to back down. He would not even try to stumble in secret. Everything was done openly. Su Jianxi asked himself, if it were him, he might try his best to delay Wang Yongqiang's project. Su Xia's spirit and confidence are beyond the comparison of ordinary people. At the same time, Su Jianxi also had the same doubts as Qian after having been in contact with Su Xia for a long time. He always felt that someone like Su Xia was unlikely to betray his teacher. There should be a hidden secret in this, and it is not as simple as advertised. Su Jianxi would not ask for trouble, and did not take the initiative to ask. After dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. The street lights on both sides of the street have long been on, and the employees of the engineering team have gone home, without the deafening sound of construction. Only scaffolding, wooden springboards and other construction materials are left. This old street is much quieter. "Children, go wash up and go to bed early." All day today, fatigue and pain have been haunting these children, like inner demons that cannot be shaken off. Let them have a good sleep, which may provide a lot of relief. Su Xia returned to the pharmacy and sorted out the draft textbooks she had written during this period. During this period, he sent nanorobots to 0 Point Tavern and got good news. Fan Lu and others had not left yet. In the 0 Point Tavern, Yi told Su Xia's nanorobot everything. Fan Lu's private actions led to a battle between him and Mercer. This battle almost caused the relationship between the tavern and the machine tribe to get out of control. Now it is time to negotiate. At the critical moment, the headquarters was very dissatisfied with him and asked him to stop all personal actions. With Fan Lu's character, will he listen to what the headquarters says? Su Xia controlled the nanorobot to form a line like this. Fan Lu is an arrogant person, and one of the rare 5th-level creatures on this planet. The contract he signed with the tavern is definitely different from the contract of ordinary members. Even the tavern couldn't restrict him too much. He really won't listen. He just cooperates on the surface, he explained. He has collected information all day today. compiled the information about your appearance in the southern city and is applying for action from the headquarters. News about my appearance in the south? It's just a matter of speculation. It's all fake. Ever since Dad's team left Coral City, news of masked strangers began to appear in several southern cities. Some people claimed to have seen the metal mask. Others took blurry photos. And a surveillance camera in front of a hotel even captured a video. But the person in the video was too fast, wearing a black robe and a metal mask. And it was impossible to determine whether it was the masked man himself. Su Xia knew that her father was covering for him, so that he could do things in Coral City. In fact, besides Team Dad, there are others impersonating the masked strangers. After all, the bounty on the name Masked Stranger has reached sky high. As long as you provide useful information, you can get a large bounty. Last night and this morning, the City Defense Forces of Seahorse City in the south caught 2 teams pretending to be you, both for the purpose of defrauding money. He shared the latest news he got. Some people are pretending. Some are filming. And almost a complete industrial chain has been formed. During this period of time, literally millions of bounties were taken away by people who provided information. Coupled with the chaos caused by Dad's team, there are more and more news about masked weirdos in the south. And it is unclear whether it is true or false. Will Fan Lu's action application be approved? I guess so. It should be soon. Notify me then. Mask, are you really sure about intercepting him? 90% sure. Then I'll be relieved. He exhaled. After getting rid of him, remember to come back and wake up Amo and Shinyu, the little girl. He knew something about Su Xia. And the 90% certainty Su Xia said was almost equivalent to absolute certainty. As long as Fan Lu leaves the city limits, he will definitely die. Yi returned to the bar, picked up the mixing bottle, and was about to pour himself a glass when he suddenly felt that the weight was wrong. Strange. Why is there less wine in it? During this time, it seemed that someone had been secretly drinking his wine. He had already checked the surveillance, but the surveillance picture was normal, as if the wine inside had disappeared silently. It's more than that. Recently, many materials in the underground database have shown signs of being read. But there are no borrowing records in the system. Even if Fan Lu and others want to check the information, they must abide by the tavern's procedures. And it is impossible not to make any records. Mask, are you hiding somewhere in the tavern? He suddenly thought of this and asked. It's not me. It's another guest. What? You should see it later. Now is not the time. So mysterious? Su Xia knew very well that the strange problems in the tavern should be caused by the Zerg Queen. He still doesn't know that there is such an uninvited guest staying in his tavern. After receiving Su Xia's reminder, he felt relieved. Judging from the meaning of Su Xia's words, the mysterious guest should be a friend rather than an enemy. At least not now. After a while, Yuan Hua came up from the ground in the elevator, walked to the bar and said, Bossy, let's have a stronger drink. Good. He turned around, took out a bottle of high-strength wine from the wine cabinet behind him, and began to mix it. Yuan Hua looked around, then lowered his voice and asked, Bossy, tell me the truth. Are you related to masks? No. Yi shook his head numbly. Really not? When have I ever deceived anyone? Oh. Okay then. Yuan Hua lowered his head and sighed, and continued, I heard that the mask appeared in the southern city. Now there are people hunting him everywhere. I don't know if he can hold on. Who did you listen to? He asked. Fan Lu. Oh. He just said that deliberately to break through your inner defenses. Don't care about what he said. Yi filled a glass of wine, placed it on the bar, and pushed it to Yuan Hua. While the two were chatting, a cold snort suddenly came from the passage behind them. Fan Lu took several team members and happened to take another elevator to the underground floor. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he heard Yi's words. Yi, after studying at the Coral City branch for so many years, have you only learned how to bartend? Fan Lu looked at Yi indifferently. Minister Fan, after so many years of studying at the headquarters, you only learned how to get beaten. Yi was not afraid at all and responded calmly. His words were quite sharp, directly mentioning Fan Lu's disastrous defeat in the battle against Mercer. Everyone was watching at that time, and Fan Lu fell down before Mercer even exerted any force. Inside the tavern, no one dared to mention this matter to Fan Lu in person, for fear of getting into trouble. But he was the first to mention it. As expected, Fan Lu's face darkened and he said coldly, Stay well in the tavern and don't let me see you walking out of the tavern door. As long as he dared to leave the tavern, he would attack him. This was an undisguised threat. Inside the tavern, Van Lu didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Last time, he made an exception when he attacked Sanyu underground. But because of his special status, he was able to suppress the matter temporarily. Hearing this threat, Yi's expression did not change. He shook the mixing pot and said calmly, I know. It's not bad to stay in the tavern. After all, there is food and drink here. Is Minister Fan going out? Snort. Fan Lu didn't answer, turned around and took the people away. Behind him, the others were carrying a black equipment box. And it looked like they were going on a long trip. Obviously, the headquarters approved their application for action. No need to be reminded by Yi. Su Xia has already seen all this through the nanorobots. Ding! Van Lu and his party took the elevator to the first floor. Their car has been parked in front of the tavern, and they plan to drive to Seahorse City in the south to have a look. After walking out of the gate, one of them looked up at the night sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, The stars are shining tonight. It's a good day to travel. We may gain a lot from this trip. Chapter 309 Feeling Restless. Brush! Su Xia closed the window of the pharmacy and drew the curtains. The previously smashed window glass has been temporarily replaced. The store is still warm, and the lights are still warm and yellow. Beside, on Hong Bafu's experimental table, the firelight was swaying, and the glassware was bubbling. I didn't know what he was cooking, but it smelled like sausage. Blue Bafu is also cooking some strange things, which don't seem to be normal recipes. Are you improving the medicine formula? Su Xia asked him. No. Lan Bafu stared intently at the glassware in front of him and replied quietly. Brother Hong and I want to make a special kind of food. Which kind of food? A food that is cheap, has minimal portions, is made from easily available ingredients, and yet makes people feel full. Compressed biscuits? Compressed biscuits are not cheap, especially for those in the slums. Lan Bafu blew the smoke on the container. We want to make one that everyone can afford. Cheap enough, and full of food. Thing. Such a thing does not exist. Su Xia was very realistic. The human body and the laws of nature cannot be violated, and energy conversion is conserved. We'll just give it a try. If we can't do it, forget it. The two of them also understood and did not force it. The thin and poor orphans today greatly touched them, so they wanted to try even though they knew they would fail. Su Xia packed up the pile of drafts in front of her, knocked on the table, and said to the two of them, I'm going to rest first. I'm too tired these days. I might wake up later tomorrow. Okay, brother. You can sleep peacefully. We are in the store. Both of them said they would guard the store and reassure Su Xia. Su Xia went out with the scratch paper and went upstairs to the restaurant opposite to look at the sleeping children. Boss Zhao and several of his employees haven't rested yet, and are preparing some food materials needed for tomorrow. Su Xia said low to them and went back to her room. He closed the door gently and did not turn on the light. The room was dark. Su Xia sat calmly on the bed and saw the real-time picture sent back to him by the nanorobot. Let's go! Van Lu and his party have already set off. Judging from their direction, they are leaving the city from a checkpoint in the south of the city and heading to Haima City in the south along a common road between cities. They drove two black commercial vehicles, which were inconspicuous in the night. They were stopped twice by human patrol soldiers along the way. After showing their IDs, they were let go. The nanobots formed a black hummingbird and followed closely behind the two cars. Su Xia has never been to Haima City. On his personal map, Haima City is still in a foggy state. But on the game forum, there are already maps between the two cities, posted by some players who like to explore. After leaving the checkpoint, there are 3 main roads you can take. Su Xia clicked on a map. One of them passes through 2 small towns. You can supply supplies along the way, but the route is very roundabout. The second route is shorter. The third one is often harassed by wandering mercenaries. There are more than a dozen forks and dozens of branch roads on these 3 main roads. It is difficult to judge which one Fan Lu and others will choose. Su Xia focused on the longer branch roads and thought for a moment. With the characters of Fan Lu and others, there is a high possibility of choosing the second option. After a while, he closed the map and began to change clothes. The black coat and pharmacist's robe he often wears should not be stained with the smell of blood or gun smoke. This is one of the rules of his actions. The senses of psychic creatures are very keen, and their noses are more sensitive than dogs. If someone smells the smell of blood on him, he may suspect that he has another identity. Su Xia stood in front of the mirror, put on a common black combat uniform, raised the mask to her nose, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Then, he opened the window and jumped down from the building, the cold wind whistling in his ears. He was like a ghost, breathing steadily, moving quickly in the dark night, relying on the shadow of the building to hide himself, making almost no noise. A moment later, Su Xia used nanorobots to cover her whole body, activated the environmental invisibility function, and soared into the sky. Call! The strong wind in the sky was even stronger, like an icy knife cutting into his body, and the temperature didn't know how low it was. Approaching checkpoint, another message came from the nanorobots, and the real-time picture was very clear. Van Lu and his party arrived at the checkpoint leaving the city. This time, not only human soldiers, but also soldiers from the mechanical tribe inspected them. They still showed their identification from the Lingdian Tavern. People from the 0 Point Tavern? The mechanical warrior stood outside the car window. A blue light flashed in his eyes, and his tone was very cold. Yes. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise the tavern headquarters won't be able to protect you. Okay. The chaos caused by the war left the world without a unified identity card. There are all kinds of identity certificates, as long as they are recorded in the Machine Clan system and recognized by the Machine Clan. Even a personal driver's license is a universal identity document. After leaving the city, Van Lu and others indeed chose the second route. Su Xiao looked at the direction they were heading and began to adjust her action plan in her mind. The night is getting deeper and deeper, and fog begins to form on the outskirts of the city. The light yellow car lights slowly move forward in the mist. Strange. Why am I feeling a little restless? In the second commercial vehicle, a level 4 creature rubbed his brows and whispered secretly. Van Lu's team is excellent. Some are responsible for investigation, some are responsible for calculation, and some are responsible for combat. Each person's talent is special. Such a small team can travel almost unhindered across the entire continent. The talent of this 4th level creature talking to himself is crisis perception, which is similar to the talent of Shui Lin that Su Xia killed in the Fishscale City Tavern. That day, it was because he sensed that he was in danger that Shui Lin fled to the Lingdian Tavern in advance. He thought that Su Xia did not dare to take action inside the tavern. This ability is equivalent to a weakened version of Death Prophecy. The member suddenly covered his ears. A trace of pain flashed across his face. He had tinnitus. Very severe tinnitus, as if the sharp sound was exploding in his mind, almost making him convulse on the spot. Seeing this, several other people changed their expressions and hurriedly shouted, "Stop the car! Something is wrong!" The driver looked in the rearview mirror, stopped immediately, and notified the car in front of him. "Boss, something is wrong!" After getting the news, the previous car also stopped. Van Lu opened the car door, frowned, walked to the door of the next car, and asked, "What happened?" One of them replied, "Xiao Qi has a headache and tinnitus. It may be that his talent of crisis sensing is passively triggered." "Triggered here?" Van Lu raised his head and glanced around. There was a mist all around, and in his perception, only a few sleeping gopher rats had strong vitality, except for those ground mice. The other sources of life force are earthworms in the ground, worms in tree trunks, and the like. Rats and earthworms are naturally unlikely to pose a life threat to their team. "We have just left the city. This is still the territory of the Machine Tribe. How can we trigger crisis awareness?" Van Lu was in a bad mood. He wanted to go to Haima City to kill a few people immediately to vent his anger. His tone of voice was not as calm as before. "Could it be a mechanical race? Impossible. They are still negotiating. They don't dare to break up now." With the temper of the Machine Tribe, if they really wanted to kill them, just destroy the tavern branch in Coral City. They would not engage in such small tricks. The member named Shuchi pressed his eyebrows hard and said, "Boss, I feel very uncomfortable. Why don't you go back? If we go back like this, wouldn't it make some people laugh?" "Can. Your ability has often gone wrong before. You are too sensitive. You get headaches when you are nervous." "Yes, it is." Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and opened his mouth several times, but swallowed the words as they reached his lips. They all knew that this operation was not easy. The headquarters refused to approve it at first. In the end, Van Lu used a lot of effort to get the application approved, and even promised the headquarters that they would get the real news about the masked stranger. Going back like this is indeed a joke. But to be honest, everyone had seen enough of their jokes in the previous battle on the ruins, and it didn't matter if they were laughed at again. Compared with life, embarrassment is nothing. Take 2 pain pills and keep going. Fan Lu gave the order and returned to his car. The other members were a little helpless. They all signed special contracts and had to listen to Fan Lu's instructions and act with him. In fact, what Fan Lu said makes some sense. This is still within the actual control range of the Machinery Clan, and the only ones who can pose a threat to them are the Machinery Clan soldiers. Crisis sensing should not be triggered in a place like this. After the convoy started again, one of them asked with concern, Xiaoqi, is it an old injury? Yes, it's possible. Another person said the same thing, not sure if he was comforting himself. A few of us had a fight with you two all before, and you were dizzy at the time. Maybe you're not feeling well yet? Well, let me take 2 painkillers to try. Xiaoqi took out his medical bag, skillfully dug out the painkillers, threw 2 tablets into his mouth, mixed them with hot water, and swallowed them in one gulp. At the same time, the remaining members of the team have raised their alertness to the highest level, and the 2 team members responsible for investigation are using their respective abilities to ensure absolute safety around their convoy. Su Xia has been observing them through nanorobots in the extremely distant sky behind. The information Yi gave is correct. This person's crisis sensing ability is much stronger than Xuelin. This member named Xiuqi has level 4.4 psychic power, and is much stronger than Xuelin. Su Xia began to control the distance between the nano-machine hummingbird and the 2 cars, gradually widening the distance, leaving only a blurry field of vision, making sure she didn't lose track of them. Time passed slowly, and it gradually came to 2 o'clock in the morning, and the night seemed darker and darker. Thick fog drifted over the wilderness, like a gentle ocean rising and falling, drowning everything. In the past few hours, Fan Lu's motorcade has been moving smoothly, let alone an enemy. Not even a ghost was seen. In the second car, Xiuqi's headache was gone and his tinnitus had disappeared, which made the other people feel relieved. Cheer up, everyone. There are often accidents on the road ahead, and there are psychic monsters. The driver in the first car reminded. It's just some mutated beasts. What are you afraid of? One of them said with a smile. Yes, it would be best to have a few monsters. I'm almost bored. The team chatted through the public channels on the 2 cars, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. A few minutes later, the 2 vehicles entered a side road. Don't let down your guard. Many merchants' fleets have been attacked by monsters in the past, resulting in a large amount of cargo losses. The driver of the first car reminded again. He had done a lot of research. If it were not to save time, he would not choose this road. Recently, the undead have come, and many undead members have taken over daily convoy escort tasks. Under their fearless protection, the merchant's cargo transportation situation has become better. Compared with conventional mercenaries, the combat effectiveness of the undead is much weaker, and their equipment is uneven. But the price required is also lower. For businessmen, the price of one mercenary allows them to hire dozens of undead. This is a great price. Compared to those mutated monsters, I would rather see the masked monster. The driver of the second car suddenly said. He looked forward, holding the steering wheel, with a confident smile on his lips. Brother Luo, do you really want to be tortured? The people in the passenger seat laughed. Together they couldn't even defeat Yutuo. But the masked stranger could tie with Yutuo. In the tavern's combat power estimation system, the masked stranger was in the same league as Yutuo, and ordinary 4th level creatures were no match at all. The driver replied with a smile. What are you afraid of? With the boss here, the only one who will be tortured is the masked weirdo. Speaking of who the masked stranger is, do you have any guesses? Could he be an acquaintance from the past? Someone in the first car asked. His face may be famous somewhere. Otherwise, there is no need to wear a mask. Possible. His pseudonym is too casual. Li Difu. Who would come up with such an ugly name? Well, it can't be more fake. In this chaotic world, it is not surprising for the same person to have several identities. Something like this has happened before in Lingyan Tavern. The identities of several top killers were actually disguised by the same person. At that time, many people were shocked when the man's identity was revealed. After all, every identity of that person is a legendary existence. After his identity was exposed, the man felt bored and was too lazy to go on any more missions. He took up a false position in the tavern and took on a few more apprentices. He retired soon after, and was last seen on the beach in a southern coastal city. Superior. Boom! The car suddenly jumped, and everyone in the car immediately put away their smiles and became alert. The driver said calmly, It's okay. I just hit a rock. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved again. Thinking about it, With the strength of their team, there is really no need to be too nervous. Being too nervous will only waste their energy in vain. At this time, Su Xia had arrived in front of this branch road. In a valley. According to calculations, Van Lu's motorcade will pass here in more than 10 minutes. Su Xia took out apple-shaped bombs one after another from the storage space and gently placed them in the grass on both sides of the road. These bombs were all found in the wreckage of the spacecraft. Then, he flew to a high place on one side and set up a god-killing sniper rifle. This gun has many shortcomings, and bulkiness is one of them. It was not well received when it was first released. Later, on a remote planet, someone used this gun with special bullets to snipe and kill a 5th-level psychic creature who claimed to be a god. From then on, this gun had the title of killing gods. Click! Su Xia opened the bracket and fixed the gun body firmly, hoping that the gun would be as powerful as its description. At the same time, he received the latest news. The enemy will arrive in 11 minutes. Chapter 3: 10 Bloody Fragments. The enemy will arrive in 8 minutes. Time passed very slowly. Based on the route and speed, the nanorobots had been calculating the remaining time for Su Xia. At this time, Su Xia had completed the basic deployment. He quietly retreated to the other side of the valley, and his body sank into the grass, motionless like a stone, waiting for Fan Lu and his party to arrive. Su Xia knew very well that this arrangement would definitely arouse the crisis-sensing talent of Xiaoqi. The closer the distance, the more severe the induction would be, and he didn't expect all the arrangements to work. The real trump card is always himself. The enemy will arrive in 4 minutes. The night wind was howling. The weeds in the valley were rising and falling. The temperature had dropped below zero, and the chill was eroding every inch of the air. Su Xia was lying in the grass. Her torso and limbs were as cold as ice, among the numerous side roads of the second main road. This area is one of the 3 most suitable for an ambush. When he was tracking Fan Lu and others before, he had prepared ambush plans suitable for each area in his mind. No matter which path the opponent chose, he could prepare as quickly as possible. The enemy arrives in 1.5 minutes. At this time, the fog is getting thicker and thicker, and even the cold wind cannot blow it away. Su Xia took a breath. The cold wind rushed through his lungs like a knife, and he even felt a slight smell of blood in his throat. On the road in the distance, 2 blurry car lights appeared, looking hazy in the fog. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the engine came from far to near. The heavy wheels rolled over the dilapidated road and the hard stones on the road. The headlights became brighter and brighter, and the outlines of 2 cars gradually appeared in the fog. Buzz! In the valley where the cold wind blows, the sound of the engine is particularly clear, like a steel monster waking up, its roar echoing everywhere. Fan Lu and his party did not slow down and had already entered this valley. In the car behind, the member named Xiuqi suddenly pressed his forehead, with a look of pain on his face. "What's wrong?" the person next to him asked with concern. "You have a headache again?" It's really weird. You can't really have any sequelae." "Right," the person in the passenger seat said. "When the matter here is over, go back to the headquarters and do a comprehensive inspection." "No need. Maybe I'm just too nervous." Xiuqi took a few deep breaths and rubbed his temples, but his headache increased instead of decreasing. The driver said, "Regular inspections are necessary. Haven't you had frequent headaches before?" "Yes. Not long ago, in a branch office in a northern city, there was a guy who often had headaches. Later, when he went to check, he actually had a piece of SHL fragments in his head." Everyone has experienced it a lot and has their own assumptions about this situation. Although the healing potion can treat injuries, it cannot expel weapons, SHL fragments, etc. that have been injected into the body. Su Xia has experienced this kind of thing. Last time in Fish Scale City, he was hit by the psychic weapon that came with the stand device, smashing the glass curtain wall of the building, and his legs were covered with glass shards. At that time, he was in a hurry to fight and had no time to take out the glass shards. He took a few healing potions and continued fighting. Later, when he returned to the pharmacy, the wounds on his legs had healed, and there were no scars left on the skin. However, the glass shards were still in the flesh and blood, and he had to cut open the skin again and pick them out one by one. "In the battle with you two, we were all blown to pieces. Let's check everything after we get back to make sure there are no hidden dangers." I just don't know when I can go back." The other people were all chatting, but the one named Xiuqi kept covering his head, his face getting paler and paler. The headache this time was far worse than before. as if there were thousands of bloodthirsty bugs gnawing at his brain, causing his body to tremble with pain. The severe pain was about to tear him apart. And even a fourth-level creature like him, who often faced pain, could hardly bear it. He endured it, closing his eyes tightly, and the sound of his heart beating sounded in his ears. The sound was getting faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. In the end, he finally couldn't help but yelled, "Stop the car! Stop the car quickly! And back up immediately!" He opened his eyes, which were filled with terrifying bloodshot eyes. As long as you take a quick look, you can see the emotion buried under the dense bloodshot eyes, which is the fear of death. The two cars braked at the same time, causing smoke to billow from the friction, and the tires left long tire marks on the ground. The expressions of the rest of the people in the car changed at the same time. This was the first time they had seen this companion acting in such pain, as if he was going crazy. But before the two cars came to a complete stop, the world outside the car window lit up with a dazzling white light. At this moment, the night turned into day. Everyone in the car seemed to see the light from heaven. Even though they were separated by a car window, the light still pierced them and made them temporarily blind. Everything happened in an instant, and before they could react, a horrific explosion surrounded their mother. Boom boom dash! The explosion shook the earth, and the entire valley trembled. The terrifying shock waves spread outwards, like an unstoppable death storm, and countless grass and trees were torn into pieces. Outside the valley, countless frightened birds flew up, flapping their wings and leaving the branches, trying desperately to escape from the area. The beasts in the distance roared one after another, and the mutated beasts also fled, running as far as they could without daring to approach the valley. And this terrifying explosion was only the first wave. And then the second wave erupted, and the power of destroying the world swept out, as if it was going to level the world. The dazzling white light became the only color in the whole world, melting everything, and the rich night did not dare to challenge it in this world. The third wave followed by the fourth wave of explosions. Call. Su Xia took a deep breath, holding onto the grass and trees where she was lying, feeling the tremor of the earth. Stones continued to roll down all around, and the ground cracked open one after another, as if it was the end of the world and was constantly turbulent. Even if he was hiding on the other side of the cliff, he could feel the earth-shattering feeling. If he were in the center of the destructive white light, even he wouldn't be sure to survive. For this horrific explosion, Su Xia paid a heavy price. Those bombs could not be detonated remotely, and could only be detonated manually. So he left behind a lot of nanobots. In this explosion, the remaining batch of 4th-level nanorobots were destroyed, and a lot of 5th-level nanorobots were also lost. The explosion is over, but the breath of life still exists. The nanorobot responsible for detection sent a message to Su Xia, and the white light at the center of the explosion gradually dissipated. There are still people alive. Su Xia jumped up, like a flying eagle, and headed straight to the top of the valley. He also felt that it was a strong 5th-level spiritual energy wave, and there were also 3 4th-level spiritual energy waves. When the explosion ended, darkness rushed in, once again dyeing the area in ink, and strong winds followed. Crack! Su Xia reached the top of the valley side, with cold eyes and very fast movements. She took out the 6th-level psychic cannon that she had obtained in a lottery and filled it with SH/LS. He didn't waste time observing the situation at the center of the explosion. He just relied on the most basic sense to point the psychic cannon at that area and pressed the trigger suddenly. Boom! The cannonball roared out of the barrel, and its blue tail flame was like a meteor, beautiful and deadly, tearing through the darkness and exploding in that area in an instant. A blue energy wave that could be seen by the naked eye burst out, more dazzling than the shock wave of ordinary kinetic energy weapons, like a viscous water wave, instantly destroying everything in its path. But Su Xia did not stop and reloaded. He moved extremely fast, like a precise machine, without wasting any time. Almost in the next moment, another cannonball exploded in the valley. Boom! After 2 SH/LS, one of the 3 level 4 psychic energy fluctuations in the valley disappeared. At the same time, a painful scream came from the edge of the explosion. Ah! That was the driver of the second car. His face was covered in blood. His clothes were in tatters, and most of his skin had melted. He looked like a ghost crawling out of HL. At the edge of his body, there was a layer of light blue fluorescence like shadows and lines. This is his psychic talent, absolute protection, which is many times stronger than ordinary psychic shields. It will be automatically activated when encountering a life or death crisis. and has blocked countless fatal attacks for him. It's a pity that this time, even the Absolute Guardian was blown out of action. Boom! Another bomb exploded next to him, with terrifying, destructive power impacting out. He was blown away like a rag doll, with countless broken bones in his body. His head was buzzing, and blood was oozing from his eyes, nose, and ears. He looked like he was fished out of a sea of blood. He fell to the ground and kept twitching. He was in agony, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Half of his body was blown apart. His abdomen collapsed. His legs were bloody, and only a trace of charred flesh was left connected to his upper body. That is to say, the vitality of psychic creatures is strong enough. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died as early as the first explosion. However, for him at this time, living was more painful than dying. Even gods can't save him from injuries like this. Every second he lives, he will suffer another second of pain. At this moment, Van Lu's angry roar sounded from the other side of the valley. Onlu Company, did the machine tribe ask you trash to ambush me? Such a powerful psychic bomb has almost exceeded the technological limits of this world. Van Lu immediately thought of the human Onlu Company, which had joined the machine tribe. This company just came up with a stand device not long ago, and now it is in the limelight. It is rumored that they are preparing to launch several new products in the next 2 years. You can't kill me today! Van Lu's eyes were about to burst. His body was covered in blood, and he was roaring. The anger and pain almost drove him crazy. He had already started to move, like a furious giant bear, full of murderous intent, with scarlet eyes, heading straight for the top of the distant valley. Those few psychic cannon shots just now had exposed Xu Xia's position. At the same time, not only Fan Lu was approaching Xu Xia, but there was also a 4th-level creature. That was the driver of the first car. His eyes were slightly lowered, and his speed was extremely fast, as if he had melted into the wind, floating towards Xu Xia with deadly power. There is actually a hidden master. Xu Xia had already sensed this person, and felt a little surprised in her heart. Even Fan Lu was seriously injured in the explosion, but the driver was unscathed. Even his clothes were intact. He obviously left the central area at the moment of the explosion. Just now, Xu Xia sensed 3 4th-level psychic waves in the valley, one of which disappeared after the second psychic bomb exploded. He thought the man was dead. Now it seems that the man is just hiding, perfectly hiding his life breath and spiritual energy fluctuations, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal blow to him. Kong! The sharp blade was unsheathed. A cold light flashed, and the terrifying murderous intent split the darkness, as if spreading from the void. Almost instantly, Xu Xia felt a chill on her neck. His expression remained unchanged, and he didn't even make a dodge move. The penetrating cold light stayed an inch in front of his neck, and he could no longer move forward. The driver's expression changed slightly, and he immediately stepped back, not even using his weapon, wanting to blend into the darkness again. One hit can make you escape 1,000 miles. This is the basic creed of a killer. But Xu Xia didn't give him this chance. With a slight tilt of her head, the dagger in front of her neck turned around and turned into a ray of cold light and went straight towards the driver who was retreating. The driver gritted his teeth, seeing that he had no time to dodge. He fell to the ground in a panic and rolled several times on the ground. Only then was he able to avoid the cold blade. Masked stranger! At this moment, he confirmed Xu Xia's identity. His dagger was also made of metal, so when he started it, it stopped an inch in front of Xu Xia's neck and could no longer move forward. Now it has become Xu Xia's tool to deal with him. At this moment, he could only be grateful that he didn't have any other metal tools on him. At this moment, Van Lu's roar came from below the valley. It's actually you, the masked weirdo. The bloody wind followed closely and turned into bloody mirrors. A red eye appeared in each mirror, surrounding Xu Xia. Before Xu Xia could take action, Van Lu's body had disappeared, leaving only countless blood-filled mirrors around him. Good luck to you, masked stranger. The driver's eyes were cold. He took out a bone dagger, backed away slowly, and disappeared into the darkness. The two of them joined forces, a 4th-level creature and a 5th-level creature, to keep Xu Xia's life here. Of the entire team, they were the only two who could still move. In the explosion area in the valley, there were 2 other people alive, namely the driver of the second car and the member named Shichi. But they were all beaten to pieces with only half a breath left, and they would not survive for long. Ahem. The 2 of them coughed up mouthfuls of blood from time to time, and their broken bodies were numb with pain. After hearing the words, masked stranger, the two of them suddenly regained consciousness. They used their last strength to look at the top of the valley, as if they wanted to see what Su Xiao looked like. The two of them felt desperate. They came to hunt Su Xiao, but now they became Su Xiao's prey. The ground beside them was covered with the broken flesh and rotten bones of their companions. Masked monster! Fan Lu roared angrily, and his voice sounded over the entire valley, like thunder from the sky. Do you really want to die that much? His true body has disappeared, leaving only countless bloody mirrors that seem to be everywhere. On the periphery, there is also a ghostly fourth-level creature swimming around with a dagger, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Murderous intent permeated the air, and dangers abounded. Su Xia seemed to be in a desperate situation, but he remained calm and said, Mercer's evaluation of you is actually quite right. These are your last words? Fan Lu shouted angrily. Maybe. Su Xia glanced into space. Your illusion ability still has a lot to improve. You should learn from that Zerg guy. Are you worthy of commenting on my illusions? Of course I'm worthy. Su Xia smiled coldly and suddenly looked somewhere in the void. At this moment, a whoosh sound suddenly sounded from a high place on the other side of the valley. Boom! A bunch of blood flowers exploded in the dark night, and the warm blood was still steaming. The bullets from the god-killing gun exploded inside Fan Lu's body, shattering his chest. Countless mirrors in the sky burst into pieces and turned into bloody fragments. Chapter 3:11 Too late. There are hundreds of bloody fragments, shining like falling red butterflies. Before these fragments fell to the ground, the energy began to escape, and the valley was filled with a hazy blood light, like a deep dream that could not be seen clearly. Even the gravel and dead branches on the ground were stained with a blood-colored halo. This was a sign of Fan Lu's energy collapse. After being seriously injured, he was no longer able to control these fragments, and could only let them escape. You and I! Fan Lu's face was pale, and his blood-stained body slowly emerged from the darkness. On his chest was a bloody hole the size of a bowl, transparent from front to back. The hole in his back was only the size of a thumb, and the flesh and bones in the middle had been blown to pieces. He turned his head with difficulty and looked towards the heights of the opposite valley, looking at the direction where the bullets were coming from, and finally saw the sniper rifle hidden in the darkness. How could this happen? He didn't understand how such a powerful weapon could shatter his psychic shield with one shot and beat him to the point of death from serious injuries. Is this also a new weapon developed by Onlua Company? Or developed by the masked geek himself? In Fan Lu's memory, such weapons did not exist on this planet at all. Moreover, how did the masked stranger find out his true identity? Gula gula. Fan Lu tremblingly took out a healing potion and drank it orally. His face became slightly rosy, but the injury on his chest did not improve at all. He was not trying to survive. He was just trying to hold on for a few more words. With Su Xia by his side, he would not be able to survive today no matter what. Everything happened too fast. A moment ago, he planned to kill Su Xia, but now he was seriously injured and dying. At this time, Su Xia ignored Fan Lu, who was seriously injured. Instead, she moved her eyes and saw another dark and deep area, and said lightly, Come out! You! The fourth-level creature knew it couldn't hide anymore, and Su Xia's eyes were like knives cutting into his face. He was holding a dagger. His face was not very good, and he slowly emerged from the darkness and asked, Masked stranger, do you have 2 psychic talents? What do you think? Su Xia asked without answering. Your ability to control metal, and your eyes. While speaking, he looked directly into Su Xia's eyes, trying to see something unusual in these deep eyes. He asked himself that his invisibility ability was very powerful, and it was impossible for ordinary creatures to see through it. Moreover, Fan Lu also used illusions to hide his true identity, but Su Xia still saw through it and was shocked. In fact, Su Xia just put on the life-sensing glasses obtained from the previous mission. This kind of creation in the starry sky has a crushing effect on the creatures of this planet. The fourth-level creature was silent for a moment, and then said, You are also an extremely lucky person to have awakened 2 talents. You are much stronger than I thought. This time you are not unjust. I can see that you still have questions in your mind. Yes. The man glanced at the seriously injured Fan Lu again, remained on guard, and moved over slowly. As he walked, he asked, Is there someone of yours inside the tavern? Who betrayed you the news about our operation? Su Xia shook her head. I can't say. Just guess. He said, Boss Fan and I are considered mortal to you. So you won't let us be sensible? Well, I'm not that interested. The man fell silent again and moved to Fan Lu's side. At this time, Fan Lu looked extremely miserable. He was lying on the edge of a boulder, bleeding and weak. There was no trace of a fifth-level creature. The shot just now not only blew up his chest, but also shattered part of his spine. It was already good that he could barely move now. Ho ho. Fan Lu's body trembled, and he struggled to breathe air. His broken lung shrank like a rotten bellows. And with every contraction, a stream of blood-colored sticky bubbles emerged. Such a person can already be described as a corpse. He reluctantly raised his hand again and drank a healing potion. The medicine flowed down his esophagus from his mouth. But most of the esophagus had already been blown to pieces and was riddled with holes. You could even see the healing medicine overflowing from the broken esophagus through the blood holes in his chest. Condition. Boss Fan, please stop moving and let me do it. The fourth-level creature sighed, took out the healing potions he carried, and plunged them all into Fan Lu, barely hanging on to Fan Lu's life. With the help of oral administration and acupuncture, Fan Lu felt a little better and regained the strength to speak. He leaned against the boulder, stared at Su Xia and said, "You masked weirdo. This is not the battle I imagined. This is also a battle." Su Xia replied calmly, "What do you think this battle should be like? You use all your abilities, and I also use mine. To have a duel between metal and illusion? I prefer more practical battles. To put it simply, I just want to do whatever it takes." Su Xia raised his hand and waved, and from the top of the valley on the other side, the god-killing spear slowly flew over and landed in his hand. The power of this gun was indeed quite impressive, and it destroyed Fan Lu with one shot. This was the decisive shot. The whole process was exactly the same as what Su Xia had calculated before, because the energy of the explosion was too dispersed. Fan Lu had a way to survive the explosion, so this shot was extremely critical. You are already a fifth-level creature?" Fan Lu caught Su Xia's spiritual energy fluctuations. His face was earth-colored, and he looked at him in disbelief. Su Xia nodded, wiped the scope of the sniper rifle, and continued, "So, if it is a head-on battle, you will also die." Fan Lu spit out blood, but was still unconvinced and said with difficulty, "Not necessarily. If it wasn't your sneak attack. We are all registered killers, let alone sneak attacks. Have you never attacked anyone else?" Su Xia interrupted him and said, "My current target is Mercer. Killing you is just a casual thing. I was there for the whole battle between you and Mercer. You really can't do it. You were there the whole time." Fan Lu's body trembled, and he seemed to want to stand up. But he was too weak and gave up again. The battle that day began to reappear in his mind. From the beginning to the end, strange faces flashed back among the onlookers around him. But there was no face like Su Xia's, not even one with a similar temperament. The Su Xia in front of him was a cold, ruthless and calculating high-level killer, as if he had an aura full of death. Next to him, the fourth-level creature also sat down with his dagger hanging, and lamented. "In this way, the countdown to death has already started the moment we arrive in Coral City." From beginning to end, their actions were under the watchful eye of the masked stranger. The terror of this opponent is really chilling. He is like a ghost, silent and everywhere, quietly waiting for the right time. And when the time comes, he will launch a fatal attack. He smiled self-deprecatingly. "Everyone regards you, the masked weirdo, as prey. They think you are so scared that you are hiding. They all come from all over the world to hunt you. Who would have thought that they are the real prey? Is there anything else you want to say?" Su Xia looked at the two of them indifferently. "Yes, your true identity. Who are you? You will know." Su Xia did not explain for the time being, but asked, "How did you avoid the explosion just now?" Even Fan Lu was seriously injured by the series of explosions just now, and he used all means to survive. And this driver is only a level 4 creature, but it is intact. This is Su Xia's only doubt. "My talents? Like you, I also have 2 talents," the driver replied. "The first talent allows me to achieve near invisibility in the dark, and the second talent allows me to flash hundreds of meters away in an instant." "Flicker?" Su Xia became a little interested as she muttered this word. The man nodded and said, "A kind of advanced talent. Very rare. It's like carving out 2 connectable points in the space, and it's like folding the entire space in an instant. I can't understand it. I can only use... You can use it once a day." "I see." Psychic talent, the most mysterious ability in this world, has not yet been thoroughly studied. Hal said that in the starry sky, There are also a large number of research institutions studying the power brought by this energy, trying to figure out a scientific system growth route. At this time, Fan Lu raised his hand with difficulty, pointed at the sniper rifle in Su Xia's hand tremblingly, coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood, and then asked, "Is this gun a product of Onlua Company? They probably don't have that ability." Su Xia shook his head. This kind of creation of starry sky technology is not something that this planet can understand. "Is it a mechanical race? The machine tribe and I are enemies," Su Xia replied calmly. "With your intelligence, you should be able to guess the origin of this gun. It's out of this world." Fan Lu's eyes were protruding and bloodshot, as if he was about to expire. His ragged lungs shrank sharply, struggling to support him from finishing these last few words. He did guess the legendary starry sky creation. It turned out to be so. Fan Lu was like a deflated rubber ball, and his trembling hands were paralyzed. He had nothing to say after dying under such a weapon. The masked strangers holding such weapons, just like the original mechanical race, have a crushing advantage over the entire planet's creatures. Just as the driver said just now, death was doomed the moment they arrived in Coral City. But at this time, Su Xia suddenly said, "I am a kind-hearted person, and I am not a murderous person. After you come to Coral City, if you investigate carefully, you will not cause death." The driver glanced at Su Xia with complicated eyes, opened his mouth, but quickly lowered his head and said nothing. "It's a big joke that the masked weirdo said he was kind-hearted," Su Xia continued. "Your investigation methods are not good enough, which makes me very uncomfortable. Those 2 little girls," the driver thought of the crux of the problem. "Their spirits were affected and they became dementia. It is indeed our fault. But even Boss Fan can't solve the mental problem. Even if you kill us, they can't go back to normal. It's really not possible with the methods of this planet. It seems you have an idea." Just as he was talking, Su Xia glanced at the bloody valley, and 2 breaths of life disappeared one after another in his perception. Those 2 people died after all. Before they died, they did not see Fan Lu avenging them. Instead, they saw the scene of Fan Lu being blown to pieces by a gun. They probably died with pain and despair. At this point, of the entire Fan Lu team, he and the driver were the only ones left alive. The driver had given up resistance and just asked, "Can you tell me what the solution is?" "No creature that has been hit by Boss Fan's spirit has recovered." "A potion," Su Xia said bluntly. "High-end potion?" "Yes. A 4th-level potion that has not been recorded." Su Xia nodded slightly. "The materials are precious and difficult to refine. It may be comparable to a 5th-level potion." "Then don't you need to hire a master pharmacist? Why bother to invite?" Su Xia suddenly smiled, meaningfully. Hearing this, the driver was stunned and didn't react yet. But Fan Lu next to him was shocked, as if struck by lightning. He raised his head with his last strength and stared at Su Xia. You are you. It's me. How can there be undead?" "Undead?" Fan Lu's voice became weaker and weaker. Blood bubbles appeared in his mouth, and the contraction of his rotten lungs gradually became smaller and smaller. In the end, he could only make some feeble breathing sounds. When he was about to die, he finally knew Su Xia's identity. In the complicated emotions of shock and disbelief, the world in front of him slowly dimmed, and Su Xia's figure began to blur, gradually overlapping with another figure. That pharmacist. That little bug he could easily crush. That undead who was protected by Yutua, so he could watch the battle at the edge of the ruins, turned out to be the masked weirdo he had been looking for. But how could the undead be masked monsters? How long has it been since the undead came to this world? The masked stranger is already a level 5 creature. How did he do it? What does he want to do with his identity as a pharmacist while hiding in Coral City? All kinds of questions flashed through Fan Lu's mind. But he had no time to think about it. This level 5 creature, who had been strong all his life, and a senior member of the tavern, died like this on this cold night. The howling cold wind took away his last breath. After Fan Lu died, the driver beside him looked sad. Through Fan Lu's last words before his death, he also guessed Su Xia's identity, lowered his head, and said to himself, "It seems that only the dead have the right to know the truth." Su Xia's face was indifferent. She took out a gun and put it against the man's head. A moment later, a sharp gunshot rang out in the quiet valley. Blood spattered, and a body fell. The gunshot echoed under the night for a long time, and it slowly disappeared after a long time. And Su Xia's figure has disappeared, as if she had never appeared. The cold wind in the valley is still there, carrying the smell of blood. and broken grass blades are flying in the wind. Time also passed like the wind, and several hours flew by. Gradually at dawn, a bright light appeared on the horizon. Tick-tock tick. Raindrops fell from the sky, thin and dense, moistening the dry and cracked earth. The blood left in the middle of the night has dried up and turned dark brown. Under the wash of rain, it gradually merges with the mud in the valley and turns into nutrients for the growth of flowers and plants in the coming year. Crack! A broken branch was suddenly trampled off, and the surrounding weeds were trampled into the muddy water. Someone came and walked through the mud. Several people in black robes walked into the valley, holding black umbrellas and taking in the entire valley. On their flowing robes, there are marks unique to 0 Point Tavern. Seeing the terrifying potholes and shocking flesh and blood corpses in the valley, the pupils of several people shrank and their expressions became extremely solemn. It's too late. Chapter 3:12 A Friend. It is so tragic that it is difficult to describe in words. There were broken pieces of flesh and blood everywhere. And there was blood everywhere. The entire valley seemed like a purgatory on earth. A group of ugly wild dogs were fighting for food in the valley, howling, baring their teeth, and tearing away large pieces of flesh. Get out! Get out of here! A man in black robes stepped forward with anger, took out a weapon, and fired several shots into the sky. Bang! 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 The sharp gunshots frightened the wild dogs that were snatching food. They all tucked their tails between their legs, trembled, and retreated a distance, but did not go far. They looked at the flesh and blood on the ground with fearful eyes. And they were still wandering outside the valley. They seemed to want to wait for these people to leave before rushing forward to snatch the food. Another man in black robes stepped forward and slowly picked up a broken bone among the paw prints made by countless wild dogs. This is a very special skull. Half bone and the other half metal. It belonged to a member of Fan Lu's team responsible for reconnaissance. The member's head had been injured, and a big hole was made in a battle. Fortunately, he survived. The missing piece of skull was later replaced with metal. Looks like it's them. Are you sure it's Fan Lu's team? The man removed the piece of metal from the skull, pointed to a simple serial number on the metal surface, and said, "The surgery was performed in a tavern, and the serial number is still there." Seeing that number, several people felt extremely heavy. Fan Lu had a very high status within the tavern, and all of his team members were elites. To die here like this is really a great loss to the tavern. Yesterday, the tavern headquarters refused to approve Fan Lu's application for action because they were afraid that Fan Lu would cause trouble outside. They are not worried that something will happen to Fan Lu himself. After all, Fan Lu's team is the best in the world. After Fan Lu and his party set out, the headquarters required them to reply to messages at regular intervals and report on their itinerary. But in the middle of the night last night, Fan Lu's team suddenly stopped responding to messages. I just thought that Fan Lu was acting arbitrarily and wanted to avoid the headquarters' eyes and leave the team to act alone. So I didn't reply to the message. I think so too. These men in black robes all come from the contact point of the 0 Point Tavern closest to this valley. After the headquarters lost contact with Fan Lu, they speculated that Fan Lu and others might have had an accident. So they sent messages to several nearby contact points, asking them to search along the way. They didn't take it to heart at the time. But who would have thought? Something really happened to Fan Lu's team. The pieces of meat, bones, blood, etc. all over the place all illustrate how tragic the battle was not long ago. Is Fan Lu dead too? Level 5 creatures should not be killed so easily if they just want to escape. With this doubt, they began to examine the entire valley to collect possible evidence. They encountered an ambush. One of them judged. The member of the team responsible for reconnaissance made a mistake and did not discover the opponent in advance. Otherwise, they should not have suffered such a miserable defeat. Perhaps the enemy is too hidden. Who could be doing this secretly? Masked monster? Several people looked at each other with similar doubts in their eyes. According to the information obtained by the tavern during this period, it is inferred that the masked stranger has an ability similar to invisibility, which can not only avoid human eye detection, but also avoid infrared sensing, life sensing and other abilities. Such an opponent is extremely difficult to deal with. Facing him, one can easily stumble if one is not careful. The masked monster shouldn't be able to do this on his own. He might be able to do it with the help of foreign objects. Look carefully at these explosion marks on the ground. They don't look like they were caused by ordinary bombs. A man in black robes held a black umbrella and walked towards a boulder on the left. He stretched out his hand to rub the lines on the boulder and said in a low voice, "It's an energy weapon. The special ripples on this stone are the energy generated when it is exploded by a psychic bomb. It's caused by wave impact. You can also see it on the stone here. Another person gently floated to the right and found the same traces on the stone here. Looking around, there are similar marks on most of the rocks in the entire valley. More and more traces were discovered. Several people looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. How many psychic bombs would have to be detonated to cause the tragic scene before us? Is he really a masked geek? Last time, the masked monster fought so hard in Fish Scale City, and we didn't see him using psychic bombs. He always only relied on his own ability to control metal. Furthermore, the Fanlu team's actions are very secretive. How could the masked stranger know about it? It stands to reason that the masked stranger should still be hiding somewhere. He was only a 4th level creature. How could he dare to ambush a team led by a 5th level creature? Once the ambush fails, as long as Fan Lu survives, the masked stranger may lose his life here. Found it. In the distance, high in the valley, a man in black robes suddenly shouted. Another asked, "What did you find?" Fan Lu's body, and that of his driver. "Oh?" Several people were so shocked that they didn't even bother to hold up their umbrellas. They all sped up and ran towards that high place. When they saw Fan Lu's mutilated body, they were even more shocked, and they couldn't hide the horror on their faces. One of them looked pale, squatted down, and began to examine Fan Lu's body. By this time, the blood on the corpse had long solidified and would deform at the slightest touch, with a texture between tofu and jelly. A big hole in the chest and a smaller one behind. The more the man checked, the more frightened he became. And he said seriously, "The bullet entered from behind and exploded in the chest. This was a fatal blow." So, he survived the first ambush, but died in the second one? But why did he come to the heights of the valley? Is the enemy here? If he's facing the enemy, is there another enemy behind him responsible for the attack? Next to Fan Lu's body, there was another body. The cause of death of this corpse was obvious. There was a blood hole on the forehead, and a larger blood hole on the back of the head. It was obviously a headshot. Both of them died here, which shows that the enemy was probably nearby at that time. But Fan Lu ignored the enemy behind him. A master with a gun! Several people looked at the body and made this judgment. Perhaps there was more than one, but 2 masters with guns. One of them was responsible for attracting attention, while the other was sniping in the dark. Fan Lu is used to using illusions to hide his true identity. The hunter in the secret must be able to detect his illusions. Otherwise, he would not be fatal with one shot. So, it's at least a level 5 creature? The possibility of seeing through Fan Lu's illusion for creatures other than the same level is very small. The masked stranger is still some distance away from a level 5 creature, and it should be impossible to continuously break through in a short period of time. Is it Mercer? Impossible. With Moser's temper, if he really wanted to kill Fan Lu, he would just kill him during the battle that night. The machine tribe has always been tough, and they will kill whenever they want, without any fear of retaliation from other forces. A 5th level creature possesses a large number of energy weapons, has strong concealment capabilities, is also a master of guns, and has at least one extremely powerful sniper rifle. If you don't count the members of the mechanical family, there are really too few people in this world who meet these characteristics. Francis the Gun King? The man in black robe, who was inspecting the corpse, suddenly said a name. It's indeed his style. But hasn't he retired long ago? It's not retreat. The other one shook his head and said, he went to challenge the master of the machine tribe 2 years ago, and there has been no news since then. He is probably dead. Several people were silent for a while. There are many legendary figures in this world, and Gun King Francis is one of them. He possesses a suffocatingly powerful sniper rifle, a weapon that even the human Anlua company admits cannot manufacture. Some people say that the sniper rifle was made by the Gun King himself, while others say that the gun has another origin, because the machine tribe has been tracking the Gun King for a long time, and seems to want to get some kind of secret from the Gun King. 2 years ago, Francis disappeared from the world. Many people thought he had retired. No one has seen him since. Anyway, let's report what happened here first. A man in black robe said, "Do you want the bones here to be restrained?" "No need. We stay here and try to maintain the original condition of this area. The headquarters will send more professional people to check it out." In this way, a suspicious case temporarily appeared inside Lingyan Tavern. The news was suppressed, except for these people and the headquarters. No one knew that Fan Lu was dead. At this time, it was time to have breakfast here in Coral City. Boss Chow and several employees were working together. steaming steamed buns one after another. The aroma was fragrant, and the whole restaurant was filled with the aroma of breakfast. Children, come sit here and tell us what you want to eat. Uncle Zhao has everything here. Boss Zhao smiled and arranged a separate table for the children. Su Xia changed her clothes, yawned, and walked along the stairs to the first floor of the restaurant. Boss Zhao hurriedly asked, Master Su, how did you rest last night? Ah, very good. Su Xia was in a pretty good mood now after successfully getting rid of an opponent. He walked to the door of the hotel and looked up at the sky. The morning light was pleasant, and it seemed that it was another warm sunny day. Just as he was about to go upstairs and wake up the two Beatitudes, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Yi? Su Xia crossed her arms, leaned against the door, and looked at the corner of the old street. The person who appeared on the street corner was Yi, the manager of the Coral City Tavern branch. What are you doing here? Do you want to buy medicine? Su Xia thought for a while and realized that he was probably here for his apprentice Yamo. After Yamo and Shin Yu's accident, Yi planned to go to his father for help. But his father happened to be in trouble at that time. Did he come here today to find Su Xia? Su Xia walked out of the restaurant, walked to the pharmacy across the street, opened the door of the pharmacy, and hung up the sign. In operation. The construction team hasn't arrived yet, and the whole old street is very quiet. Su Xia made a cup of coffee and sat behind the counter, waiting for Yi to arrive. After a while, Yi walked outside the door and looked up at the golden Su Xia's pharmacy sign of the pharmacy. His expression was a little complicated, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally entered the pharmacy, looked at Su Xia behind the counter, and said respectfully, Master Su, I have something to ask for. Mystery? Su Xia smiled and took a sip of coffee. Master Su knows me? He was stunned, thinking that he had never formally met this young pharmacist before. In fact, he doesn't like people like Su Xia who sell themselves out for glory. If it weren't for his apprentice, he really wouldn't want to come here. He had already visited several other famous pharmacies in Coral City. He also found many famous doctors. But those people felt that mental problems were quite difficult, and no one could guarantee a cure. Several people prescribed some healing drugs for Yi, but they were not very effective. In the end, he had no choice but to come here. After all, he is Dad's apprentice and a pharmacy genius. No matter what his character is, he is capable. Maybe he can find a way. Master Su, have we met before? Well, we met once, but Mr. Yi has probably forgotten about it. I don't have a good memory. Yi forced a smile and said in a low tone, Master Su, don't be offended. It's okay. I already know Mr. Yi's purpose. Yi was stunned again. He hadn't spoken yet. How did this person know? Mind reading? Or did the young pharmacist investigate him? Mr. Yi, a friend of yours came to see me, Su Xia said calmly. A friend? Yi asked tentatively. A friend from Coral City? Well, it's the one Mr. Yi was thinking of. It's really him. Yi felt nervous. No wonder the mask said he had a solution. It turned out that he had already found this young pharmacist. But this pharmacist is subordinate to the Machine Clan. Isn't the mask afraid of being betrayed by this person? Su Xia glanced at Yi's expression and guessed what he was thinking. She couldn't help but find it funny. He would never betray himself no matter what. Mr. Yi, I do have a solution for mental problems. Seriously? Yi felt happy. Master Su, if you need anything, just ask and I will try my best to provide it for you. No need. There is only one ingredient left, and your friend has already gone to find it for me. What material? Yi asked hurriedly. There are enough materials accumulated in the tavern, and maybe there is the kind that Master Su needs. Hearing this, Su Xia shook her head slightly. A kind of venom gland of sea fish, which has a hallucinogenic effect. It can only be found on the southern coast. It must be fresh enough. Mr. Yi and our tavern don't have it. The mission, Lost People, to rescue Yamo and Shin Yu requires Su Xia to refine a 4th-level potion called Dream Enchantment. Su Xia had not treated him before, partly because Fan Lu was still in the tavern, and partly because there were not enough materials. There is a kind of poison gland among them, which can only be found on the southern coast. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel worried. The southern seaside is extremely far away, and the poison glands need to be fresh, if they are transported from there. It's okay, Mr. Yi. Your friend is very fast, so don't worry. That's good. Thank you, Master Su. You're welcome. Su Xia put down the coffee cup. Mr. Yi, please go back and wait. Your beloved disciple will recover in 7 days at most. Okay. 7 days. Yi had no other choice but to continue waiting. Mask asked him to wait for 7 days before. But now the 7 days have passed. And Mask has not come back yet. He only knew that Mask went to intercept and kill Fan Lu. But he didn't know the specific situation. Will that interception be successful? Although he had enough trust in the other party, he could not help but feel worried. Master Laosu is here. If you need anything, you can call me at any time. He left a personal business card and then left. With this worry, he returned to the underground of the tavern and found Sanyu and others. During this time, everyone in the Beifeng Story Club was patient. If he hadn't stopped them, they would have left the tavern and defected to the resistance organization in the wilderness. When he told him that it would take another 7 days, everyone's emotions finally couldn't be suppressed. Boss E, why does it take another 7 days? You said it was 7 days last time. Yuan Hua couldn't help but complain. 7 days, and another 7 days. How long do we have to wait? Chapter 313 Dolls and Explorers. Trust me. 7 days at most. E stood by the door, looking at the angry people, feeling helpless and unable to help but sigh. In fact, he didn't know what to do. If the masked stranger cannot come back, he will have to go to the southern seaside in person to look for the venom glands of that kind of sea fish. Yuan Hua muttered. Boss E, look at Amo like this. How can you still bear it? If it were me, I would have left this miserable place long ago. Boss E, are you reluctant to take the position of store manager? Boss E, please tell me something. Everyone looked at E, their eyes like knives wanting to cut E open. Perhaps they have endured it for too long. Many people have resentment in their hearts, and some words cannot help but seem sharp. Normally, they would never say such words. Just like last time, Sanyu once again stepped forward to rescue E. As the big brother, he finally took a longer-term view of the problem. The injury he suffered from being beaten by Fan Lu last time has almost healed. He looked at everyone, waved his hands and said, Everyone, be quiet. What's the use of making trouble like this? Let Boss E talk about the specific situation first. As he said that, he turned and looked at E. Since Boss E said the accurate number of 7 days, there must be a reason. Right? E nodded slightly. Fortunately, Beifeng Story has a rational leader like Sanyu. At this point, he could no longer hide the matter, and had to give out some specific news to appease everyone. Mo. And the little girl Shinyu. Their illnesses can be cured. E reiterated. It's just that there is still a missing material. That material must be freshly extracted, and can only be found on the southern coast. Coral City being in an inland area, the tavern only has air-dried ingredients, which are not fresh enough. That's it. The restless people looked at each other for a few times and slowly calmed down. They all knew that there was really no need for E to lie to them. After all, his apprentice Mo was not yet awake. Yang Liang thought for a while and asked, Boss E, what kind of material is it? Is it difficult to get it? Just tell us and let us find it. You don't have to do it alone. No. The mask is gone. E looked at everyone and calmly spoke out the information. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Mask? Boss E, do you still have contact with the mask? How is he now? No wonder there has been news about masks in the south during this period. He can't really be there. Right? Everyone couldn't help but feel worried when they thought about the increasing news recently. Are the people in those blurry photos and videos in the messages really masks? If it is true, the mask is dangerous. Now many tavern killers have rushed to the southern cities. Once he shows up, he may fall into a life or death situation of being hunted. No. Boss E, please stop the mask immediately. Fan Lu and the others have also gone south. If Fan Lu finds them, the mask's life or death will be uncertain. Yes. Boss E, please contact the mask quickly. Their impression of Su Xia's strength was still in the battle at Fish Scale City. Although Su Xia was strong at that time, she could not withstand the encirclement and suppression of the Machine Clan. During this period, everyone stayed in the tavern, almost under house arrest, and endured a lot of pressure from Fan Lu. Over time, Fan Lu left the impression that he was powerful, dangerous, and difficult to defeat in the hearts of many Story Club members. What's more, Fan Lu has a whole team, while Su Xia only has one person. So there is a huge disparity in strength. They didn't know that Fan Lu was dead. His body was cold and almost picked up by wild dogs. If I knew it, I don't know how surprised I would be. Believe in the mask, he said in a deep voice. He will not do anything that is uncertain. As his friends, the most important thing you should do now is not to cause trouble for him. Do you understand? We understand. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Knowing this truth, if they go to the south, they will easily be caught by other hunters and used as bait to lure the masked strangers to appear. In fact, everyone is very powerful. They are all psychic creatures. But after all, they have to face the elite killers from the entire continent, including many fourth-level creatures. A terrifying network has been formed in the southwest of the entire continent. I don't know how many people are waiting for the masked stranger to appear. Then just wait another 7 days. After what he said, everyone calmed down and waited quietly for the follow-up news. At the same time, over in the old street, Su Xia was having breakfast with the two Beatitudes and a group of children. The morning sun shines down on the street, shining like gold. The construction team has arrived. Start work, Su Jianxi said low to Su Xia, and then led the rest of the workers to start work on strengthening and repairing the pharmacy. After breakfast, Su Xia went to see the construction work at the school. Everything was going on in an orderly manner. Good morning, Master Su. A worker greeted him enthusiastically. Good morning. Thank you for your hard work. Su Xia responded with a smile and walked around the entire construction site. There was nothing for him to do for the time being, so he felt relieved. He planned to go to the southern seaside, find the poison gland material, and successfully refine the dream enchantment potion before returning. This journey may take several days, so you must be well prepared. I don't know how many people are waiting for me in the south. Su Xia squinted her eyes and looked into the distance. If this trip goes well, we might even meet Dad's team. He returned to the pharmacy, opened the door to the basement, went to the second underground floor, and took out a small box of 5th-level potions left by his father, just in case. Afterwards, Su Xia returned to the ground, took a small bench, and sat in front of the pharmacy. The morning sun shone down, and his whole body was enveloped in the bright warm sunshine, as if it was coated with a layer of golden light, and even his hair seemed to be glowing. With such nice weather, we might be able to get something good in the lottery. Su Xia clicked on the system interface and found the exclusive page of the lottery wheel. The last mission, the disappearing guest continued, gave him 2 lottery opportunities, but he was reluctant to use them because he was afraid of drawing useless ones. Now I have to prepare for a long journey, and the road ahead is full of dangers, so I have to use it. On the page, various possible prizes flicked by one after another, making Su Xia dazzled. Magic plant seeds, cute alien animals, gold ore, Interstellar self-rescue guide, Interstellar exploration ship, exoskeleton wings, golden paraglider, silver scale breastplate, the energetic Argonian maid, strange insect eggs, etc. There are books, food, plants and animals, and some things with strange names. What you draw depends entirely on luck, and luck is a very evil thing. Su Xia took a deep breath. Her hands were coated with a layer of gold in the golden sunshine, like the brilliant hands of God, and she gently clicked on the lottery button. You still have 2 lottery opportunities. Do you want to use one? The system pops up a prompt. Su Xia immediately clicked yes. Then, the big turntable began to rotate rapidly. Because the speed was so fast, Su Xia couldn't even see clearly the names of the prizes that flashed past. After about half a minute, the rotation speed slowed down. The speed is getting slower and slower. The pointer passes over the names of prizes one after another, and will soon stop. What will it be? Su Xia held her breath and watched carefully as the pointer slowly crossed the last few prize grids. Finally, I stopped at a very strange name. Narcissus doll. Stop here and never move again. Su Xia's heart sank. Looking at this weird name, she felt bad. The system pops up a prompt. Congratulations. You have received the prize, Narcissus doll. The prize has been distributed and can be viewed at any time. You still have 1 chance to draw. Do you want to use it now? Su Xia immediately clicked no. He wanted to see what the eldest narcissistic doll was first. In the prize column, there is a doll-like icon lying quietly. After Su Xia clicked on it, she got a lot of comments. Name, narcissistic doll. Level, unleveled item. Type, auxiliary items. Description, a doll. After activation, it will have the same appearance, demeanor, etc. as you. It can be regarded as another you, but it will not have your special abilities. Note: narcissistic doll. A beautiful creation. What does it feel like to fall in love with yourself? In the Seventh Empire in the Starry Sky, a mechanical engineer encountered such a problem. He feels that his appearance is too outstanding, and he has to admire it in front of the mirror for several hours every day. He gradually becomes addicted and cannot extricate himself. Just like Narcissus, who turned into a Narcissus in Greek mythology. Unable to find love, he could not find another person exactly like him in the world, which made him very painful. So he decided to create another himself. This is the origin of the narcissistic doll. After reading the notes, Su Xia was speechless. He stood up from the stool, turned around and returned to the second basement floor of the pharmacy, and clicked take out. The next moment, there was a very strange doll in front of him. This doll has no facial features for the time being, with a flat face and fair skin that feels like some kind of animal's skin with a delicate texture. How do I use this? Su Xia looked around the doll and found no instruction manual. At this moment, two slits suddenly appeared on the doll's face and eyes, from which two faint blue light beams were projected. The two beams of light intertwined and swept across Su Xia's body, scanning multiple times, seemingly creating a model of Su Xia's appearance. The human face with only two slits looks a bit weird. Not long after, changes slowly appeared on the face. The eyes began to sink. The nose gradually bulged, and a gap appeared in the lips. The left and right ears were also changing. What material is the epidermis made of? Su Xia observed carefully. It's actually not much different from the texture of human skin. If used properly, wouldn't it be possible for robots to blend into the world of ordinary people? The skin of this doll seems to be a special bionic technology. This planet has not yet developed such technology. At the same time, the doll's body began to rise strangely. Its skin stretched, and it grew more than 10 centimeters taller. It was already as tall as Su Xia. The skin on the top of her head split open, revealing short black hair. Palm lines began to appear on her left and right hands, and her skin texture was getting closer and closer to Su Xia's current state. After more than 10 minutes, the speed of this change slowed down, and it was almost close to the final state. Su Xia touched her chin and stared at the puppet for a moment. Thoughtfully, I'm actually so handsome? He put a coat on the puppet and stood in front of the mirror. The two looked almost identical. This thing is usually useless, but at a critical moment, this doll can be used as a bait to catch Su Xia's enemies. At this moment, a gap suddenly opened in the center of the doll's chest and slowly opened to the left and right sides, revealing a dark display screen. The screen flickered for a moment, and then lines of text began to appear. Please click. Action simulation training. Expression simulation training. Voice simulation training. Su Xia became interested and reached out to click on the first option. Action simulation training. Soon, a few more lines of text popped up on the screen. Please stand 10 meters in front of the puppet and make the following actions. Walk slowly. Walk quickly. Run. Jump. This puppet needs to capture Su Xia's movements, so that it can gradually get closer to the most realistic Su Xia. Su Xia slowly retreated to a distance of about 10 meters and began to follow the prompts. I'm going to the south this time, and I'll be there for several days. I plan to use the excuse of contacting the material supplier to get away. Su Xia thought for a while. It's better now. You can use this thing to show up for me, but you can't show up often. It's easy for acquaintances to spot flaws. In this way, throughout the morning, Su Xia acted in accordance with the puppet's prompts. His movements, demeanor, tone and even some habitual words were all recorded by the puppet. When the puppet started to move, Su Xia was in a trance, feeling that it was another him. It's noon and the sun is shining. The door to the basement slowly opened, and a Su Xia doll wearing a pharmacist's robe walked out. The workers around him smiled and said Hello. Master Su, how about lunch? Well, good afternoon. Thank you for your hard work. With a smile on his face and a calm voice, the doll walked out of the pharmacy and walked towards the restaurant opposite. Boss Zhao of the restaurant also said Hello and saw nothing unusual. Even Hong Bafu and Lan Bafu, who passed by, did not notice the problem at the first time. It looks like it's almost done. Su Xia, who was secretly observing, felt relieved, summoned the doll back, and put it into the storage space. He returned to the door of the store, stood in the golden sun, opened the lottery page, and clicked the lottery button. You still have one chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to use it? Su Xia clicked yes, and the big turntable in front of her began to rotate rapidly. Half a minute later, the speed gradually slowed down, and the pointer passed over the names of the prizes, and finally stopped on a cigar-shaped mechanical tool. Congratulations. You got the prize. Deep Sea Explorer. Your lottery opportunities have been used up. Please try again. When the lottery is over, the prize interface becomes dim, and the buttons turn gray. Click on the prize icon to see basic information about this thing. Deep Sea Explorer. Props that allow you to sail freely on the bottom of the sea. Su Xia turned back to the pharmacy. Returned to the second floor of the basement. Clicked Remove, and tried to take out the cigar-shaped mechanical tool, but got a long list of prompts. Detected that there is insufficient space in your environment and cannot take out the Deep Sea Explorer. It is recommended to look for open spaces with a height of more than 12 meters, a width of more than 15 meters, and a length of more than 200 meters. Not recommended for taking out on land. Su Xia took a deep breath and stared at the cigar-shaped icon carefully, her heart pounding. Did he pull out a super submarine? Chapter 314 Deep Sea Fish Fry. Name, Deep Sea Explorer, tentative. Level, unleveled item. Type, auxiliary props. Description, a powerful submarine with a solid SH.L. capable of diving to a depth of 15,000 meters. It is simple to operate, equipped with a fully digital intelligent management system, and has complete power. Fixed depth suspension. Weapons and other systems. Ammunition missing. Can accommodate hundreds of members living at the same time. Equipped with 16 missile launchers, ammunition missing. Equipped. The complete description was hundreds of pages long, with dense text plus various pictures and data, which made Su Xia's head almost grow. This was the first time he had seen a prop with so many descriptions. Just the description at the beginning frightened him. 15,000 meters? On the other side of the Earth. The current deep diving record seems to have just reached 10,000 meters. And it is a special submarine specially used for deep diving. The diving depth of ordinary submarines is only a few hundred meters. And nuclear submarines in various countries have similar data. Only polar bear submarines can dive deeper. It can withstand the water pressure of 15,000 meters. What kind of Zenith Star technology is this? Since coming to this world, Su Xia has been surprised by many things. But this submarine still exceeded his expectations. He continued to browse the description of this submarine, turning page after page. The more he read, the more he felt. Safety. This submarine talks about safety all the time. The SH.L is hard and pressure resistant, and the structure is stable. It is also equipped with various escape cabins, pressure resistant suits, life jackets, etc. inside. What stands out is safety. You know, the underwater environment is complex, and no one can ensure safety. There are many accidents that submarines fear at the bottom of the sea, such as falling into the depth, water intrusion, fire, etc. Once something happens, the entire submarine will turn into a giant coffin on the bottom of the sea. For those in the submarine, the feeling is undoubtedly hopeless. The weapons are all missing. It seems that this submarine has no offensive capabilities, and can only be driven to the bottom of the sea for sightseeing. Su Xia continued to read, and when she reached the third page of the introduction to the weapon system, her eyes lit up, and she stopped at one line of introduction. Equipped with 6 533mm torpedo tubes, carrying 18 super high-speed torpedoes, munitions present. It was actually equipped with a torpedo. Su Xia clicked on the details, and the three-dimensional structure diagram of the torpedo immediately appeared in front of her eyes. Can we go deep sea to fry fish in the future? Of course. Fried fish is just talk. This thing can sink enemy submarines with one shot. So it is very precious. Does the machine race have submarines? Su Xia suddenly thought of this question. Judging from the existence of mechanical life forms, most of their underwater mechanical creatures are close to the shape of submarines. You can name the submarine and assign a crew to it. A message suddenly popped up in front of Su Xia's eyes, and the interface also changed. At the top, the option, Change Name, appears. Without thinking, he clicked directly and entered the words, Nautilus. Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea provided a lot of brilliance to Su Xia's gloomy childhood. He had read it many times when he was a child, and he still remembered the Nautilus in the book. So the first thing that came to his mind was the name. At that time, he often daydreamed while sleeping, constructed his own world, and traveled around the world in his own submarine. But as he grows older, people become more and more realistic, and it has been a long time since he returned to the world he imagined. Name changed successfully. You have become the captain of the Nautilus. Go find a place to try it out. In this way, Su Xia got the young man's first submarine. Coral City is located in the southwest inland, and does not even have a large lake. Naturally, there is no place for this submarine to be used. After you go to the south and finish your business, you may be able to go to the sea and enjoy the underwater life for a short while. Su Xia clicked to close the description of the submarine, rubbed her eyes, which were almost sore, walked out of the basement, and returned to the first floor. Master Su, lunch is ready. Boss Zhao from across the street shouted enthusiastically when he saw him appearing. Okay, I'll be right over. After these few days of contact, Boss Zhao is no longer as reserved as he was at the beginning, and gradually returned to the way he was when he was communicating with his father. Neighbors are slowly getting used to it. During lunch, the three brothers Su and Xia, plus the dozen or so children, gathered around the table, and the atmosphere was not as deserted as it was after Dad left. I'm going to retreat these days, and finish compiling the teaching materials as soon as possible, Su Xia said to the two Beatitudes during the meal. If there is no urgent matter recently, you can handle it yourself without calling me. Brother Su, do you really want to write it by yourself? Hong Bafu asked. How about we help together and participate in the compilation? Lan Bafu put down his chopsticks. I heard that writing a book is very tiring. There was a mechanical master in the north who also wanted to write his knowledge into a book. But the book was not finished yet. His hair turned half white, and he was mentally exhausted and almost consumed himself to death. No, it's not that exaggerated. Su Xia shook his head. He was now in good health and full of energy. As long as he had enough knowledge, he could write 10 or 8 books. It would be ridiculous if a dignified 5th-level creature was consumed to death by a book. The two brothers have to worry about the school construction and the children, Su Xia said. No trouble. I just like to go to the construction site and brag with the workers, Hong Bafu said with a smile. Leave the children to me. The blue blessing is more delicate than the macro blessing and is suitable for taking care of children. Anyway, it was only a few days. Even if Su Xia was not here, nothing big would happen. Next, Su Xia explained some things to make sure everything was safe. After eating, he announced his retreat. He pasted a piece of white paper on the door of his room, with the 6 words, "In retreat, do not disturb," written on it, and the door was closed tightly. He then released the narcissistic doll and dressed it in his current clothes. It should be almost done. Su Xia thought about it and realized that there was nothing missing. So she started to pack her things and prepared to set off. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and a dark cloud came from the sky, blocking the sun and giving the whole city a more gloomy atmosphere. In the room, densely packed nano-robots covered Su Xia's body, and then turned on the environmental invisibility function. Su Xia seemed to disappear directly from the place without a trace. He gently opened the window of the room, glanced at the sky, and then jumped out, his body rising rapidly, as if it was weightless. Call out! Su Xia shot straight into the sky and turned into a stream of light across the horizon. There are many small cities in the southwest of the mainland, and Seahorse City south of Coral City is one of them. In addition to Seahorse City, there are Starfish City, Swordfish City, Sponge City, Sea Anemone City, Conch City, and other cities in the south. These cities all belong to the deep diver camp of the mechanical race, and their names are very interesting. They are all named after sea creatures or objects. In the entire southwest, the only exception was the Waste Armor City where Enlon was located. Waste Armor City was formerly called Turtle Armor City, after Enlon became the city lord. He always felt that the name was unpleasant, perhaps because it contained the word turtle, and it sounded awkward. So with a wave of his hand, he erased the word and changed turtle to waste. The city is exactly as its name suggests. The whole city is full of wasteland style. All the buildings are dilapidated, and its economic strength is far inferior to that of Coral City. Su Xia checked the map while taking action. World map, Zhongzhou continent map, Southwest region map. The map was completely foggy. Only Fish Scale City in the north of Coral City and Waste Armor City in the northeast were brighter because Su Xia had been to those two cities. Seahorse City in the south has only one city marker. Su Xia then called up the map of the southwest region that he found on the forum and overlaid it with his own system map to determine the direction and position. He is just a small red dot on the map, flashing constantly. Go to Seahorse City first to see if Dad and the others are still there, Su Xia thought silently. If not, go directly to Conch City on the coast. Find the poison glands, and refine the dreaming soul. The map Su Xia found on the forum was very detailed. It not only marked each city, but also marked the dangerous areas in the wilderness between the cities. This kind of map is discovered by players who like to explore. Su Xia noticed that in the wilderness in the southwest, there were many icons of mercenary towns. The word Wang Ting was written above each icon, and the words Extreme Danger, Big Boss were marked. Character Wang Tung. 0. Tavern information is a level 4.8 psychic creature, but it is suspected to be a level 5.0 psychic creature. It is extremely powerful and appears in various mercenary towns around Coral City. It likes to torture and kill players and should not be provoked easily. This comment was also explored by the players with their lives. Some players were unlucky. They were caught by those mercenaries, locked in a cage, unable to escape, and experienced various tragic death methods over and over again, and finally had to give up their accounts. In the eyes of those players, the wandering mercenaries in the wilderness are more cruel than the mechanical tribe. After all, the mechanical tribe can still be reasonable, and they will also issue tasks and give out rewards. Wang Tung has become more and more arrogant recently. Su Xia has never had time to deal with this person. If he has time when he goes out this time, he plans to deal with him together. Keeping such a person would be a disaster. He received news that just a few days ago, Wang Tung led a group of mercenaries under him to capture a rebel garrison in the west and collected a large bounty in Coral City. Su Xia had destroyed a mercenary town before, which greatly affected the arrogance of those mercenaries. But with the appearance of Wang Tung, this man who didn't even dare to provoke the masked weirdo became the backbone of many mercenaries. The mercenaries in the southwest region gradually became lawless, carving out territories in the wilderness and plundering them. The population in the suburbs is about to become a cancer like warlords. Su Xia temporarily ignored Wang Tung and continued to check the map, flying very fast. Time passed, and it soon came to 5:30 in the afternoon. During this period, Su Xia had already left the city and was already in the wilderness area between Coral City and Seahorse City. Just when he was about to log off and have dinner, some flashing dots suddenly appeared on the map. Huh? There are actually players in this place? Su Xia slowed down and began to slowly lower the altitude. Logically speaking, there should be no players in this area deep into the wilderness. Normal players at this stage simply cannot go here. Soon, a shabby road appeared in Su Xia's field of vision, like a winding gray snake, crawling on the ground. On that road, there were several large trucks transporting goods. There are military green pickup trucks in front and behind the big truck, and there are 5 or 6 players holding weapons sitting on each pickup truck. It turned out to be a player who was doing a mission in Kaiba City. Escort missions are one of the most popular missions at this stage, and are very suitable for players' undead characteristics. If you're lucky, you won't encounter any dangers along the way. You can chat and laugh with your teammates, look at the scenery, and get rich rewards when you reach the destination city. But this group of players obviously didn't have good luck. They encountered a robber. Stop! Suddenly there was a loud shout, and then dozens of heavily armed robbers jumped out of the trees on both sides of the road. The players instantly became nervous and took up their weapons to confront the robbers on both sides. Judging from the number of people and weapons and equipment, the players are slightly at a disadvantage, but they can be resurrected infinitely and use their lives to consume the opponent's ammunition. From high in the air, Su Xia could clearly see that only a small part of the robbers appeared, and another part was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sudden attack and interrupt the player's attack and defense rhythm. There are also very few robbers who carry metal cages, which is quite obvious. People in this world have already summed up their experience in dealing with the undead. They know that players are most afraid of being imprisoned, so they often bring cages with them during battles to interfere with the player's psychological defenses. These robbers are quite smart. The player's disadvantage is too great, and they will lose quickly. After a brief analysis, Su Xia roughly calculated the process and results of this battle. At the same time, the players below also realized the seriousness of the problem. Something's wrong. The leading player's face changed. Look at their armbands. They are bloody skeletons. They are Wang Tung's people. Wang Tung, that mercenary king? Damn it. How could you be so unlucky? When faced with an ordinary mercenary organization, their team of players still has the strength to fight. But now it's Wang Tung's people who are coming, the most powerful mercenary force in this wilderness. Even if only a part of them come, the players cannot resist. Their fight is doomed, and giving up now is the best option. The boss of this player team gritted his teeth and had to give up. Let's go! The mission has failed. The other party did not take action directly, and obviously had some scruples about them. So he showed up directly, revealing a bloody skull armband. forcing them to give up voluntarily. In this way, neither party will die. Boss, do you really want to leave? Someone in the player team refused to give up. This is the last part of the mission. Once we give up, our entire week's efforts will be in vain. What else can I do if I don't leave? The boss clenched his fists, glanced at the situation around him, and gritted his teeth and said, "They are members of the big boss Wang Tung. Even the masked geek who has been very popular recently doesn't dare to go head-to-head with Wang Tung. We have no choice. Coral City officials are really disgusting. They are actually colluding with these mercenaries. None of our human managers in Kaiba City would do such a thing." The players in the team were extremely unwilling and angry. But there was nothing they could do. The incident in Coral City caused an uproar and affected all the players in the cities around them. During this time, I don't know how many people were secretly scolding CG Dao for that piece of shit. At this time, the person in charge of the convoy hurried over, sweating profusely, and asked, "What are you doing? Hurry and protect the goods. Those damn mercenaries are coming." "Sorry. You want to leave?" The person in charge trembled. "You can't leave. What should I do if you leave? We signed a contract. Call the drivers and come with us. Those mercenaries only want goods." No. The person in charge had a face full of pain, pointed hard at the large truck in front, shook his head repeatedly, and his voice trembled. "These goods are my life. How can I leave?" The players in the team were silent for a moment and violated the contract. It was indeed their fault. Seeing the person in charge feeling so uncomfortable made them feel bad. At this time, Su Xia's body suddenly appeared on the top of the truck. He sat on it with his legs dangling outside. He said with a smile, "It's just a few trucks of frozen meat. It's not like you have to risk your life." "Right. Why not? These trucks of frozen meat are mine." Before the person in charge could say anything, his eyes widened and he suddenly realized something. He looked at Su Xia on the roof of the truck and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "I was passing by," Su Xia replied with a smile. "When I was traveling, I noticed there was a lot of excitement here, so I came over to take a look." "Travel?" The person in charge swallowed his saliva and looked around. In this wilderness, monsters are rampant and dangers are everywhere. Who would choose this road to travel? Chapter 315, The Road to Redemption. This is a master. With just 2 simple sentences, everyone had this impression of Su Xia, whether it is for players or for the natives of this world. Those who can wander alone in the wilderness are basically capable people. Anyone who dares to be so reckless without the ability is basically dead. Many players in the team raised their heads and tried to read Su Xia's data through the game system. However, all they got was a series of question marks. They couldn't even pronounce the name. And everyone was horrified. What kind of monster is this? The legendary hidden NPC? Super boss? What's going on? I can't read anything. Is there a bug in my personal system? Someone asked in a low voice. Me too. It's not a bug. Crap. I met a big one. I don't know if it's an enemy or a friend. So be prepared. Everyone in the player team became nervous. Much more nervous than when they faced the mercenaries before. They all clenched their weapons, tensed up, and stared at Su Xia. The NPCs in this game are all very insidious. They may be smiling 1 second and then take action the next. Moreover, this kind of high-level NPC must have mastered the method of dealing with the undead. The person in charge seemed to have found a glimmer of hope and hurriedly asked Su Xia, "My lord, can you help me?" Su Xia smiled and said, "There are many robbers, but I am alone. If I rush forward, won't I be beaten into a sieve?" The person in charge looked stunned, looking at Su Xia's relaxed look. It was clear that she was not afraid of the approaching robbers. At the same time, the surrounding mercenaries also felt that something was not right. The leading mercenary stretched out his hand and made a stop motion to signal everyone to stop. Then he looked at Su Xia in the carriage warily and said, "Be careful. That person makes me feel very dangerous." "Strange. How did that person get up there?" Another person asked in confusion. "How come we didn't find it?" Although the mercenaries are cruel, they are not reckless. They have developed very sensitive perceptions through life and death experiences. They don't have the player system, but they can feel the faint sense of danger emanating from Su Xia. On a tree not far away, several mercenaries responsible for sniping received orders, adjusted their postures, moved their guns, and pointed them at Su Xia's head. "Attention! Once you take action later, deal with this person first." "No. When did that guy show up?" Even a few snipers and their observers had questions. They had been observing the surrounding situation, but did not discover Su Xia in advance. As if Su Xia appeared out of thin air. Ahead, the mercenary leader shouted loudly, "Friend! This is the goods we like! Do you want to share some of it too?" "Oh, I just came here to join in the fun. Can you get out of the way?" the mercenary leader asked again. "Bullets don't have eyes. I'm afraid of hurting you." "Why? Do mercenaries still pay attention to these things?" Su Xia said with a smile. "Friends, we are subordinates of the mercenary king." The tone of the mercenary leader changed slightly. He was not as polite as before. He was polite first, and then moved out of his backstage. In the southwestern region of the continent, even the mechanical city lords of various cities have to give Wang Tung some face. People at Lingdian Tavern would not easily provoke Wang Tung. Putting aside these two big forces, let alone other small forces, Wang Tung's name is quite useful. In many cases, just saying his name can solve troubles. "King of Mercenaries, Wang Tung." Su Xia smiled again. "This title is not very good. It sounds short-lived." "Friend, what do you mean by this?" the mercenary leader asked, his face darkening. "That's what you think it means." While the two were talking, the surrounding mercenaries were moving slowly, holding weapons, and cautiously approaching the large truck where Su Xia was, about to form a deadly encirclement. Things are getting dire for truck fleets. The player team is also becoming more and more nervous. Some people want to withdraw, others want to stay and fight, and more people are struggling. The person in charge of the convoy looked at Su Xia eagerly with a glimmer of hope, hoping that Su Xia could fight 1 against 100 and show off his power and kill all these brutal mercenaries. Of course, he also knew that this was not practical. Even high-level psychic creatures may not be able to fight hundreds of mercenaries at the same time. Not to mention that there are also psychic creatures among the mercenaries. The person in charge looked at the nervous team of players again, and felt that there was really no other way. He could not help but gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, if you can help me defeat those robbers, I am willing to give you half of this batch of goods." "Half? It doesn't sound sincere enough," Su Xia said with a smile. "If I can defeat the mercenaries, I can also defeat your escort team. If you really want these goods, can't you rob them all?" "My lord." "You?" The person in charge's face turned pale, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. Although this person has nothing to do with Wang Tung, he is not necessarily a good person. He may be another mercenary force that has an interest conflict with Wang Tung. But Su Xia quickly shook her head. "Forget it. I'm not interested in your frozen meat. But I am interested in the goods hidden in the frozen meat." The person in charge's face turned even paler, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, his eyes constantly looking towards the door of the carriage. It's normal when you think about it. If it's just a few trucks of frozen meat, there's really no need to hire so many players to protect it. In the distance, the mercenary leader also guessed that there might be other valuable cargo in the car. The mercenary leader was heard shouting, "Friend, are you really unwilling to leave? I'm tired from traveling. Why don't you take a rest here?" Su Xia asked. "Okay." A cold light flashed in the mercenary leader's eyes. He stopped talking nonsense, put one hand behind his back, and made a gesture. "Do it." The next moment, 5 snipers hiding in the surrounding trees opened fire at the same time. 5 fatal bullets flew out from different angles and approached Su Xia in an instant before the others could react. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounding the carriage where Su Xia was sitting, there were 3 more black bullet holes, and 2 more were missing. All 5 bullets missed. The mercenary leader's expression changed, and he felt a chill in his heart. What happened? The 5 snipers he arranged are all good snipers. At such a close range, it doesn't matter if one of them misses. But why do all 5 of them miss? Did they all drink fake wine? The problem is not on his side, but on Su Xia. Only then did everyone in the players' team react, and the leader immediately shouted, "Everyone get down!" The players laid down one after another, using the body of the pickup truck as cover, and the tense atmosphere reached its peak in an instant. At this point, they may not be able to leave even if they want to. The person in charge also hurriedly squatted down with his head in his hands. His whole body was soaked with cold sweat. He could only keep praying. "Don't hit me! Don't hit me!" Bullets don't have long eyes. If the two sides really fight and form a stalemate, the survival of ordinary people like him depends entirely on luck. At this moment, the mercenary leader not far away shouted again, "Friend! The guns of several of my men accidentally went off just now. 5 snipers fired at the same time?" Su Xia smiled lightly. "Where did you buy your guns? I will avoid danger in the future." "Friend, this is our fault. Please rest slowly, and I won't disturb you. I wish you a pleasant journey. You're here now. Don't leave in a hurry. Su Xia flicked her hand casually, and there was a small dagger in her hand. The mercenary leader's face changed slightly. He knew how to use psychic shields, so he should be able to withstand a few blows. Right? But he really couldn't see through Su Xia's reality. Su Xia's ability to dodge those bullets just now really shocked him. A very terrifying name slowly emerged in his mind. Could it be that person? When he thought of that person, the mercenary leader's heart beat loudly. He held his weapon and stopped moving forward. Instead, he began to retreat slowly. Friend, how about we say goodbye? Not really. Why be aggressive? The mercenary leader said loudly. They are all here to mess around. It's not easy for everyone. Keep a line. I didn't attack the rest of the convoy just now. I just wanted to force them to leave. If there weren't these undead guards, several drivers in the convoy would have been beaten into pieces. Right. The mercenary leader's face froze, and he did not deny it. He stepped on the soft withered grass and still retreated. At the same time, the other mercenaries saw that something was wrong and were slowly retreating. Even those hidden in the surrounding jungle began to evacuate, and several snipers had already left their original positions. In their view, the man sitting on the carriage had a tough attitude, but he had not taken the initiative yet. This shows that that person also has scruples. As long as they withdraw slowly, everything will be fine today. Seeing this, the person in charge of the convoy was a little anxious and hurriedly reminded Su Xia in a low voice. Sir, after they go back, they will probably call more mercenaries to surround us. And they may even call the mercenary king. After all, you just said that. No hurries. Su Xia glanced at him lightly and said, They don't have wings. How can they still fly away? I mean, do you want to live? Oh? The person in charge trembled. His face turned pale, and he almost fell to his knees on the spot. He was afraid that Su Xia was not a good person either. After a group of wolves finally left, another tiger came. Su Xia patted the car, making a banging sound, and asked, What are the real goods in this car? Medicines? Weapons? Valuable objects? Yes, yes. The person in charge gritted his teeth and looked embarrassed, as if he was having an ideological struggle. After more than 10 seconds, he spoke with difficulty. It's a kind of medicine. What kind of medicine? Is it prohibited? Su Xia asked. It's not that it's illegal, but officials in various cities don't currently allow the production of this drug. Isn't that contraband? Su Xia subconsciously thought of the sugar water she had come into contact with before, and asked, Does it have an addictive effect? No. No. Sir, you have misunderstood. I am a good citizen and will not sell that kind of medicine. My medicine is just the opposite. Oh. Su Xia's heart moved and she immediately said, Give me a copy. The person in charge hurriedly took out a box of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Su Xia respectfully. But Su Xia was sitting on the carriage and was too high to hand it over. Fortunately, there was a slight metal sensation in the medicine box. Su Xia raised her hand, and the box flew up out of thin air and landed firmly in his hand. He opened the seal and tore open the medicine box, revealing the medicine in the box before his eyes 6 thin medicines. The solution inside the potion is translucent green. There is no instruction manual on the surface of the medicine. There is no information about the materials, production date, usage, etc. And there is no information about the effect. Su Xia squeezed out a drop of the medicine, put it on the tip of her nose and sniffed it, and immediately understood what it was. He smiled, threw the remaining potion back, and asked, Where did this medicine come from? North. Fish Scale City. The person in charge took the potion and answered honestly. Su Xia continued to ask, What effect does it have? This medicine can treat people who are addicted to other drugs. The person in charge put away the medicine preciously. Not long ago, the 2 families in Fish Scale City suddenly completely withdrew from the previous drug market. And they did an amazing job. A fire burned down their own planting base, leaving no escape route. It is said to be related to the legendary masked stranger. Go on. After that, the 2 families were silent for a while, and launched this potion not long ago. How does the medicine work specifically? Exceptionally effective. The person in charge explained. With just 1 course of treatment, people can get rid of their dependence on those damn drugs. This is simply a miracle drug. Su Xia nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied. This medicine is exactly the purifying medicine he got from doing the sugar water mission. Later, He gave the formula of this potion to the two families in Fish Scale City, and asked the remaining members of their families to promote this potion. For many people who have gone astray, this potion amounts to a chance at a new lease of life. The two families did not disappoint Su Xia, and they did not dare to disappoint Su Xia. As long as Su Xia is still alive, even if he disappears all the time, people from the two families will not dare to disobey him. After all, they were all afraid of being killed that day.
Does this medicine have a name?
Su Xia asked.
Some. What does it call?
Redemption potion.
The name is okay.
Compared with purification, the word salvation seems to be more suitable for the effect of this potion. Su Xia asked again.
How is the sales volume of this drug? What is the response to it in various cities? Sir, you have also seen that I still need to hide these in frozen meat so that I can secretly transport them between cities.
What?
Is it difficult to promote? No. No. It's not difficult to promote this medicine. This medicine is very popular with people at the bottom everywhere.
The person in charge answered truthfully.
The real difficulty is the local snakes from various cities. Many people don't want to see this medicine's appearance.
Yeah, that's right. In the past, even Shuetlin sugar water industry could bring extremely terrifying profits every year. Sugar water is just one of countless similar products, and the huge profits in this industry are shocking. Once the salvation potion is promoted, no one knows how many people will have their financial resources cut off. In this world, cutting off people's financial resources is tantamount to killing their parents.
Do you make a lot of money selling this kind of salvation potion?
Su Xiao looked at the person in charge and asked.
How much money will the two major families take from you? The profit is not small. After all, many people buy it. The two major families will not take any money at the moment, as long as we are willing to promote it. Are there many people like you?
Many. Many. The person in charge held the potion tightly, nodded repeatedly, and said,
There are many people who are even doing business at a loss. They would rather lose their money than to promote this salvation potion and let the world know about the existence of this medicine.
These days, Su Xiao's actions are not completely useless. With the vigorous promotion of the two families, with Fish Scale City as the center, countless salvation potions were sent to other cities along the surrounding spider web-like roads. Many people have been troubled by addiction problems. After being cured, they actively joined the promotion of this drug. Even though it was difficult, many people persisted. The road they took has connected the entire southwest region cities, and is still extending outwards, delivering thousands of medicines to the hands of those in need. One day, this road to salvation will connect the whole world. Chapter 316 Route.
Good, very good.
Su Xia gently wiped off the drop of light green liquid on her hand and looked into the distance. Feeling quite good, after leaving that day, he never paid attention to the affairs of Fish Scale City. Unexpectedly, the two families have promoted the potion to this extent, and people in at least 30 cities have benefited from it.
It's good if there are more people. That's a good thing.
What makes Su Xia happy is that more and more people recognize and join this difficult path. His power alone is limited. He can affect small things, but he cannot change the big situation. If you want to turn things upside down, you must get the support of countless people. Although this world is rotten to the core, there are still countless people hiding in the rotten haze. Even if they are born in darkness, they still yearn for the light.
Are you going to take this batch of medicine to Haima City?
Su Xia asked the person in charge.
Yes. Yes.
The person in charge was very good at observing words and expressions. Seeing the relief in Su Xia's tone, she immediately relaxed a lot. If he guessed correctly, Su Xia was probably related to those two families.
7 days ago, I set out from Seahorse City and hired these undead warriors as my escort.
The person in charge pointed at the players.
I also encountered some monsters and small-scale mercenary attacks on the way, but they were all repelled by the warriors. I arrived at Fish Scale City successfully to load the goods, but I didn't expect that on the way back to the city, I would meet someone from the Mercenary King.
This is a matter of luck and probability. If you are not lucky, you have to admit defeat. In recent times, Wang Tung's people's activities have become wider and wider, causing many passing businessmen to complain. Just 2 days ago, the human city lord of Seahorse City even negotiated with Coral City, hoping that Coral City could restrain Wang Tung and stop him from being too presumptuous. But Coral City agreed on the surface, but secretly still let Wang Tung do whatever he wanted without giving a shit. In fact, even if you wanted to, you couldn't. The wilderness is so big. Even if the surrounding cities send troops to encircle and suppress him, the possibility of catching Wang Tung is very small. but it will easily anger him. Once such a lawless mercenary is angered, who knows what he will do?
Sir, are you going to Seahorse City too?
The person in charge asked cautiously.
Well, I plan to go and have a look.
Su Xia nodded.
Then how about we go together? It's good to have someone to take care of you. If you want protection, just say it. No need to beat around the bush.
Su Xia originally planned to leave after dealing with the mercenaries to avoid wasting time. But the real goods in the carriage made him change his mind. Since it is an industry he created by himself, there is nothing wrong with protecting it. By the way, you can also learn about the situation in Seahorse City.
What's your name?
Su Xia asked.
Chung Min.
The person in charge replied respectfully.
Okay. Wait for me here for a few minutes and we'll leave later. My lord. What is this? Didn't you say that?
Su Xia looked into the distance and her tone was very calm.
These mercenaries cannot be let go.
This? Chung Min was shocked. Does this master really want to keep those hundreds of mercenaries? With 1 against 100? How confident is this? The conversation between the two was not deliberately suppressed. The players could all hear it. And the mercenaries, who were evacuating in the distance, could also hear it. The mercenary leader's heart sank. And he made a gesture to the men around him. And then shouted,
Friend, you can take those goods and leave. We are not enemies.
Why should we fight to the death? That's good.
Su Xia smiled lightly.
But you are wrong. We have been enemies for a long time.
The mercenary leader's palms began to sweat, and his whole body tensed up. He tried his best to maintain his composure on the surface, while constantly calculating the escape route in his mind. If it was really that person, then he would have no choice but to run for his life today, and he would die miserably in a head-on battle. A young mercenary next to him shouted,
Boss, this guy doesn't know how to live or die. So don't talk nonsense to him. There are so many of us. Why are we afraid of him alone? Shut up.
Before the mercenary leader could speak, another higher-ranking mercenary scolded the man. As long as they are mercenaries with psychic powers, they can intuitively feel the faint sense of oppression that Su Xia brings to them.
It seems we can't retreat. Get ready for battle.
The mercenary leader warned in the team channel, and made gestures to ask his subordinates to stop retreating and gather around him. With these men stalling for time, he has a greater chance of escaping. At this time, in the carriage, Su Xia took her time and put on a pair of ordinary dark blue boots. There was a lightning logo on the heel of the boots. This is the reward Su Xia received in the disappearing guest mission last time. It was obtained together with the
light perception glasses
and is called
Boots of Speed.
These boots have very high requirements for the user. He had tried it several times in the spacecraft before, and it felt good. As soon as she put it on, Su Xia felt that all the energy in her body began to gather at her feet. Those boots seemed like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring his energy at an extremely fast rate. Su Xia stood up slowly and felt endless power gathering under her feet. It seemed that she could jump a very long distance with just one leap. At this time, the leader of the player team asked,
Sir, does he need our assistance in fighting?
Su Xia nodded.
Protect Chung Min and the drivers, and leave the rest to me. Sir, we can do more. We can attract the enemy's attention for you. We are not afraid of death. No need. But you are only one person. Just in case. Nothing unexpected.
Su Xia relaxed her muscles and bones and rejected the player's requests for help. She was extremely confident from beginning to end. The leader of the player team opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but his teammates next to him pulled his sleeves. So he had to give up. This kind of high-level NPC is moody, and it would be bad if he talks too much and makes people bored. One of the teammates sent a message on the team channel.
Boss, let's watch this NPC fight first. If he fails, we will go and help. Yes, it's useless to help from the beginning.
Another player also thought the same.
It's best to act when he is in trouble. By then we can complete the task and gain a favor. But looking at it like this NPC seems to be very strong. It's all question mark. The mercenaries are not weak either. They might fight to the death, and both sides will lose. Let's just watch it first. Just protect Chung Min and a few drivers who are required by the mission.
The player team discussed quickly. After the discussion, they began to take action, holding weapons to protect the mission target. At this moment, the mercenary leader in the distance shouted again.
Friend, I think there may be some misunderstanding. Can you please tell me something? Misunderstand?
Su Xia smiled lightly and replied,
You should be able to guess.
Before he could finish speaking, a fatal light suddenly flashed behind him. The mercenaries took action. The mercenary leader was responsible for shouting and distracting Su Xia. Another assassin hid behind him and immediately launched an attack while Su Xia spoke. Their coordination is seamless. Almost perfect. If it were an ordinary 3rd level or 4th level creature, without passive protection skills, it might really fall to this blow. The sneak attacker was so fast that he couldn't even open the psychic shield. Many mercenaries had a look of surprise in their eyes. But in the next second, the surprise turned into panic. Click. There was only a crisp sound, as if something was cut off, and the figure of the sneak attacker and Su Xia passed each other. Su Xia's face was expressionless, and there was a blood-stained skeleton sword in her hand. With no wounds on her body, the sneak attacker groaned miserably, and his whole body was severed from the middle, turning into 2 bloody parts. Blood spurted out, and he fell heavily to the ground. The 2 parts of his body rolled over in the grass several times, and the various intestines in his abdomen were scattered all over the floor. The blood that gushed out dyed the surrounding vegetation a terrifying scarlet color. Ah! After a brief period of numbness, severe pain struck. The man screamed in pain, his whole face twisted in pain, and the shrill screams made many mercenaries around him feel numb. You know, this man is the top 3 strong men in their entire mercenary team, and his assassination ability is definitely the first. Such a master is actually on the verge of death after just one encounter? The players were equally shocked. They had the assistance of the game system, but no one could see the sword clearly just now. Seeing the bloody intestines rolled down in the grass, one of the players suddenly swallowed his saliva and said, "I suddenly want to eat hot pot blood sausage." Another player echoed, "I also want to eat hairy tripe later." "Okay, let's go together." While they were talking, a new battle began. Boom! Su Xia jumped up, and his step made a deep dent in the hard carriage. His speed was so fast that his whole body turned into an afterimage. Before a nearby mercenary could react, he felt a chill on his neck. His head shot up to the sky, and the blood from his neck gushes out like spring water. Snapped! The head fell to the ground and rolled into the grass. His eyes were still wide open, with a trace of doubt and fear remaining in them. The blood began to spread. "Do it! Focus the fire! Don't skimp on ammunition!" Seeing this scene, the mercenaries went crazy, roared and opened fire one after another, and dense bullets rained down on Su Xia. Su Xia's current speed is really terrifying. Like a legendary ghost, the mercenaries' eyes gradually turned red, and their adrenaline surged. If they couldn't kill Su Xia today, they might not be able to leave. Crack! Another sword. One of the mercenaries screamed, and his whole body was cut open diagonally. It was cut diagonally from the right shoulder, and was also divided into 2. At this time, many mercenaries had not yet reacted, and were still shooting at the position where Su Xia was a second ago. Damn it! Adjust the direction quickly! Everyone spread out! Don't concentrate! As I taught you before! Some squad leaders were yelling, trying to stabilize the situation. But in the next second, Su Xia's figure appeared again, and with a sword slash, one of the squad leaders, who was shouting, was cut into 2 pieces. His speed was too fast to catch, and the blade was so sharp that cutting people was like cutting tofu. Mercenaries fell down almost every second, and some didn't even have time to scream. Crack! Click! There were heads and broken limbs everywhere. The smell of blood at the scene became stronger and stronger. Large areas of grass were dyed red with blood, and even the cracked soil was soaked. Some of them were still alive after being cut open, falling to the ground and wailing, spending the last few dozen seconds of their lives in severe pain. Ah! It hurts! It hurts so much! The first attacker, who was cut in half, was still alive, lying in the grass howling in pain. As a psychic creature, his vitality is stronger than that of ordinary mercenaries. So much so that even if he wants to die now, he will die soon. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he dragged him forward little by little with his blood-stained hands, leaving only his upper body dragging a bloody path on the ground. Finally, he crawled to the lower half of his body, tremblingly took out the weapon from his waist, opened the safety, and pulled the trigger. Boom! There was a gunshot and blood splattered everywhere. The attacker actually committed suicide with his own weapon, but the sound of the gunshot was drowned out by the gunshots of the other mercenaries, and it was inconspicuous. No one noticed his tragic death. Damn it! Who the hell is he? In just 1 minute, dozens of mercenaries had fallen, and the weapons in many of their hands were cut in half. Death comes so quickly that fear comes slowly. When the wind blows, the blood-stained grass blades fly, and the air is filled with a disgusting smell of blood. Even the cruel and crazy mercenaries can't stand it. Fear finally came and began to take over, constantly devouring the reason and will to fight in their hearts. This person. Is this man the devil? In a big tree, a hiding sniper was the first to be overwhelmed by fear. His eyes were full of panic, and even the hand holding the gun was trembling. At this moment, the mercenary trait of bullying the weak and fearing the strong quickly revived in him, directly controlling his actions. No! I can't die here! He is relatively far away from the area of frontal combat, and may have a chance to escape. With this kind of luck in mind, the sniper didn't even want his gun. He turned around tremblingly and took off his camouflage clothes. Fear was like a huge boulder pressing on his chest, making him almost breathless. His movements were so panicked that he slipped under his feet and fell down from the tree in embarrassment. By coincidence, there was a sharp stone under the tree, which happened to come into close contact with his falling head. There was a bang. His head was sunken, and blood splattered everywhere. The sniper's vision went dark, and there was no movement. He was thrown to death. In the distance, Su Xia glanced at the situation here and was speechless. He carried the bloody sword and continued to look for the next opponent. Click! With a flash of sword light, another mercenary was split into two. Soon, the number of mercenaries remaining in the entire area was less than half of the original number. And those who are still blocking Su Xia are not even close to 10%. Run! No more fighting! Any further beating will only lead to death in vain. Most of the remaining mercenaries were dominated by fear and no longer dared to continue fighting. They fled away from the center in a panic, without even having the courage to look back. Run! As long as I run faster than others, I can die later than them. Maybe after running a certain distance, Su Xia won't chase him. With this idea in mind, the mercenaries ran away faster and faster, even throwing their weapons away while running to reduce their own weight. Mob. Su Xia looked at them. These mercenaries had no fighting will at all. If it were Su Xia's Beifeng organization, even if 90% of the people died, the remaining people would still insist on fighting until the last moment. As the boss of this group of mercenaries, the mercenary leader was the first to run away. The moment the attacker was split in two, he began to retreat quickly. Nominally, it was to direct the battle from the rear and have an overview of the overall situation in reality. It was to run as far as possible. In just a few minutes, I ran 3,000 to 4,000 meters, and no one could even be seen. Luckily, I'm a fast runner. After leaving the battlefield, he looked back, his eyes filled with joy. He had always guessed it was a masked stranger, but now it seemed that even if he wasn't a masked stranger, he was no different. That man was really terrifying, like a god of death walking on earth. I'm sorry, brothers. He thought of the mercenaries who died tragically. My life is much more precious than yours. I will burn paper for you today next year. Chapter 317, Chasing the Masked Stranger. Death is an eternal topic in the wilderness. The identities of hunters and prey are not so clear here. People are killing people every day, and people are being killed every day. Many people are frantically plundering resources, just to climb up a little bit. Climb to the top of this chaotic pyramid, and become the only hunter. Today, the climb of more than 100 mercenaries has come to an end. Crack! Sword light flashed, heads flew up, and the last mercenary in the fighting area died. Compared with the other mercenaries, he was lucky. He was killed with a sword and did not suffer too much pain. But Su Xia didn't stop, and entered the jungle on one side with a bloody sword in hand. 5 people are still alive. 4 of them were snipers. They were far away from the battlefield. When the war started, they hid in the trees on both sides, giving them a greater chance of escaping. I have to say that the one who fell to death before was very unlucky. At this moment, the 4 people were fleeing the battlefield from different directions, using all their strength. The furthest person had already fled several thousand meters away. The man was panting violently, his heart beating wildly, pumping fresh blood throughout his body, and his pale face was covered with sweat. And he kept praying, "Go after someone else! Go after someone else!" He had faced such a life and death crisis before, and he escaped while others died. With a glimmer of hope, he prayed to all the gods at home and abroad. Maybe luck would come to him again. Unfortunately, this time, the bad luck is equal. Call! A bloody wind roared. A closer look revealed that it was not a natural wind at all, but was clearly the airflow stirred up when Su Xia moved quickly. The man looked horrified and begged for mercy. Wait a minute.
Before he could say anything, his entire face was cut into two halves. The section was flat, and the upper half slowly slid off. But Su Xia didn't stop for a moment, holding a long sword and running in the other direction, chasing after him with a strong murderous intention. At this time, everything was quiet around the convoy. The mercenaries who were chopped into two pieces were still wailing at first, but now they are dead, and the only sound left in the entire area is the dripping of blood. The members of the players' team were stunned and motionless, as if they were petrified. After a while, someone moved, pointed forward, his face full of shock, and muttered to himself,
"The Flash? No, it's not as fast as The Flash. Haven't you watched the movie?"
Another person shook his head numbly.
"But this is too terrifying. In just a few minutes, more than 100 robbers were killed. Did we meet a god?"
A few minutes ago, they thought it was unrealistic to fight 1 against 100. After all, it was in the wilderness, and there was no place to cover. They were even prepared to take action when Su Xia was in trouble to earn a wave of favors. Unexpectedly, the situation changed so quickly.
"There definitely isn't such a big boss in Seahorse City, and there probably isn't one in Coral City either. Could they be coming from somewhere else to hunt down the masked stranger?"
Even the players know that recently many high-level NPCs have come from all over the world just to hunt down the masked monsters.
"Broken!"
The captain suddenly shouted, clapped his legs and asked,
"Did you record the video just now?"
The other team members also reacted. Their expressions changed, and they looked at each other a few times, with questions in their eyes.
"I was busy protecting a few drivers just now, and I didn't even have time to turn on the recording." "Me too. Alas, this is a rare high-level NPC battle, and we just forgot about it. If it were posted on the forum, I don't know how much traffic it would attract to our team account."
The battle just now was so shocking, with the rapidity and killing, the light of swords and the sound of guns, that the entire team members forgot to turn on the system recording. This kind of scene is rare. Once you miss it, you don't know when you will see it again. You know, this NPC has never appeared before. If they run it well, they can definitely attract a lot of attention and increase the attention of their own team. As the game has developed to this day, the most famous team is naturally the Bikini Castle team. Even many established game unions cannot compare with Bikini Castle. Not to mention the many small teams. The ideal of these small teams is to become a top team like Bikini Castle that stirs up troubles in the game and can be invited by game companies to record programs outside the game.
"That god will be back soon."
Someone was looking in the direction where Su Xia disappeared just now.
"There's still a long way to go, and we won't be able to reach Seahorse City until midnight. We can take advantage of this opportunity. I'm just afraid that the big guy won't communicate with us." "It's okay. It's up to people to plan things, and it's up to God to make things happen."
The players made up their minds and prepared to talk to Su Xia shamelessly to get closer to each other. If it doesn't work once, try it a few more times until Su Xia gets tired of it. It is said that if the intimacy with these NPCs is high enough, it is possible to trigger the apprenticeship system. Many people on the forum are saying that Lin Shan, who is ranked first in the world, was able to learn so many advanced skills because he triggered the apprenticeship system and was accepted as a disciple by Commander Beifeng.
That big guy is no worse than Commander Beifeng.
Right? It's hard to say. There are too few battle videos of Commander Beifeng. But if we only count speed, the big guy just now is definitely faster.
On the internet, the most clicked video of Commander Beifeng is still the night of the Insectide battle. That night was broadcast live on the entire network, and many players from the Oasis camp participated in the battle. The sky is filled with artillery fire, rain of bullets, and a sea of insects. The battle scenes are exciting. Many players even recorded first-person battle videos. Many videos have been purchased by game officials for promotion, attracting a large number of novice players to join. Moreover, since the server was launched, that was the only war where the human race faced the Zerg.
I really want to fight another insect wave battle.
A player in the team side.
If we can become the protagonists of that battle, maybe we can become famous in this battle. That's right.
Everyone knew that if they went into the insect swarm that night, they would most likely be drowned by the insects and become one of the countless cannon fodder. But you always have to have dreams. Otherwise, what is the difference between them and salted fish? Under the video of that night, many new players shouted that they wanted to be
insect-slaying warriors
and worked hard to level up, waiting for that day to come.
Call.
At this time, a bloody wind suddenly blew in the distant mountain forest. Everyone was shocked and looked at that location. I saw a black figure flashing past, and in the blink of an eye, It disappeared into the distance again, seemingly chasing another person. In Su Xia's hand, the sword of bones had been completely dyed red. The sword body seemed to have been washed by blood, and even the shadow of the sword was dark red. There are only 2 people left. He never stopped, like a fatal lightning flash across the evening wilderness. During this period, he drank several potions to replenish his spiritual power. The boost of speed required too much psychic energy. Normal level 5 creatures cannot sustain it for long and can only keep drinking medicine to replenish it. But the effect is worth it. Stab dash. The sword blade cut through a dusty boulder. A scream came from the stone, and blood continued to spill out along the cracks in the stone. This mercenary's psychic talent is very special, and it actually allows him to hide in stones. Unfortunately, no matter how well he hides, he can't escape the life-sensing glasses. Su Xia drew her sword and walked away, throwing out a handful of warm blood from the blade. There is one last person. The mercenary leader was also the first to escape. At this time, more than 10 minutes had passed since the war started. According to the information fed back by the nanorobot, the mercenary leader had fled more than 10 kilometers away, and his speed was not slow either. At this time, at the foot of a small hillside, the mercenary leader stopped and rested for a while. Hoo-hoo. He lay on the ground uncomfortably, his chest heaving. An unhealthy redness appeared on his face. His body temperature was extremely high, and his heart was beating violently, as if it was about to explode. Along the way, he didn't care about anything. He even took 2 tablets of medicine to keep the explosion going, and finally escaped here.
We're already so far away, so that person shouldn't be able to catch up.
Right? The mercenary leader coughed twice violently. His voice was hoarse. His lungs seemed to burst, and he even coughed up a few drops of blood. The explosion just now was so violent that his internal organs could hardly hold on. If he continued to run at that speed, he might die of exhaustion before long, without Su Xia having to do it himself. With a distance of more than 10 kilometers, it would be impossible to catch up without special tracking methods. The wilderness is vast, with dead grass and dead trees everywhere. It is easy to lose your sense of direction, and even the means of sensing life are not easy to use. If he is the only one who escapes, the other party should have no interest in continuing to pursue him. Unfortunately, he met Su Xia. Tick. A drop of blood flowed down the blade of the sword and fell into a puddle not far away. It was like a thick mass of ink spreading out, and it was really beautiful. Su Xia stood next to the puddle, looked at the surrounding environment, and said, "This is a good place. Just right for cleaning my sword."
You? The mercenary leader trembled, feeling desperate, and got up from the ground with difficulty. He clutched a dagger tightly, which was his last hope. All other weapons were thrown away by him at the beginning of his escape.
"I am Boss Wang Ting's man."
His voice was trembling.
"I know you know Boss Wang. If you have any matters, you can discuss it more. There is no misunderstanding that cannot be resolved. So why continue to make trouble?"
He also wanted to persuade Su Xia to let him go. But unfortunately Su Xia was too lazy to waste her words. Su Xia is already hungry in the real world. After killing someone, she has to eat and cannot delay eating.
Crack!
He moved like a gust of wind and struck out with a fatal sword, the blade of which was sprinkled with blood. The mercenary leader groaned and slowly knelt down on the ground. Thick blood slowly flowed out from under his body, staining a large area of soil red. Su Xia walked to the puddle with her sword, pulled out a few blades of grass, and began to clean the blood on the sword with the biting cold water. Soon, the entire puddle turned dark red.
Stirrup!
Su Xiatsu flicked her fingers on the sword, and the long sword clanked, without any damage to the blade. It is worthy of being a creation of the stars, and worthy of trust. He put the skeleton sword into the storage space, then set off, returning to the location of the convoy, as fast as a breeze.
Call!
This feeling is quite special. The surrounding scenery is blurred, as if the whole world is collapsing, leaving only the road in front of me. If it went faster, Su Xia felt that her body might not be able to bear it. Now he has calmed down, but the surface of his skin is still cutting like a knife, as if it is about to break. At this time, over at the convoy, the person in charge, Chung Min, was picking up weapons and equipment on the ground together with many players. These weapons were all obtained in exchange for money, and were of great value. In this world, gold and bullets are both hard currency, and can save lives at critical moments.
Now that it's developed, this sniper rifle costs more than 100,000 yuan to acquire through regular channels.
A player's eyes flashed with golden light, and he licked his lips.
If you can take it back, you can use it yourself or sell it. Hey, this undead warrior. These trophies should belong to that gentleman.
Chungmin reminded him in time.
Mr. Chung, you don't need to remind me. I know.
The player glanced at him. In fact, players have storage space and can quietly collect some loot, which is not visible from the outside anyway. But everyone in the team was afraid of making Su Xia dissatisfied, and they didn't even dare to take a bullet. When Su Xia came back, she happened to see the scene. He jumped on the roof of a large truck and said to everyone,
"Just leave me half of the things here, and you can divide the rest among yourselves."
"What?
Half?"
Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Even the drivers rushed out of the cab and thanked Su Xia profusely. This was an unexpected fortune. Everyone became more motivated and rummaged through the bloody corpses, not even missing a coin. Later, Su Xia added,
"Look for the keys. There are more than 10 cars and more than 20 off-road motorcycles hidden in the jungle on the right. The keys should be on these people."
Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed again. There are so many supplies. It's exciting to think about. In the past, only these mercenaries robbed others. But today it was the other way around. These mercenaries became the targets of robbery. If this matter were told, it would be a fantasy. How many people would believe it? Not long after, a player made a joyful voice.
"Found it! Found it! This mercenary has a set of keys on him. Quick, go over and try." "Good."
The player was so excited that he took a bunch of bloodstained keys and hurried to the jungle on the right to find the hidden off-road vehicles. He pressed the car button on the key, and one of the cars immediately started flashing and honking, as if responding to him.
"That's this one."
He pointed to that one.
"It can't be wrong. I found another set of keys over there. Come over quickly and try."
In the following time, the keys to these off-road vehicles and motorcycles were found one by one, and the players excitedly drove their cars out of the jungle and ran back and forth on the road. Su Xia shook her head. These guys didn't know how to save gas money. In the trunks of many off-road vehicles, there are also spare supplies that the mercenaries have not used, which together are equally valuable. After more than an hour, the search was over. Su Xia had been lying on the top of the carriage, motionless, and even went offline to have a meal midway. When I went online again, the sky in the game had darkened and the evening breeze was blowing. Several players stood under the carriage, and one of them whispered,
"Why is this boss so motionless? Is he distracted?"
Another player refuted,
"What is wandering? That's wandering. Damn. Cultural people are just different."
Su Xia stood up slowly, stretched her body, and then jumped down. Chungmin has been waiting below. He thought Su Xia was resting and didn't dare to disturb her. Now he dared to say,
"Sir, everything is packed and ready to go at any time. Okay, let's go." "Yes, yes."
Chungmin did not dare to neglect, and immediately ordered everyone to get in the car and start again. He chose an off-road vehicle and drove Su Xia himself, asking Su Xia to sit in a comfortable seat in the back seat. As the motorcade set off, the world outside the car window began to move backwards, and the smell of blood gradually faded away. The atmosphere in the car was a bit dull. No one spoke. Chungmin was always a little nervous. He glanced at the rearview mirror from time to time. After a while, he carefully found a topic.
"Sir, are you coming to Haima City this time to hunt down that masked stranger?"
Chapter 318 Encounter.
"Didn't I say it? I'm here for a trip."
Chungmin's tone was stagnant, and he didn't know what to say. He could only hold the steering wheel tightly and try to ensure the stability of the car. Several cities in the south have been in chaos because of the masked strangers. Countless strangers flock to those cities every day. The cities are full of dangers and treacherous. Traveling at this time is no different from seeking death. But the thinking of big guys is probably different from ordinary people. For them, the more dangerous the place, the more exciting it may be. After a while, Su Xia suddenly asked,
"Haima City. The current city lord still hasn't changed?"
Chungmin hurriedly replied,
No. It's always been that one."
"Oh." Su Xia nodded slightly and confirmed that the information she collected was correct. Seahorse City is a very special city. It is different from those cities that existed before the war. It was newly built after the war. Initially, there was only one large temporary gathering place for refugees in the area. After the war ended, the leaders elected by these refugees came up with a way they would not attach themselves to other cities and build a city directly on the same place. This idea was supported by the mechanical clan. As long as they can maintain stability, don't cause trouble, and have a large enough population, it won't matter if they build another city. In this way, the huge Hima city rose from the ground, absorbing the surrounding refugees while building, and absorbed those who were homeless and displaced due to the war. It had a population of more than 100,000 as soon as it was established. It expanded rapidly in the years that followed. Later facts prove that their original city-building strategy was very correct. Just look at the refugees now attached to various cities. Many refugees still don't have enough to eat. The refugees in Coral City are very typical. However, most of the residents of Hima City have escaped from hunger, relying on the superior geographical location and occupying the main transportation route. They can collect a large amount of money every year in tolls alone, whether it is seafood transported from the southern coast to northern cities, or food and energy transported from northern cities to the southern coast. Many of them will pass through the giant transfer station of Hima City. There is an endless stream of businessmen coming from the south to the north. The exchange of cultres and the exchange of languages make these places the city is becoming increasingly prosperous.
Where are you from before? The accent doesn't sound like a local one.
Su Xia asked casually.
Sir, I used to be from Han'ai City in the north. Later I fled here and settled in Hima City.
Chengmin answered while driving.
Han'ai City?
Su Xia thought about the map. It was a city located in the northern part of the mainland.
It's really quite north. It's close to the border. It spans most of the land area. It's not easy to escape. Oh, yes. All my relatives and friends died on the way to escape. In the end, I was the only one left. I don't want to go back, so I just returned to my roots here.
Chengmin thought about his past experiences and couldn't help but sigh for a while. Living in troubled times, he couldn't help himself, and it was not easy to survive. In fact, the war has never ended. It is just that the human race is temporarily weak, and there is no armistice treaty between the two sides. The peace of recent years is just an incidental period among countless wars. Who knows when the fight will continue until one side is completely destroyed.
Is Kaiba City in chaos now? Sir, in fact, Kaiba City has always been in chaos.
Chengmin answered seriously.
After all, this city is made up of countless refugees. It doesn't even have the most primitive foundation. It was extremely chaotic from the beginning, and there are countless businessmen coming and going every day. It's a mess, but all the chaos has been wiped out. The superficial economic prosperity masks it. Yeah, that makes sense. Recently, I don't know who is spreading rumors that masked monsters have come to our city, and it has become even more chaotic. Is the masked monster really here? I don't know.
Chengmin shook his head and sighed.
But those people came all over the place for the bounty, regardless of whether the news was true or false. The hotels and inns in the city were almost full. Isn't this a good thing?
Su Xia smiled.
It will promote the economic development of the whole city. What's wrong with making more money? Sir, you have a good attitude. Unlike ordinary citizens like us, we just want to live a stable life.
Through communication, Su Xia learned that the number of murders in Hima City had increased more than 10 times during these days. There is an undercurrent in the city. Gunshots and explosions can be heard every night. People can be seen lying dead on the streets every day. There is no time to clean up the blood stains on the streets. Even the professional killers in Lingdian Tavern have died a lot. Chengmin is not what he calls a small citizen. Those who can do his job, reselling drugs between cities, are basically people with some ability.
Don't you, the city lord, have any means to deal with the current chaos?
Su Xia asked.
The city lord is still like that. He maintains the basic rule without collapse, and lets the people below him make trouble otherwise. He didn't interfere? I don't know that.
The human city lord of Seahorse City is much more capable than Qi Lang of Coral City. The core power of the entire city is firmly in his hands, and he will not worry about his position being unstable like Qi Lang all day long. Unlike the two major families in Fish Scale City, Seahorse City does not have a large family on the surface at all. It can be regarded as a centralized system of city lords.
Is your excellency a legendary 5th level creature?
Chengmin suddenly asked.
Why are you asking? I heard that 2 level 5 creatures from the north have come to Hima City.
Chengmin explained.
Sir, during your trip to Hima City, you must pay attention to those 2 people. They are high-level killers at Lingdian Tavern. Don't follow them. Before their conflict, some local gangs had a conflict with them, and the whole gang was wiped out. Well, a level 5 creature sounds pretty powerful.
Su Xia's tone was relaxed, and she didn't care too much. He just went to find his father's team and left as soon as he couldn't find it without wasting too much time. As long as his identity is not revealed, he will not face off against the two high-level creatures in the tavern. If he does face off, he won't be afraid. For ordinary people, level 5 creatures are probably considered to be immortals, and they may not be able to see one in their lifetime, let alone conflict with him. Those gangs were also unlucky. Chung Min said that those gang members were all gangsters and refugees with no fixed jobs. They often robbed businessmen from other places and relied on this method to maintain capital turnover. In the past, robbery was just fine. But during this period of chaos, they actually refused to stop. And soon they robbed a 5th level creature. As soon as the 5th level creature released psychic waves, it scared several gang bosses to the point where they knelt down on the spot.
The level 5 seemed to be in a good mood at the time. He didn't kill them and let them go.
Chung Min held the steering wheel tightly and continued.
Those gangsters were also frightened. They planned to calm down for a while and wait for the storm to pass before continuing to rob. But maybe they didn't have enough money, so they decided to rob one last time before stopping.
What a coincidence. Those gangs actually grabbed another 5th level creature. This kind of luck can really make you buy lottery tickets. Because there are rumors that there are only 2 level 5 creatures coming to Seahorse City now. Unfortunately, this time the level 5 creature was not so kind-hearted. In a fit of rage, he destroyed those gangs and killed hundreds of people that night. The next morning, as soon as people in that area opened their doors, they saw bodies strewn all over the street.
After this happened, the lord of the city just sent someone to collect the body and said nothing.
Chung Min mentioned the situation at that time.
After all, it is Lingyan Tavern, and the lord of the city probably didn't want to mess with it. Moreover, Lingyan Tavern was returned to the city lord before. Your Excellency, you are selling your face. What kind of face? The city lord's child was arrested by the people from the Lingyan Tavern not long ago because he caused trouble. Later, the Lingyan Tavern sent his child back intact, and the city lord returned some gifts to express his gratitude. Make trouble?
Su Xiao was a little confused.
Why is the city lord's child causing trouble? The whole city belongs to his father.
Chung Min replied.
This is a bit strange. The city lord's child actually admires the masked weirdo. He was caught for pretending to be a masked weirdo before. Oh, that's how it is.
Su Xiao also found it strange that there was someone with such a high status among his fans. Logically speaking, his supporters should all be poor people. Why would such a rich man worship him? Aren't you afraid that he will chop off his father's head one day? When she thought of this, Su Xiao's heart moved slightly. She leaned on her seat, looked out the window, and clicked on the taskbar of the game system. He has a long-term mission, burying the bones in a foreign land, which requires him to treat the families of the members of the Old Beifeng organization well. This mission was previously related to the Zhao Qin's Last Wish mission, but Zhao Qin's Last Wish mission failed, and the entire buried bones in a foreign land mission also turned gray, with no other prompts. Su Xiao just thought that there should be family members of Old Beifeng members in Haimas City. Although the mission is gray, you can still check the details. He clicked on the mission, and saw that there were indeed several mission target points on the map of Seahorse City. If nothing happens during this trip, I will go see the family members, and leave some money before leaving.
What do you think of the masked stranger?
Su Xiao put away the mission system, and asked Chung Min casually.
He is a good man, and many people support him.
Chung Min answered seriously.
But the way he does things is too violent, and he cannot adapt or compromise. As a result, the current situation of being surrounded and suppressed by the whole world will eventually be unsustainable. But if he compromises, there won't be so many people supporting him.
Yes. Chung Min nodded, deeply convinced. It is precisely because there are so many people who compromise that people like the masked stranger are valuable. Under the general trend of the times, there are too few people who go against the trend. Such a person is admirable. Even in the chaotic Seahorse City, there are people who dare to publicly stand up and support him. Grown-ups.
How? Those undead warriors asked me to ask. Do you have any plans to recruit disciples?
Chung Min pointed to his ear. There was a communicator hanging on his ear, and the players were communicating with him through this communicator. The players were in a hurry. They had planned to talk to Suxiadu on the way back, but unexpectedly Su Xiao got into a separate off-road vehicle. They had no choice but to ask Chung Min for help. Su Xiao smiled and said,
They wanted to give up your supplies before. Don't you blame them?
Chung Min shook his head.
Facing the mercenary king, it's normal for them to give up. I can understand it. Well, tell them, I don't accept apprentices from the undead. Okay,
Chung Min immediately replied to the players behind him and relayed Su Xia's words completely. After hearing the news, the players were immediately discouraged, and even the joy of harvesting supplies was diluted a lot. One member sighed.
Oh, for this reason again. Several big bosses have publicly stated that they will not accept people like us. This is the chain of discrimination. The machine race discriminates against the human race, and the human race discriminates against us. What about the Zerg? The Zerg discriminate against all races equally. Don't be discouraged,
the boss of the player team said.
The big boss is traveling alone, and there is only one person. Since Haima City is so big, it is probably inconvenient for him to do things. Maybe he needs someone to help him.
Hearing this, the eyes of the other members lit up.
Boss is right. It's not time to give up yet. That's right. Think about what Lady Few from the Bikini Castle team said when facing high-level NPCs. You should be like chasing girls, stalking and persevering. You will always gain something in the end. Brother Lady Few is right. What a wise saying. No wonder the Bikini Castle team has grown so fast.
Everyone nodded, feeling that this statement was true and worth a try. From this day on, a sentence formula began to circulate in the game. Lady Few once said. The night was thick, and the cold wind was howling. The convoy was like a long luminous dragon moving forward on the wilderness road. According to calculations, they could arrive at Seahorse City around 3 in the morning. Su Xia was bored, so she took out the thick book,
Spaceship Operation, from getting started to Ascension in 21 days,
and continued reading to learn about spaceship driving. After getting to know it more deeply, you will realize that the 21 days written on the cover is pure nonsense. Just looking at the classification of the spacecraft gave Su Xia a headache. There are hundreds of them with various names, such as exploration ships, transport ships, frigates, experimental ships, etc., with different sizes and specifications. Even if they have the same name and specifications, if they are produced by different companies, there will be differences in details.
It's uncomfortable. I need a book of experience.
Su Xia rubbed her brows and closed the book. The things in this book were too difficult for an ordinary college student. If he had to start learning from scratch, he didn't know how long it would take him to learn to fly the spacecraft proficiently. Even if he cooperates with the simulation training system of the Oasis camp, it may take an extremely long time. And what he lacks most now is time. On the reward column for the next stage of the mission, buried bones in a foreign land, there is the reward,
Battleship Driving Experience Collection,
which is similar to
Apothecary Experience Collection.
Unfortunately, this mission is grayed out, and I don't know if it can be reactivated this time. Time passed slowly, and it came to 4 o'clock in the morning the next day. The motorcade was still on the road, which took longer than Su Xia expected. If he had flown directly over, he might have arrived long ago.
Sir, we are almost there,
Chung Min said respectfully.
You've said this 3 times. It's really almost here this time.
Chung Min slowed down the car. The road was bumpy, and the car was shaking. Some scattered streetlights began to appear on the left and right sides of the road, like rare fireflies in the darkness, guiding the way home for outsiders. Further ahead, the outline of a city gradually became clear in the dark night. Seahorse City has indeed arrived. Behind the scenes, the players in the convoy breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission rewards were secure, and there would be no more problems. But at this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded in the dark night.
Boom!
The gunfire was very close, not far away on the left side of the road.
What happened?
The players were shocked, speeding up their vehicles, surrounding several trucks in the center, and took out their weapons to point at the surrounding darkness. Before they could fully react, they saw a black shadow flash past.
Who?
The leader of the team was extremely alert, with his finger on the trigger. But the black figure seemed to be running for his life and ignored him, quickly fleeing into the distance. At the same time, many people's voices came from behind.
Stop him. He is a masked weirdo. Quickly stop it, and I'll share half of the bonus with you.
Chapter 319 The Magic Stick. Is he the masked weirdo? The players were shocked and looked towards the direction in which the black figure was escaping. This is a legend. A super ruthless man who has stirred up troubles in several cities, has not been caught so far, and has a cumulative bounty of over 1 billion. A single fingernail on his body was worth much more than the entire team. Such a person actually passed by them just now.
Stop him quickly! Those undead guards. Can't you hear me? Think of that bounty.
Behind, countless people shouted anxiously, asking the player team to intercept. There were chaotic footsteps, shouts, and gunfire from far to near. Some people were holding flashlights. And some were wearing night vision goggles. All chasing the black figure just now. Unfortunately, even if the player team takes action now, it is already too late.
Oh! Why don't you take action?
An old man came to the road first, stared at the many players, beat his chest, and said with hatred,
Uncle, we still need to protect the goods.
The leader of the player team replied.
How much is this piece of goods worth?
The old man's eyes widened. His beard and hair grew swollen. And he shouted,
If you can catch the masked stranger, you will have enough money in your next life. Why do you still need to make money as a guard?
We didn't react for a while.
Please calm down. Oh, it's just a little bit close.
The old man looked at the direction where the black shadow disappeared, shook his head and sighed, full of disappointment. There were many people behind. Some stopped like the old man when they saw that they could no longer catch up. Others did not want to give up and continued chasing. In fact, if the player team had just taken action, it would have been enough to block it for just a moment. In a life or death situation, one moment is enough to do a lot of things.
If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will wait until the next time,
someone said with regret, holding a strong flashlight and shining it into the dark area on the right side of the road.
Keep waiting. With the character of the masked stranger, he can't hide it forever. I'll go to the city morning newspaper later and publish some insulting news about him to see if I can scold him. Then I'll go find someone from the TV station.
These people all seem to know each other and have formed an alliance to hunt the masked strangers, each using their own methods to force the masked strangers to appear. Among them, some are locals, and some come from all over the world. A few people are psychic creatures, but most are still ordinary people. They all know how powerful the masked weirdo is, but they all have luck in mind. If they can really succeed, just like the old man said just now, they will make enough money in the next life.
By the way, are you sure that the person just now was the masked stranger?
A player in the team asked.
Of course,
someone answered confidently.
If it weren't for the masked stranger, who could run so fast? Ordinary people can't catch up. But a psychic creature like me with special talents can't catch up.
The player asked again.
But can't the masked stranger fly? Why is he running away on the ground? You don't understand this.
Another person said.
There is news from Lingian Tavern that the masked stranger has been injured by a strong man before and lost the ability to fly. That strong man is probably from the north. Level 5 creature. Is there really a level 5 creature here?
The players were shocked and looked at each other. In fact, they are all guessing whether Su Xia is also a level 5 creature? If they weren't level 5 creatures, how could they cut down those mercenaries as easily as they cut down melons and vegetables? If it were true, it would be exciting to think about walking with level 5 creatures.
The masked monster has already spread its wings and cannot escape.
Someone from behind said.
Not only are there adults from the tavern, there is also a heavyweight from the machine tribe. That Mercer? No, Mercer is still in charge of Coral City. I heard that there is another one who is not weaker than him.
In fact, the arrival of level 5 creatures is not good news for ordinary encirclement and suppression teams. These small teams have no competitiveness compared to level 5 creatures. I am afraid that the masked stranger will be caught first by the big shots in the tavern or the machine clan. At that time, their efforts for so many days will be in vain. And their efforts will be in vain.
It is rumored that people from Onlua Company have also come, and they have brought a complete set of stand devices. They seem to want to block the entire city. A whole city? That's too exaggerated.
The thought of the stance device made the psychic creatures present feel numb. This is a device that can change the direction of the times. Once the stance is opened, psychic creatures will instantly become ordinary people. Some may even be inferior to ordinary people due to the disorder of psychic energy in their bodies. What a horrific scene it would be if the whole city was really locked down. By then, even the creatures from 0 Point Tavern and the machine tribe will fall into the mortal world.
Right? No. Didn't Onlua Company surrender to the machinery clan?
Someone realized the problem.
If they dare to seal the whole city, aren't they afraid that the machinery clan will ask them to accuse them? After all, the machinery clan are all psychic creatures, and they don't drink alcohol. Oil. That's not the case. I heard that they have developed an anti-stand device that can be worn by mechanical race individuals and immune to the control of the stand. What? This is troublesome.
If the news is true, then the situation is really bad. Once the position is opened, in the entire city, except for the psychic creatures from the mechanical tribe, all the psychic creatures from other forces will become ordinary creatures. So how can we play? Moreover, This stance may be promoted to the whole world in the future, and installed in all cities controlled by the mechanical clan. Thinking of that day, many psychic creatures present could not help but feel a sense of suffocation.
Then damn Onlua Company. Why do you want to do such a thing? They're just a bunch of lackeys. They have to study whatever the machine tribe asks them to study. Oh, let's talk about it when we get back and think about how to deal with it.
A group of people walked and talked and gradually disappeared. In the darkness in the distance, some people gave up the pursuit and also embarked on the return journey. The players also returned to the car, and the convoy set off again.
Buzz!
The wheels rolled, the engine roared, and the lights of Kaiba City were getting closer. Su Xia had been sitting in the car with a calm expression, carefully analyzing the content of the conversation between those people just now.
Is Onlua Company really going to seal off the whole city?
He thought silently.
If so, we can't stay in this city for long, and we have to leave as soon as possible.
He has personally experienced the stance device, and knows how terrifying it is. Until now, Su Xia has not come up with a good solution. Back in Fish Scale City, he was able to fight back with the help of small nanorobots. In order to crack the position, the fourth order nanorobot in his hand was almost consumed by the explosion. If it happened again, his remaining fifth order nanorobot might also be consumed. Such a heavy loss was difficult for Su Xia to accept. Su Xia raised her head and glanced at the night. The night sky was still clear at this moment, and she could even see a few stars. But soon, the sky of this city may be shrouded in the blue of the position, turning into a spiritual forbidden land.
How many times have the masked monsters been hunted down in recent times?
Su Xia asked casually.
My lord, I don't know either.
Chung Min thought for a while, stared at the road ahead, and said,
in my impression, people are chasing masked monsters every day recently. Sometimes there are even multiple teams chasing several masked monsters all over the city at the same time. The guest situation. It seems they are all fake. Yeah, I've been caught a few times before, but they were all pretending to be others.
Tonight's pursuit was nothing more than a small episode, and the pursuit team was not very powerful. The chaos has just begun, and the legendary 5th level creatures rarely take action. However, some large teams that frequently go out in the city have 4th level creatures. At first, some people had fun pretending to be masked weirdos, making many hunting teams run around and making many people laugh. Later, a high-level creature took action and slapped several pretenders to death. The matter gradually became serious, and those pretenders no longer dared to have fun. At 4:30 in the morning, the convoy finally entered the city. The lights in the city are brightly lit, even at such a late hour, and many people can still be seen on the streets. The houses on both sides of the road were built after the war. The appearance of the whole city is much better than that of Coral City.
Sir, my warehouse is ahead.
Chung Min's car gradually slowed down, and he was about to reach his destination. He asked,
I wonder where you are going. Sir, I'll take you there first. If you want to go to Lincoln Tavern, do you dare to send me there?
Well, Chung Min looked embarrassed. The situation was chaotic recently. The area near Lingian Tavern was filled with high-level killers from all over the world. He didn't want to be targeted by those killers. Su Xia smiled lightly.
Concentrate on driving and go to your warehouse first.
Yes. Chung Min breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the convoy entered a fork in the road, left the city's main road, and slowly drove outside a factory area. Outside the factory gate, Chung Min's men were already greeting him.
Go this way.
Someone led the way in front of the convoy and led them into the factory. The convoy was orderly, with each vehicle entering in turn and slowly parking at their respective locations. As soon as several large trucks stopped, someone immediately surrounded them, opened the doors of the carriages, and began to unload the goods. There were several bullet holes in the cabin of one of the cars, and the refrigeration system was broken. Fortunately, it was winter, and the frozen meat in the car didn't melt much.
Dong dong dong.
The workers acted simultaneously, throwing the frozen meat with crushed ice into baskets on the ground. Not long after, boxes of medicines hidden behind the frozen meat were exposed. Seeing the medicines, the workers in the factory smiled one after another. On the other side, Chung Min stopped the car, respectfully opened the door for Su Xia, bowed and said,
Sir, this is my base. Are these warehouses and factories in the park yours?
Su Xia asked.
Yes. What did you do before? I used to do meat processing.
Chung Min answered honestly.
Later I realized that I couldn't make much money in processing, so I happened to come across the salvation potion business. So I just got into it.
It was precisely because he was in this field that he thought of using frozen meat to hide medicines. Of course, there are many ways to hide potions. In coastal cities further south, some merchants use frozen fish, frozen shrimp, and other seafood to hide medicines. Others hide medicines in tires, car compartments, seat cushions, fuel tanks, tree trunks, inside fruits, and even cigarette boxes. For items like wine cans, almost every method that the human brain can think of has been used. But even if all methods are exhausted, more than half of the redemption potion will still be lost in transportation. Some were robbed, while others were spotted by city checkpoints.
Sir, my situation is considered to be good.
Chung Min took out a box of medicine and said,
Because I have been in the meat products business before. Basically everyone in and out of the city for inspections, intersection inspections, and meat sampling inspections. If you know me, you will give me face and let me pass.
Some people who are unlucky may not be allowed to go even if they are given a red envelope.
Sir, what should I do with these things?
Chung Min patted the front cover of an off-road vehicle and asked.
Sell it, as we agreed before.
Su Xia said.
I will share half of the money from the sale, and you can discuss the other half with the undead guards. Okay.
These off-road vehicles are all of a general style and have no special markings on them. You can just find a channel to deal with them privately. There is no big problem, and they will not be targeted by mercenary organizations. The rest of the off-road motorcycles, as well as some of the materials in the car, can be disposed of directly at a low price. As for the firearms, bullets, cannonballs, etc., Chung Min needs them himself. He will value these things and give half of the total price to Su Xia. A rough estimate is that Su Xia should be able to get 3 to 4 million. This little money is not too much for him now. Previously, just by touching corpses in the forest of alien plants, he, Sun Lang, and Chan Ruffing had touched things worth tens of millions. It's a pity that the money came from improper sources and cannot be used to build schools in Coral City. Otherwise it will be easy to be suspected. In order to build the school, Su Xia sold several pieces of her father's collection.
I'll go to the snack bar and come back tomorrow to get the money,
Su Xia said.
Sir, please walk slowly.
Su Xia turned her head and looked at the unloading scene over there, then strode towards the factory gate. This factory area is in the north of the city, and the 0 Point Tavern in Seahorse City is in the east of the city, so there is still a little distance between them. At this time, members of the players' team hurriedly shouted,
Boss, it's not convenient for you to move alone. How about we run errands for you? Yes, we are the strongest undead team in the entire Coral City.
They didn't even have time to receive the mission reward, so they followed him one after another, hoping to have a few more conversations with Su Xia. But in the next second, Su Xia's body turned into an afterimage and disappeared. The words he left behind were heard in the wind.
No need. It's more convenient to move alone.
The team froze in place, looking at the direction where Su Xia disappeared for a long time, and felt a sense of sadness. After a while, the captain of the team gritted his teeth and said,
The boss will come back tomorrow to get the money. Let's wait here. When he comes back, maybe there is hope. That's right. Wait here.
For this rare opportunity, everyone in the team quickly agreed. I haven't done anything in the past 2 days. Just waiting here for someone. On the side, Chung Min shook his head and said,
How can we reach such a big shot? Don't think too much. It's nothing. It's okay to wait.
Everyone is very determined to study Li Diffuse Spirit seriously. Soon, the time came to 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. In a valley between Coral City and Seahorse City, stumps were everywhere. The vegetation was withered, and the cold drizzle was still falling, blending more bloodstains with the soil. This is where Fan Lu and his team members died. At this time, the entire valley has been surrounded by members of the 0 Point Tavern.
This is it.
A new black umbrella was opened, and under the umbrella was a man in a wheelchair. This man had his eyes closed all the time. His skin was pale, his body was thin, his cheekbones were protruding, and his eye sockets were sunken, giving people an extremely sick feeling, as if he was dying soon. He seemed to have a high status in the tavern, with someone pushing his wheelchair, someone holding an umbrella for him, and even more people surrounding him to protect him. Next to the wheelchair, a tall woman said in a deep voice,
God! Fan Lu was killed here. It's up to you.
Good. The man in the wheelchair nodded slightly and slowly opened his eyes. The rest of the people stopped communicating and even slowed down their breathing, for fear of disturbing the man who was known as the Magic Stick Inside the tavern. Chapter 320 repeat. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The raindrops hit the stone, covering the surface with a thin film of water. Under the illumination of the light, the stone surface reflects a soft light, and the surface is made delicate and smooth by the gentle wind all year round. Only the fresh traces like waterways appear very incongruous. These marks reflected in the eyes of the man in the wheelchair seemed to freeze the moment and left a mark on his eyes. The next moment, a wave of blue viscous energy rushed through the world in his eyes. After the impact, the water wave-like patterns left behind are consistent with the patterns on the stone. No one else can see it. Only he can see it, as if he is constructing or evolving what has happened out of thin air. Psychic bomb. A kind of psychic bomb I have never seen before. The man in the wheelchair suddenly spoke. His lips were pale, and his voice was weak. Please continue, the woman said. Good. The man in the wheelchair closed his eyes and rested for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, he moved his eyes slowly to the car wrecks on both sides of the road. Under the grass, beside the rocks, and in the soil, countless fragments appeared in his eyes, including charred parts, melted glass, and broken LS, hundreds of them. Not even a tiny screw was missed. Different parts have different degrees of damage. And the distances affected by the explosion are also different. And the final forms are also strange. In the eyes of the man in the wheelchair, the pieces of debris began to slowly fly up and return to the center of the road. From broken to complete, even the melted parts were completed. They were slowly spliced together until finally, they turned into complete two business vehicles. Even the mincemeat, rotten bones, and organs were slowly reorganizing. And the spilled blood flew out of the soil and returned, gradually turning into a complete person and appearing in the car. This is the world in his eyes. Like a miracle that others cannot know. In the eyes of others, the valley is still the same valley. And the wreckage is still the same. And nothing has moved. The two cars in front of the wheelchair man began to reverse. And based on the brake marks on the ground, returned to the entrance of the valley. The fog was thick. The car lights were dim. And the two cars started to move forward. Someone in the car screamed, warning of the danger. She! The man in the wheelchair moved his ears slightly, and seemed to hear the sound of brakes. Immediately afterwards, violent explosions occurred simultaneously on the left and right sides of the road. The terrifying power directly blew the two cars in the middle of the road into pieces. Hundreds of fragments flew everywhere, and several members in the car who had no protective power also followed. It became pieces of flesh and blood. The driver of the second car was not blown to pieces. His talent was passively activated and protected him at the moment of the explosion. But even with talent such as absolute protection, there is no guarantee that he will be intact this time. It is another kind of psychic bomb that I have never seen before. When it explodes, it produces extremely strong high temperature and high pressure. The shock wave lasts for a long time and is very powerful. It has unconventional killing power and destructive effects. The man in the wheelchair murmured softly, the world in his eyes still evolving. He saw that the driver of the second car was still alive and lying next to the wreckage of the car. But soon, a cannonball fell from the sky and exploded violently. The terrifying energy wave left traces of water waves on countless rocks nearby. And the driver was hit and flew dozens of meters away. Therefore, the driver's final body was still some distance from the location where the explosion initially occurred. No, it's not one cannonball, but 3 cannonballs at the front and back. The ripples on the stone seem to overlap, but there are actually slight differences. The man in the wheelchair whispered and rubbed his temples. The world in his eyes began to regress, returning to the way it was at the beginning of the explosion, exploding again, and evolving again. This time, the final effect of the scene is relatively close to what the valley looks like now. He shook his head slightly, still not satisfied. No, the first explosion was not a one-time explosion. The other party detonated ambush bombs in batches. If Su Xia were here, she would definitely be surprised when she heard these words. The man in the wheelchair used his abilities again and again, and the world in his eyes replayed the attack that night, getting closer and closer every time. And in the end, it was no different from Su Xia's course of action. This is his psychic talent, called fiction, an extremely rare talent, even rarer than mechanical speech. This talent allows the owner to almost perfectly restore what has happened based on various details, and even deduce what may happen. In the more than 20 years since psychic energy appeared in this world, there are only 3 known people who have awakened this talent. One of them was forcibly killed by a mechanical master in a melee 10 years ago. Another person died of a cerebral hemorrhage 3 years ago. This man in a wheelchair is the only remaining fictional talent holder in the world. In the past, when his status was not high, everyone jokingly called him the magic stick, because he could always figure out what someone did that day based on just a few details, which was more accurate than ancient fortune tellers. Later, the word became a complimentary word, and even became his exclusive code name. When other members in the tavern wanted to use this code name, their applications were not approved.
How's it going?
Asked the woman next to him.
Not even close.
The man in the wheelchair replied.
Stop. Rest first. You are not in good health. Rest for half an hour before continuing the deduction.
The man in the wheelchair nodded, closed his eyes, remained motionless, and began to rest. Many active psychic talents have usage times. For example, Su Xia's clones, Wind Will, can only be used 3 times a day. It is not needed at ordinary times, and is best used when escaping. Although there is no limit to the number of times this, fictional, talent can be used. It cannot be used excessively. Every time it is used, it will cause a great burden on the body, and some damage is even irreversible. Therefore, this man has always been in poor health and has difficulty moving. He can only sit in a wheelchair and let others push him around. If he died, this gift would be lost to the world. Fictional talent doesn't seem to be the rarest. There are rumors from the outside world that a human being with a prophet talent is imprisoned within the machine clan. It is a terrifying talent that can predict the future. Moreover, the owner of the talent has been sleeping and never wakes up. Rumor has it that once that person wakes up, he will make a prophecy related to the fate of the entire mechanical race. Of course, these are just rumors. Whether the prophet talent exists is still unknown, and it may just be made up by someone with intentions. In the valley area, drizzle has been falling, and time passes quickly. Half an hour later, the man in the wheelchair opened his eyes.
Go to the front. I need to see more details.
Good. The people behind him immediately pushed the wheelchair, kept it balanced, and sent him to the middle of the valley. Here, there are also a large number of car wrecks and human blood and bones. Some wild dog paw prints can also be seen on the muddy ground. In the world through the man's eyes, there is a picture of a group of wild dogs snatching food.
Further forward.
In the following period, the man in the wheelchair made several requests, observing from the front of the valley to the back of the valley, and then went to the left and right cliffs to look at each other. Finally, he came to Fan Lu's body and stayed silently. Next to Fan Lu's body, there was also the body of his driver. The 2 bodies had long been cold. If the tavern members hadn't been guarding them, they might have been targeted by wild dogs snatching food. After a long time, when the first ray of morning light appeared on the horizon, the man in the wheelchair finally spoke.
It's not Francis, the Gun King. Why?
The woman next to her knelt down and took out a stack of photos from her arms. Every photo shows a corpse. Without exception, these corpses have a bloody hole in their chests. They were killed by the legendary gunman Francis. By comparison, the blood hole in the photo was almost identical to the blood hole on Fan Lu's chest. No other gun could produce this effect except Francis's.
Fan Lu knew the murderer.
The man in the wheelchair said slowly.
Before the battle, Fan Lu did not activate the psychic shield. He underestimated the enemy and thought that the murderer was weaker than him. And much weaker. How do you know he didn't activate the shield?
The woman asked.
There are no energy ripples around him as his shield shatters. What if he took back the shield on his own initiative? No one would take the initiative to put away their shields during a battle.
The man in the wheelchair glanced at her lightly.
You are a civilian and rarely fight. I don't blame you for raising such a simple question. If there are high-level taverns present in the future, try to talk as little as possible.
The woman was silent, put away the photos, stood up, and stood next to the wheelchair. Gun King Francis is powerful and mysterious. Not many people in the tavern know him. And Fan Lu probably doesn't know him either. If it was really Francis and Fan Lu knew him, then it was impossible for him to not open the shield. This kind of behavior can only show that he knows the other person, and does not regard the other person as a creature of the same level.
This shot was fired from the back to the chest from the cliff opposite.
The man in the wheelchair continued.
There are no signs of a gun being set up on the opposite side. But there are no signs of a sniper lying prone. And there is no obvious fall of grass in that area.
As he narrated, his eyes continued to evolve, and the scene of Fan Lu being shot and bleeding appeared. At the back of the screen, there was a sniper rifle with a special shape. But there was no one behind the sniper rifle. Neither the sniper nor the observer.
You mean? No one controls that sniper rifle. The woman frowned. Some kind of special talent? No. As long as you can manipulate metal, that's fine. Mask monster? You all guessed it was him. But you just don't want to admit it. You have to let me come and judge. The man in the wheelchair said calmly. Fan Lu was not prepared. He thought the masked stranger was still a level 4 creature. He was hiding in his own illusion and didn't even open the shield. Can the masked stranger see through Fan Lu's illusions? The woman was puzzled. That's Fan Lu's talent. Even creatures of the same level can't decipher it. Right. Mercer can see through it. Just because he is too strong. He may be about to become a 6-year-old. A super creature. You don't need to see through it. If Fan Lu has metal on his body, it'll be fine. He was attacked at that time. And the team members suffered heavy casualties. Perhaps he was so angry that he even forgot to take off the metal on his body. And was sensed by the masked stranger. So, the masked man's gun. Yes. It's the same gun as the gun King Francis. The man in the wheelchair nodded. It doesn't belong to this world. It doesn't belong to this planet. It's a creation of the starry sky. Did he kill Francis and take the gun? Maybe not the same one. After saying that, the man in the wheelchair suddenly took a deep breath. His sickly and thin cheeks became paler, closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Everyone realized that he needed to rest. He had exhausted all his strength by saying so many words just now. It took another half an hour before the man in the wheelchair opened his eyes with difficulty, regained some ability, and could continue to speak. He put his skinny arm on the armrest of his wheelchair, stretched out a withered finger, pointed at an area on the hillside, and said, before the battle started, the masked weirdo was hiding there. Are you sure? The woman looked over. That area was very inconspicuous. No different from other surrounding areas. Just grass and gravel. The man in the wheelchair said, the grass has obvious creases, and some of the roots of 2 wild grasses have broken away from the soil. If you look more carefully, you should be able to find the traces left by the masked stranger's nails on a certain blade of grass. So when the explosion happened, he hid there and used the power of these weeds to stabilize his body? In the eyes of the man in the wheelchair, there was a picture of the valley exploding, the earth shaking, and the chaos rolling in. In the corner of the screen, Su Xia tightly grasped 2 weeds with both hands, lying on the ground, stabilizing her body, and held on until the explosion was over. Of course, the face in the picture is wearing a cold iron mask, and it is impossible to tell who the real person is. So it seems that the masked stranger has been following Fan Lu and watching their team's actions? The woman couldn't help but think. After Fan Lu arrived in Coral City, his death was already doomed. No, he could still be alive at that time. The man in the wheelchair shook his head. Why? Won't the masked monster kill him? Has the masked man ever killed a good person? You must learn to understand your opponent. The man in the wheelchair said calmly, everyone the masked stranger has killed since he became famous deserves to be killed. Even though he is an opponent, I still admire him. He could have come and served at the headquarters and become the core of the next generation. But he broke the rules after all. The woman said, rules are made by people, and they can be changed by people. Shengun, you can't say this in front of the people at the headquarters. It doesn't matter. I'm justified. The man in the wheelchair smiled faintly. Fan Lu also broke the rules and killed him in the Coral City branch. The woman was startled. What? The man in the wheelchair said, under the Coral City branch. He violated the rules and attacked a member of the tavern. The man's name is Sanyu, who is a friend of the masked geek. Is that man dead? He's not dead. Just because someone rescued him. The man in the wheelchair said softly, Fan Lu killed him. If no one rescued him, Sanyu would definitely die. How come I don't know about this? The woman asked. Of course you don't know. Holy stick. How do you know? He is not the kind of person who passively takes beatings. He has other channels to report information to the headquarters. The man in the wheelchair said while looking at Fan Lu's body. Just let this matter go. Let Fan Lu die in vain. No. The masked stranger still needs to be tracked. And he must give an explanation to the headquarters. The man in the wheelchair waved his hand gently. His face turned pale again. And it seemed that it took a lot of effort to move. The rest of the people behind him immediately understood and stepped forward to collect the bodies of Fan Lu and his team members. If a contract member who dies in the tavern has no family members, all funeral arrangements will be handled by the tavern. For those who are famous, the funeral will be more grand, while for those who are less famous, they will be buried in a cemetery. The woman asked, where to go next? The man in the wheelchair replied, Go to Kaiba City. Didn't you say that the masked weirdo in Kaiba City was fake? Yes. It's true now.
Chapter 321 News Summary. 7 o'clock in the morning. Seahorse City. 0 o'clock Tavern. Unlike Coral City, the tavern branch of this city can indeed be described as chaotic. Su Xiao was sitting in the corner on the first floor, holding a glass of cheap wine in her hand, her eyes slightly lowered, and she would take a sip from time to time. The surroundings were chaotic and noisy, like a chaotic vegetable market. Some people drank too much, their faces flushed, and they loudly boasted about their past deeds. There were also people talking in low voices, telling stories from all over the world.
That masked monster is terrible. If it were us, who would dare to openly confront the Machine Clan? Hey, you live your whole life just to be cool. That's wrong. People live their lives for money. Being cool is of no use. Without money, I feel uncomfortable.
Arguing, bragging, drinking, all kinds of voices mixed together. What Su Xia could only distinguish were the accents from the northeastern and northwest parts of the mainland, as well as the soft accent unique to the southern coast. There are ordinary people here, as well as killers from Lingyan Tavern. On the ground floor, you don't need an ID card. You can come as long as you are willing to drink. And there are even mini players. There is a small team of players in another corner not far from Su Xia, drinking and pointing at the NPCs around them. One of the players looked around and asked the other players,
"Which one of these people is the strongest?"
Another player said,
"I heard that the people on the first floor of the tavern are not very powerful. The really powerful people are on the underground floor. They are all officially registered members of the tavern, and almost all of them are psychic creatures. I think the bartender just now is quite good, just like the sweeping monk in Shaolin Temple."
A player pointed to the bartender behind the bar.
"No. Did you see the man sitting in the corner?"
A sharp-eyed player pointed at Su Xia and said,
"Those who sit in the corner and don't talk are usually experts."
Su Xia. He didn't expect that sitting in a corner without talking would attract attention. This was something he didn't expect. He was too lazy to talk to these players, and continued to sip his wine, listening to the conversations of the people around him, and capturing the information he needed. Most of the people here are here for the masked stranger, and most of the topics discussed are related to the masked stranger. But now the situation is too chaotic, and many people are here to fish in troubled waters. Su Xiao listened for a long time without hearing much useful things. After a while, exclamations suddenly came from the group of players.
"Damn it! Did you see that person sitting in the corner? Why is it all question mark? And he doesn't even have a name. Master? A real master?"
For a moment, many players looked at Su Xiao with burning eyes, as if they were looking at some treasure. High-level NPCs are rare but rare. Su Xiao shook her head helplessly, sighed, drank the wine in a glass, stood up and left the position. The game system that comes with the players can read the data of characters or items in the game, which is very convenient for the players themselves. But this function is quite annoying for the characters in the game. Previously, there were several high-level psychic creatures who, tired of fighting, left big cities and lived in seclusion in small towns, just to be clean. After all, the residents of the surrounding villages and towns could not see their true strength. They could use ordinary people to identity lives with them. But as soon as the players arrived, they began to search for tasks and special NPCs all over the world. They turned on the system and searched everywhere. It didn't take long to find those reclusive high-level NPCs, which was very annoying. In the past, if your identity was exposed, just move to a different place and live in seclusion. But now the world is full of players, even in the middle of nowhere and in the rough sea. Su Xiao walked to the bar and gently put down the cup in her hand.
Boom!
The sound of the glass touching the wooden table was crisp and clear. The bartender smiled and asked,
"What else does the guest want?"
Su Xia said,
"Buy some news. Is the guest a registered member of the tavern?"
"No.
For non-registered members, buying information will cost 3 times the price,"
the bartender said with a smile.
"The guests are quite powerful. Why not register in the pub?"
The bartender is also a psychic creature with keen senses. He has seen various characters in the pub over the years. He could tell at a glance that Su Xia was a master, and could even smell the faint smell of blood around Su Xia. So he invited Su Xia to join the tavern. Su Xia shook her head.
"No need. Just triple it. I have money. Non-registered members cannot purchase the core message,"
the bartender added.
"Do the guests really not think about it? Registered members of the pub have absolute freedom."
"Oh,
how to be free? Customers can register now and then purchase the information they need. After the purchase is completed, they can cancel their identity without paying any price.
Hee. In order to attract high-quality members, this LinkedIn tavern has tried every means, even using the mobile phone company's card application routines. Su Xiao was originally invited by Imo and did not go through these induction processes. If the inside of the tavern was really as free as he claimed, the members of the North Wind Story Society would not be under house arrest in the Coral City Tavern.
What do the guests think?
The bartender asked with a smile.
I don't have the time to spare.
Su Xiao refused again.
Okay. What kind of information does the guest need?
The bartender didn't mention the registration anymore. After all, it was only 3 things.
Something to do with the masked man. All news? Well, everything. Guests should prepare more money. It doesn't matter. If you have money, you don't care.
The bartender immediately called for a replacement, and then made a gesture of invitation to Su Xiao.
Guest, please follow me. Good.
One after another, the two left the noisy public area on the first floor of the bar and walked into a quiet corridor paved with dark red carpets. Non-registered members are not eligible to go to the basement level. If you need to purchase information, you will be directed to a room on one side.
Yes, please come in.
The bartender opened a separate room for Su Xiao. The room was small, with only a dark black desk with a monitor on it. The bartender asked Su Xiao to sit down, then took out his ID card and swiped it on the sensor next to the display screen. The display screen instantly lit up, and the Tavern Information System interface for public display appeared.
Ding dong.
There was a soft sound, and multiple simple modules popped up on the interface. The bartender clicked on the module named Information Summary to enter the sub-interface. At the top of this sub-interface, there is news about Masked Stranger. Perhaps there have been too many people buying these messages recently, so Masked Stranger related has been pinned to the top and placed in the most conspicuous position. In addition, you can also see words like Redemption Potion related, Mercenary King related, Coral City related, etc., all of which seem to be available for purchase.
There's a lot of news. Guests can't take it away. They can only watch it here,
the bartender said.
Can't ordinary news be taken away?
Su Xiao asked.
No, it cannot be copied.
But guests can keep it in their minds. Good. Does the guest plan to watch it from the beginning? Well, bring up the earliest news of the Masked Stranger's appearance.
The earliest information was most likely produced by Dad's team. Su Xiao originally sent some nanorobots to follow Dad. It stands to reason that even if they are far apart, those nanorobots should send news back to Su Xiao every once in a while. But my father didn't know what method he used. Perhaps he discovered and destroyed those nanorobots. As a result, Su Xiao still hasn't received any news and doesn't know where they went.
Guest, this is the earliest news.
The bartender called out a file named 0001 for Su Xiao.
At that time, when the members of the tavern were performing their tasks, they saw a figure wearing an iron mask passing by. This is his oral report.
In document number 0001, there are no photos or videos, only an oral document with a few hundred words scattered here and there. Su Xiao briefly read it, and it was pretty much what he thought. There was no useful information. The following documents 0002 to 0007 are all written witness reports, some of which have been circulated on the internet for a long time, and were mentioned in the pub just now. These 7 sightings, from the east to the west of the city, from inside the city to outside the city, the witnesses were all convinced that what they saw was the Masked Stranger. Moreover, on the 0005 document, there was also a note of
truth or false is questionable,
because the witnesses at the time failed the polygraph test.
We suspect that this person deliberately said that he had witnessed the masked man in order to gain attention,
the bartender explained.
Well, it's not impossible.
Su Xiao nodded. According to the people on the earth, the Masked Stranger is now the top one, and the eyes of the entire continent are focused on this operation in the 0 Point Tavern. As long as you can have a little relationship with him. If you are lucky, you can make more money than you can spend in a lifetime. Therefore, some people take risks and risk their lives to gain traffic. Su Xiao continued to scroll down, and in the 8th document, a video finally appeared. This video was provided by a supermarket. At that time, the supermarket was stolen and a large amount of cash disappeared. After checking the surveillance, it was discovered that a person wearing a metal mask had entered the supermarket in the middle of the night. Under this video, there is also an annotation. Authenticity is doubtful.
This video is real.
The bartender continued to explain.
But after analysis, the person in the video cannot be a masked geek. With his personality, it is impossible for him to sneak into the supermarket in the middle of the night and steal money.
Yes. Su Xiao was speechless. His good reputation had been ruined by these imitators. In the following documents, the masked weirdo not only stole money, but also foods such as bread, fruits, greenhouse vegetables, and even chickens and dogs. And one kid robbed children on the street. These cases and news made Su Xiao almost have a heart attack. If it was really done by one person, the image of the masked geek would change from a dashing master who never left a trace, to a street gangster who everyone beats up. Fortunately, most of the files come with endings. Many thieves have been caught and proven not to be masked monsters. Copies of their confessions, corrections, and other materials have been sent to the tavern and entered into files for people to purchase and review. The person who robbed someone else's child was found 2 days later and was beaten to death by the angry crowd in the street. His body was no longer human.
Hasn't this information been screened?
Su Xiao asked.
Guest, it's you who requested all the information.
The bartender replied respectfully.
Okay. Give me filtered and useful information.
Okay.
Just a second.
The bartender worked through the system and filtered out the slightly important files. Su Xiao noticed that among the filtered documents, there was a lock symbol in front of one of the documents, which seemed to be impossible to open. He clicked several times and got a insufficient permissions prompt.
Guest, this document requires a registered member to view it.
The bartender explained with a smile.
If the guest really wants to see it, why not register first? It will only take a few minutes. Very quickly. Forget it. I'll look at something else.
Su Xiao skipped the file and started to look at the rest of the information. The information that appeared this time was more useful. First, the Machine Tribe. The tavern received information that the Machine Tribe was led by a 5th-level creature named
Todd,
who had secretly arrived in Seahorse City and was searching for traces of masked strangers throughout the city. This Todd, like Mercer, is a very trusted subordinate of the master of the Mechanical Tribe, and he is also extremely powerful. There are more than a dozen documents about the Machine Tribe, recording most of the details of their actions in Seahorse City.
Do you have an undercover agent within the Machine Clan or something?
Su Xiao asked casually.
Can you get such a detailed route of action? There is no need to be an undercover agent.
The bartender replied.
The Machine Clan has always been confident and will not take the initiative to hide their whereabouts. As long as you are willing to look for them, you will naturally find them. Isn't it written secret arrival? How come the arrival time is clear? Is such that?
The bartender explained seriously.
The secret arrival of the Mechanical Clan probably refers to arrival in the dark. That is, in the middle of the night.
The literal meaning can still be understood this way. According to the information in the system, this Todd has taken over the entire mechanical base of Seahorse City, and like Mercer, has become a behind-the-scenes boss-type character. The local mechanical city lord is not very powerful. He is just an ordinary 4th-level creature with little reputation. He is not as famous as Yutuo from Coral City. Su Xia continued to look down and soon saw a familiar name, Wang Tung. The tavern received information that Wang Tung, the mercenary king in the wilderness, has become a level 5 creature. However, the information inside the tavern has not been updated and still shows level 4.8. Since Wang Tung clamored to kill the masked stranger every day and was also related to the masked stranger, he had a high priority in the news. This was followed by the tavern's own information. There are indeed 2 level 5 creatures from the northern branch. One is named Hu Hanhai, and the other is named Lu Jinjia. They are currently resting on the first floor of the tavern. It's not that they're short of money. They're just in it for the fame.
The tavern has a lot of people, and these 2 adults are in charge. So it must be safe.
Su Xia said.
The guest was joking. The current situation is unclear. It's unclear whether the masked stranger is really in Kaiba City. Isn't there any suitable inference inside the tavern?
Su Xia asked again.
For example, who is the real identity of the masked stranger? Yes, there are some suspects in the locked file. If the guest wants to see it, never mind.
Su Xiao waved her hand. This guy wanted to trick him into registering again. He continued to look down, browsed other news, and read all the recent events related to the masked weirdo in the entire city. What puzzled him was that after reading it, he couldn't find any information related to his father's team. Not even anything suspicious. Both the tavern and the Machine Tribe are suspecting that someone is stirring up trouble behind the scenes. But so far they can't find any details to support this suspicion. As expected of Dad, Chapter 3 22-second mission. It was 10 o'clock in the morning, and the pub was still busy. Just a few minutes ago,
someone shouted, "The masked stranger has appeared."
so a group of people left, sharpening their knives one by one, and rushed to the south of the city where the masked stranger appeared this time, hoping to be the first to catch him. Of course, many people were unmoved and stayed in the tavern. One of them sneered,
"A bunch of idiots. If a masked weirdo shows up, will they rush to die with their limited means? They are all from out of town. I have never personally experienced the power of the masked monster. After a group of people die, those people will wake up a lot.
Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the masked weirdos that have appeared recently are all fakes. With the masked weirdo's style, once he appears, he will definitely stir up trouble in the city, make chickens and dogs restless, and even the mechanical tribe will be alarmed. At that time,
low-level creatures will not have time to escape. So how can they dare to attack them and seek death?
Recently, the goods of some wealthy merchants in the city have been robbed. It's a bit like a masked stranger. His true identity should be hidden somewhere in the city. Like a fart, the one who intercepted the goods was Wang Tung's people.
When Wang Tung was mentioned, the conversation in the tavern was quickly diverted, and the number of people talking about this mercenary king slowly increased. It is quite remarkable for a mercenary to be able to separate one side and dominate it. As long as he wants, he can build a city on the spot at any time. At that time, the surrounding mercenary towns, stations, gathering places, etc. will move closer to him and become part of his organization, forming a real mercenary city together.
By the way, isn't the masked weirdo really a match for Wang Tung?
Some people in the tavern were confused. Most of them were newcomers from out of town and were not familiar with what happened in the southwest region.
With his character, if he could have beaten him, he would have probably killed him long ago. It's hard to say. The mercenary town is Wang Tung's home field. I'm afraid that there will be an ambush there. Wang Tung, despite being powerful, has never dared to enter the city controlled by the machine tribe.
Someone pointed out that Wang Tung's recent communications with Coral City were conducted in randomly selected suburban towns. He didn't dare to enter the city because he was afraid that the mechanical tribe would attack him. People like him without a big background can only remain vigilant for a long time. If he is willing to join the Lingyan Tavern and has a tavern background, he naturally does not need to be so cautious. But how can someone like him be restricted by the tavern?
I think the masked weirdo is better. He dares to attack directly in the city. This is wrong. Wang Tung should be stronger.
On this topic, a dispute suddenly broke out, and the dispute spread more and more widely. In the end, everyone on the first floor of the tavern actually started arguing about who was stronger, the mercenary king or the masked stranger. From the initial argument, citing various examples to prove it. In the end, they were spitting on each other, and many people started scolding each other. Some even rolled up their sleeves, revealing fists the size of sandbags and thick arms. If it weren't for the fact that hands were not allowed in the tavern, the two sides might have settled it with fists. In today's era, violence can solve all problems. If it cannot be solved, it must be that violence is not enough.
Everyone, calm down,
the waiter in the tavern shouted.
Please don't do anything. Think about the masked weirdo. Do you want to be hunted by the whole world like him?
After being shouted out by him, the passionate members calmed down a lot and sat down rationally. Everyone asked themselves. There was a huge gap in strength between them and the masked stranger. If they were really wanted by the tavern, they might not even be able to withstand a $10 bounty, let alone a $1 billion bounty. If nothing else, the waiters in the tavern are much better than many people sitting here. If they really break the rules, as soon as they walk out the door, these waiters will pick off their heads to collect the reward. At this time, Su Xia just finished reading the information about this period and returned to the rest area on the first floor. When he heard the arguments, his heart moved and he asked the bartender,
"Is there a mission to hunt Wang Tung in the tavern?" "Yes, and quite a few,"
the bartender replied patiently.
"Recently, many merchants' goods have been robbed by Wang Tung's men, and many of the people transporting the goods have been killed. So they are willing to spend a lot of money. Wang Tung's head was bought, and the officials of Seahorse City also issued a wanted order for Wang Tung."
The bounties for those businessmen's missions varied. Some amounted to several million. Seahorse City officials issued a wanted reward of 8 million. Ling Ling summed it up. And the accumulated bounty on Wang Tung was already 40 to 50 million. Which shows how unbridled he was during these days. And the total bounty was higher than that of Commander Beifeng. After all, Commander Beifeng did not interfere with the normal cargo transportation of the merchants. He was just confronting the mechanical tribe, and various cities only wanted him symbolically.
If it hadn't been for the masked stranger, Wang Tung would have been ranked first on the wanted list, far ahead of second place.
The bartender said.
Can non-tavern members receive tasks?
Su Xia asked a very basic question.
You can receive some tasks that are open to the public.
The bartender answered in detail.
As long as you log into the pub's website, you can see the scrolling tasks at the top of the website and accept them as a tourist. After completing the tasks, use your tourist number to claim the bounty.
Well, tourist. Su Xia touched her chin and thought for a while. But she still felt that it was still troublesome. As a tourist, she could not receive all the tasks. The bounty for killing Wang Tung is nothing if not earned. If he doesn't accept the task, he will feel that he has lost tens of millions in vain. And it makes his heart ache to think about it. After all, he is a good man who is diligent and thrifty.
Forget it. Just register an identity for me,
Su Xia said helplessly.
Okay. Guest, you made the best choice.
A smile appeared on the bartender's face, and he made another inviting gesture, inviting Su Xia to the depths of the first floor. He walked on one side and led Su Xia into another corridor until he walked to the elevator at the end of the corridor. It seems that the structure of tavern branches in every city is similar.
Ding!
The elevator door opens, and the indicator light flashes. Su Xia walked in with the bartender, and then the elevator door slowly closed and descended to the first floor below. This is where the tavern members really rest. The elevator door opened. Not far from the door, there was a bar that was exactly the same as the Coral City branch. Walking in, you can see the lobby for receiving tasks. The atmosphere on the first floor is harmonious. The members communicate very quietly, and it is not as noisy as upstairs. There were 2 people drinking at the bar. They seemed to be of high status. The other members stayed far away and did not dare to get close. Su Xia looked over, and 2 strings of data instantly appeared in her eyes. Hu Hanhai, level 5.1 psychic creature. Lu Jingjia, level 5.3 psychic creature. He was moved in his heart without changing his expression. He didn't expect to meet these 2 people here. According to the description, this man named Lu Jingjia had a bad temper. He was also the ruthless man Cheng Min mentioned in the car, who killed several local gangs in one night. A humble smile appeared on the bartender's face, and he bowed a little. He didn't even care about giving Su Xia guidance. He walked over quickly, lowered his head and said,
I have met these 2 adults.
Hu Hanhai nodded slightly, and his attitude was quite gentle.
Well, do your thing without worrying about me and others.
Lu Jingjia had a cold face, and said nothing, while holding the wine glass. The bartender immediately glanced at the waiter behind the bar, winked at him, and then pointed to Su Xia behind him.
Newcomer.
He spoke in a very low voice, as loud as a mosquito, as if he was afraid of disturbing Lu Jingjia's interest in drinking. The waiter was also very knowledgeable. He took out the newcomer's signing contract from under the counter, took out a signing pen, and whispered,
Come here and sign.
He walked to the other side of the bar, laid out the pen and paper, and placed them in front of Su Xia. At the same time, he also took out a small blue book, the newcomer's manual. Su Xia has never seen this thing before. Not just him. Most of the tavern members had never seen it. Anyway, in the tavern, everyone only needs to remember 2 rules, and it's, okay. One is that you cannot do anything inside the tavern, and the other is that you must complete 3 tasks every month.
Please read the contract carefully.
The waiter was also very patient.
If you have any questions, you can ask me, and I will answer it for you. If you have no questions, just write down your name. The signing process will be quick. Okay.
Su Xia has already read this contract. He briefly read it again, then picked up the signing pen and signed his name Lu Xing at the bottom of the last page of the contract. Then it was time to give yourself a title, and almost everyone in the tavern called each other by their titles. In the title column, Su Xia wrote the words October. At this time, Hu Hanhai, the level 5 creature on the other side of the bar, suddenly smiled and said,
I'm lucky today. I can meet new people to sign contracts while having a morning drink.
As he spoke, he flicked his finger and popped out a shiny golden coin. With a snap, the coin landed steadily on the bar in front of Su Xia. Hu Hanhai smiled and said,
Give this young man a glass of good wine.
The waiter immediately and respectfully replied,
Okay. Please wait a moment.
Su Xia turned around and thanked.
Thank you. Sir. You're welcome.
Hu Hanhai said with a smile on his face.
Looking at the smell of blood on your body, you must have killed someone before. You are better than ordinary newcomers. Work hard in the tavern and try to survive the first 3 years.
His words were a very direct blessing. After all, the survival rate of the tavern members in the first 3 years was indeed frighteningly low. 3 years later, less than half of the members who have not quit are still alive. And most of them are either missing or dead. 3 tasks must be completed every month. This mandatory rule has persuaded many members of the tavern to quit.
Friend, the wine is here.
The waiter brought a glass of expensive wine to Su Xia. The coin that Hu Hanhai popped out just now was made of pure gold and was enough to buy a glass of the most expensive wine here. Su Xia picked up the wine glass, drank it all in one gulp, and then thanked her again.
Thank you, sir. It is indeed a good wine.
A hot breath rushed down the throat and spread throughout the body, as if there was a fire dragon running around in the body, making Su Xia feel that the spiritual power in her body was more active. He immediately realized that this was medicinal wine made by a pharmacist, which was equivalent to an auxiliary medicine. At the same time, a prompt actually popped up in front of him. You drank the medicinal wine.
Fire dragon drunk.
And your psychic power increased by 14%, lasting 15 minutes. Su Xia remembered that there was similar medicinal wine in Yi. Although the potency is not as effective as high-end potions, it lasts a long time. From this point of view, there must be many pharmacists of high level inside the tavern. And I don't know if there are any legendary 6th level pharmacists.
He didn't get drunk. The young man is quite capable.
Hu Hanhai commented with a smile.
My lord Liao praised it.
Su Xia responded with a smile, while thinking about the feasibility of refining this medicinal wine. If it can be refined, the pharmacy will have another income in the future. On the side, the bartender and the waiter were a little envious. After all, not everyone can be valued by the 5th level creature on the first day of signing the contract. Not long after, the waiter opened the employee system and started entering information for Su Xia. After a while, he said in a regretful voice,
I'm sorry. The title October has already been used by someone. You need to change it. Is anyone using Yoshing?
Su Xia asked.
Let me see if there's no one there. Then use your real name. Okay.
The waiter started to re-enter the information, with his fingers moving very quickly. At the same time, the machine on the side made a beep sound, as if it was recording something. After a while, a black identity card belonging to Su Xia was released. The word Lu Xing was printed on the card. This card can be used to accept missions and receive bounties in the future. There is another card in Su Xia's storage space with the words Masked Stranger printed on it, but it cannot be used now. If he takes it out here, he will immediately be surrounded by countless tavern members. Once you get the card, the signing process is complete. Hu Hanhai smiled and said,
Young man, pick simple tasks. Spend a few days every month to complete the 3 easiest tasks, and then challenge the more difficult ones. Yes, thank you for your advice.
Su Xia held the ID card and looked towards the hall. On the right side of the large screen hanging in the lobby is a wanted list. The first one is naturally his identity as a masked weirdo, with the bounty followed by a long string of red zeros. The second place is clearly Wang Tung. Su Xia walked to the hall, stood in front of a self-service machine, inserted her ID card, and started selecting tasks. He clicked on the word Wang Tung and immediately saw the details of the mission, as well as a number 698. This was the number of people who offered a bounty on Wang Tung's head, which was much more than Su Xia expected.
Not only those businessmen and city officials, but also many private family members.
Su Xia understood.
The families of the drivers, guards, and freight workers who were killed by Wang Tang's men also provided bounties.
He noticed that in the bounty pool, the smallest bounty was only 1,451.7 yuan. These figures range from odd to round, and are mostly the savings of a poor family. No matter how much they have, they can't afford it. At this time, the bartender walked up behind Su Xia and whispered,
Do you really want to take over Wang Tung's task? I thought you were just talking. Try it.
Su Xia did not deny it.
More than a dozen senior members have failed this month, and several have lost their lives. Click on the column under the mission details to see their failure process.
The bartender tried to persuade him.
Wang Tung is very powerful. Both adults may not be sure. You should do some small tasks first. It's okay. The task of killing Wang Tung has no time limit. You don't have to do it if you accept it.
Su Xia smiled and clicked to confirm. An additional task suddenly appeared on his empty personal interface. King of Hunting Mercenaries, Wang Tung. This task was red. So red that it looked like blood was about to overflow from the screen. Chapter 323's Speculation.
cautious and arrogant.
These two words are not contradictory, which is vividly demonstrated by Wang Tung. He almost never enters the main urban area of any city, and rarely even goes to the outskirts of the city. He wanders in the wilderness all year round, like a wandering spirit, and even the mechanical tribe has a hard time catching him. In order to catch him alone, it is really not cost-effective to spend a lot of manpower and material resources. Moreover, Wang Tung is not like the masked stranger who goes against the mechanical clan, and the mechanical clan is too lazy to pay attention to him. As for arrogance, anyone with strength can be arrogant. It is said that Wang Tung himself knew his bounty and knew how many people wanted to kill him, but he was not afraid. After hearing the amount of the bounty, he even said with dissatisfaction,
My bounty is just this small. It's only tens of millions. Who am I looking down on? That masked weirdo can have hundreds of millions. What's wrong with me? Wang Tung.
Not as good as him? Let the foreigner next door see it and think we can't afford the bounty and give me an extra 10 million.
Yes. Su Xia saw Wang Tung's name in the column of reward recipients. He actually put a reward on himself. Even the bounty has been given out in advance. It is currently the largest amount in the bounty pool and is larger than the official bounty in Seahorse City. In fact, as long as you can kill Wang Tung, you can get all his wealth. And it doesn't matter whether you take the 10 million or not. But these words clearly show how arrogant Wang Tung has become. After these words came out, many people were angry, especially the families of the deceased. Unfortunately, Wang Tung is still alive and well. His powerful strength and cautious character have created his current terrifying reputation.
For the first few missions, try to find some old members to take them with you to familiarize yourself with the mission process.
The bartender kindly reminded.
Some old members have fixed teams. As long as you are willing to pay a sum of money, you can let them take you.
Go on a mission. I'm here to make money. Why do I have to give money first?
Su Xia said with a smile.
This is how newcomers come here.
The bartender spread his hands and said,
It's easy to get into trouble in the early stage if there's no one to guide you. I know some of the old team members. Do you need an introduction?
Su Xia asked.
Will those old teams give you a commission?
The bartender nodded and did not deny it.
Well, just think of it as making some extra money. You can get a lot for introducing a new person. Interesting.
Lingyan Tavern is a small society with various small teams and organizations. They are either harmonious or conflicting with each other. Many people have grudges and resentments. In the past, Su Xia used her identity as a masked weirdo more casually and paid little attention to it. In the eyes of those small teams, the masked stranger is a big shot and cannot be talked to casually. So there are very few people looking for him. Almost none.
If I really can't complete the 3 tasks, wouldn't it be okay if I quit at the end of the month?
Su Xia said.
At the beginning of the next month, I will join as a new person, apply for a new identity card, and then it can last a month. Where are you stuck with the bug?
The bartender said.
The pub doesn't prohibit this, but your identity authority will always stay at the newcomer level, and you will never be able to upgrade it for the rest of your life. Then don't upgrade. Just do small tasks and earn some pocket money.
Cough. At this time, a slight cough suddenly came from behind the two of them. The bartender stiffened, turned around slowly, and smiled awkwardly at the man behind him.
Boss, what's the matter?
Su Xia also turned around and saw a man in his 30s. Lu Yingjia, level 4.1 psychic creature, manager of the Seahorse City branch of 0 Point Tavern. He is actually the store manager here, with a very strange name, similar to that level 5 creature Lu Jingjia. Su Xia continued to look down and saw another line of description. Lu Jingjia's disciples. It turns out to be a master-student relationship, so it's not surprising. Lu Yingjia frowned, stared at the bartender and asked,
Phone. If you don't go upstairs to entertain the guests, why are you hanging around here?
The bartender hurriedly explained.
Boss, I'm bringing in new people.
Lu Yingjia glanced at Su Xia, then at the self-service machine screen in front of Su Xia, and said,
You want a newcomer to take over the task of hunting Wang Tung? Do you think this newcomer is a masked stranger? Boss, he took the call himself. It's none of my business.
The bartender immediately waved his hand to clear the relationship.
Yes, I picked it up myself.
Su Xia also said something. Lu Yingjia glanced at the self-service machine again, confirming that it was the mission of
hunting Wang Tung,
and frowned even more. He stared at Su Xia and said meaningfully,
Young people, don't be too ambitious. If you don't complete the task after accepting it, It will become a hurdle in your heart sooner or later. And it will harm you one day. Is there such a thing?
Su Xia asked humbly.
Some.
The bartender next to him hurriedly added.
If you accept a task and don't do it for a long time, you will keep thinking about it, which will easily cause you to be distracted while doing it.
In the profession of a killer, if you are distracted even a little while doing business, you will definitely die. Unless Su Xia really has the strength of the masked stranger, it is best not to take on such a difficult task. As we all know, the masked stranger is also a newcomer to the tavern. It can be said that he is the strongest newcomer in the tavern in recent years. Perhaps there is no one else. It is a pity that he violates the rules of the tavern. Before the violation, many people were quite optimistic about him.
I understand.
Su Xia thought thoughtfully. He had heard before that there were many taboos about being a killer, but he never took the time to understand them. Lu Yingjia nodded slightly and continued.
If you want to develop in the tavern for a long time, you should listen to the warnings of the old members. A sentence from an old man is often more useful than a long speech in a book. Well, thank you for your teaching.
There are indeed many books inside the tavern, many of which were compiled by my own people. For example,
How to Become a Killer, The Creed of a Killer, The Self-Cultivation of a Killer, The Art of Bazooka and Tricycle Maintenance,
etc. The bookshelves around the hall are full of them. Internal members can borrow most books for free, and only a few books cost money to rent. As he spoke, Lu Yingjia waved to a young man in the hall. The young man immediately ran over and said with a respectful expression,
Master.
Lu Yingjia nodded.
Well, have you chosen your mission?
The young man replied.
You have chosen. Come here to pick it up. And let this young man take a look at it.
Lu Yingjia pointed at Su Xia.
He is also a newcomer like you, but there is no one to give him guidance. Okay.
The young man took out his own ID card and put it into the self-service machine. The 3 words, Lu Tongjia, were printed on the card. Su Xia raised her eyebrows and suddenly felt a little happy. In front of him, the young man's comment popped up. Lu Tongjia, disciple of Lu Yingjia, disciple and grandson of Lu Jingjia, named by Lu Jingjia himself. The names of the 3 masters and apprentices are really weird. What if Lu Tongjia accepts apprentices in the future? What should he do with his apprentice's name? Su Xia glanced at Lu Jingjia, who was drinking at the bar, and thought that the cultural level of a 5th-level creature was no more than this. At this moment, Lu Yingjia suddenly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. It seemed that someone was calling. He frowned and glanced at the person on the screen, and whispered to himself,
Ee, why is this guy calling here? What me?
Do you want to report Fan Lu to the headquarters? Or do you want to ask my master for help?
Obviously. Although Lu Yingjia was the manager of the local branch, he did not know the news of Fan Lu's death, and the news was tightly blocked. His master Lu Jingjia had a very high status and might have known about this, but he didn't tell him. After all, the death of a 5th-level creature is a shocking event anywhere. Not to mention that the 5th-level creature was probably killed by a masked stranger. Lu Yingjia thought that he couldn't stand being bullied by Fan Lu and asked him for help.
I'll answer the phone, and you can demonstrate it to this young man.
Lu Yingjia ordered his apprentice.
Yes, master. Don't worry.
His disciple Lu Tongjia replied respectfully. Afterwards, Lu Yingjia walked away with his mobile phone, went to the corridor, and chose a separate soundproof room. Su Xia sent some nanorobots to follow them and eavesdrop on the conversation. The conversation between the 2 store managers should provide some inside information. The cubicle was dark. Lu Yingjia closed the door without turning on the light. He leaned behind the door and pressed the answer button.
Old Lu.
Yi's voice appeared from the phone.
Lao Yi.
Lu Yingjia replied.
Long time no see.
Yi said again.
Fart. You just came to my wine cellar last month and stole wine.
Yi's awkward yet polite laughter came from the other side of the phone. As if just a smile would make everything go away. Lu Yingjia asked.
What's the matter? Did Fan Lu do anything excessive at your place?
Yi said.
No. Fan Lu is gone temporarily. Oh. Where did you go? He went to your Kaiba city. What?
Lu Yingjia's face changed slightly.
When did he set off? Just the night before yesterday. Not only Fan Lu, but also his entire team went to your Haima's city.
On the other end of the phone, he gave the detailed time in person. Lu Yingjia frowned and thought for a moment, then said to Yi,
So, Fan Lu has been away for almost 2 days?
Yes. Yi asked in surprise.
Why? Didn't Fan Lu come to your store? No. I didn't receive any news.
Lu Yingjia shook his head.
Where are your eyes around the city? Has anyone spotted his team? They should be driving 2 black commercial vehicles. No. If it was true, I would have sent you a message long ago. That's it. Lao Yi, do you know something?
Lu Yingjia asked.
I always feel that there is something in your words. So I called you just to ask about this? Well, that's it.
Yi quickly replied.
It seems like they may have gone to a few other cities. I'll call Anemone City and Sponge City later to ask.
Okay.
Let me know if you have accurate information. No problem.
Yi agreed.
Then I die? Wait a minute. Cough.
Lu Yingjia coughed dryly, seemed a little embarrassed, and changed the subject.
Your apprentice's name is EMO. Right? How is this little girl? Is she feeling better?
This topic is a bit far gone. If you don't mention it for no reason, you must have some agenda. Yi immediately became vigilant and asked.
EMO is in good health. Why do you ask?
Lu Yingjia smiled.
Look, both of our apprentices are young people. And both are young and promising. They are talented men and beautiful women. They are a perfect match. Why don't you find some time for them to meet more?
Bah!
What kind of talent and beauty are there?
Yi immediately stopped and said in a louder voice.
My EMO is talented and handsome. What the L is your apprentice?
Lu Yingjia's eyes widened and his voice became louder.
How do you speak? My apprentice is extremely smart. And all the teachers in the school praise him. He has been #1 in the school since he was a child. Your apprentice grew up in the village. And there are only 2 students in his school. The other one has childhood dementia and can't even count it on his fingers. Then your apprentice won't be much better. My Amo is so talented. Your shabby apprentice can't even think about it.
Yi said anxiously.
How can a tiger girl marry a dog? Who are you calling a dog?
The two of them actually started scolding each other over the phone. 1 second we were having a good chat about business matters. But the next second it turned into this situation. Su Xiao looked speechless. He wanted to hear some useful information. Now it seems that Yi may have been worried that something might happen to him. So he called to ask. After all, he knew that Su Xiao planned to get rid of Fan Lu.
Yi should have guessed something.
Su Xiao thought to herself. He withdrew his gaze, returned to the hall, and glanced at Lu Tongjia, who was selecting tasks. Judging from the character description, Lu Tongjia is indeed smart. Not stupid. His strength is not bad. Similar to Yemo. And his appearance can be considered handsome. Such young people are considered extremely outstanding among their peers.
My friend, please look carefully.
Lu Tongjia smiled modestly and explained to Su Xia.
The darker the color of these tasks, the higher the difficulty. Click on the details to see the difficulty rating. Highly difficult tasks are often red. The least difficult ones are gray.
He clicked through a bunch of gray tasks. He pointed at one of them and said,
for example, this task only needs to teach an ordinary person a lesson. The risk factor is extremely low, and it is easy to complete.
The mission he was pointing at was extremely light gray, and the level of danger was close to 0. Task, teach the math teacher a lesson. Difficulty index, 0 stars. Publisher, name not hiddenly Chaonan. A third-year student at Changnan Primary School. Task requirement, put a sack on his math teacher and beat him up. Task bounty, 100 yuan. Su Xia pursed her lips. The Lingyan Tavern even accepted the tasks of primary school students. It really didn't fit the temperament of the brand itself. The reward of 100 yuan may not be enough for travel expenses. But what surprised him was that the following showed that the task had been accepted. And the number of people who had accepted it was 27. There was no limit on the number of times this task could be performed. In other words, as long as you put a sack on the math teacher and beat him up, you can go to the elementary school student to get 100 yuan. And you can also complete one of the 3 necessary tasks every month. To date, the math teacher has been beaten 27 times. This task was released 2 months ago. On average, the math teacher will be beaten once every 2 days. Su Xia couldn't help but mourn for the math teacher, and didn't know if he could protect himself. Tisk. Phone. The bartender next to him suddenly said.
The 3rd grader can spend more than 2,000. He is a rich primary school student. It will be faster to get money if you just rob him. Phone. Have some ambition, and don't worry about the children's money.
Lu Tongjia said with a smile.
Okay. You are the boss's apprentice. You have a high status, and you have the final say.
Phone said angrily. Soon. With the help of the 2 of them, Su Xia selected her 3 newcomer tasks. They are all extremely difficult tasks. such as going to the south of the city to teach an evil dog a lesson. Even ordinary people without psychic powers can complete it. In the communication with the two people, Su Xiao also learned a lot about the current low-level situation of Lingyan Tavern. Not long after, Lu Yingjia also came back from the phone call. He had just had a scolding fight with Yi and had not gained much advantage. He was in a bad mood and had a dark face. But after seeing his apprentice, his mood improved a lot. He walked over and asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Have you made your choice?" "You have chosen." His disciple Lu Tongjia replied, "This friend has also chosen." "Oh, let me see." Lu Yingjia glanced at the interface in front of Su Xiao and nodded slightly when he saw the tasks. It was indeed very suitable for newcomers to do. But he quickly said dissatisfiedly, "Why haven't you cancelled the red mission of hunting Wang Tung?" Su Xiao smiled and replied, "Red is festive and comfortable to look at." Lu Yingjia, "It's not a happy color for people in their profession. Sometimes, after killing so many people, I feel numb when I see the sticky red color. Young man, listen to my advice and cancel this mission." Lu Yingjia took a deep breath and gave the final advice. "Let's keep it." Su Xiao replied, "Maybe one day I'll be lucky enough to pick up Wang Tung's head?" "Fine." Lu Yingjia didn't bother to say anything anymore. As a store manager, he was doing his best to say so much to a newcomer. The other newcomers don't have this kind of treatment and have to slowly explore on their own. Chapter 324 Breakthrough can only be achieved on the edge of life and death. "Brother, you have to think about it." The bartender A Feng held Su Xiao's shoulders and whispered, "Wang Tung is so strong and cunning that even the boss of the boss may not be able to deal with him." As he spoke, he pursed his lips and pointed at the fifth-level creature Lu Jingjia beside the bar. This boss has been stationed in a big city in the north all year round. This time, he came to see his apprentice Lu Yingjia and participated in the hunt for masked strangers. He is well known for his bad temper and his strong strength. Even those who didn't know him before now got to know him through the tragedy of several gangs being wiped out. Su Xiao smiled. "I'm not really going to kill Wang Tung. I'm just accepting a mission," Bartender A Feng said. "But I always feel that you just want to try it." "Why? Is it possible that your psychic talent is related to perception?" "It's not that my spiritual talent hasn't awakened yet. And I don't know when it will be awakened in what month or year." Speaking of his talent, A Feng lamented that a powerful talent can often change a person's life. However, many psychic creatures fail to awaken their psychic talents until death. This kind of thing can only depend on luck. It is said that the machine tribe once asked Onlu Company to develop a special method to stimulate the awakening of every psychic creature. If it really succeeds, then every mechanical individual will be able to awaken, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced. However, Onlu Company also expressed its inability to respond to this request, let alone psychic powers. Even old-fashioned energy sources such as oil have not been thoroughly studied. "Little boss, have you woken up?" Bartender A Feng asked Lu Tongjia. "It's difficult. Let's look at the opportunities." Lu Tongjia shook his head. He also didn't wake up. "It's okay that I haven't awakened yet, but I'm afraid that I will awaken useless talents in the future. I have something else to do. Please take your time and chat." After chatting for a few words, Lu Tongjia took out his ID card from the self-service machine and followed his master Lu Yingjia out to complete the task. There is a store manager master who is a level 4 creature. I think his early stage should be smooth and there won't be too many dangers. After he left, the bartender A Feng whispered, "I heard that many people's psychic talents are awakened on the edge of life and death." "Breaking through the edge of life and death?" Su Xiao was stunned. "Isn't this the kind of treatment only the protagonist of a novel gets?" "Yes. Not everyone is the protagonist of the novel. And it is difficult to get even a chance to be the protagonist. Most people are just passers-by in life. There are not many creatures that have awakened their psychic talents. Many of the creatures Su Xiao encountered before have awakened their talents. That is because he has been playing high-end games and has not been exposed to the suffering of low-level creatures. Many members of the Beifeng organization have been wandering on the edge of life and death for a long time. And the probability of awakening is higher than that of normal people. "Well, it's been almost 3 years since I became a psychic creature." Ah Feng felt inexplicably more emotional. "If anyone can help me awaken my psychic talent, I am willing to recognize him as my big brother and follow him for the rest of my life." "Then I hope you wake up soon," Su Xia said. "Brother, where are you?" Ah Feng asked. "I haven't awakened yet, and I'm still a pool of stagnant water. It seems we are all brothers in distress. Let me buy you a drink." "Invite me? That kind of wine just now?" "No. That's a high-end medicinal wine sent from the eastern city.
Ah Feng smiled awkwardly.
That wine is so expensive that I can't bear to drink it myself. You don't know how envious I was just now that you were invited by Boss Hu. Liquor. Oh, that's how it is.
Su Xia thoughtfully took out the identity card from the self-service machine and put it away carefully. This card was related to his tens of millions in bounty. He looked at the time and saw that it was getting late. So he refused Ah Feng's glass of wine.
I still have something to do. Come back for a drink after you're done. And I'll buy some news.
Good. It was working time. Ah Feng nodded and took Su Xia back to the elevator. The two took the elevator and returned to the first floor. This time, as a registered member, Su Xia bought more related news, such as those with a lock symbol before. One of the lock messages recorded the Lingyan Tavern's speculation about the identity of the masked stranger. Identity guess 1. Coral City Pharmacy Dad. Reason: the masked stranger first appeared in Luoxing Town on the outskirts of Coral City. Several subsequent incidents were related to Coral City. It is most likely that the strong father, who has lived in Coral City for a long time, is the most mysterious person in Coral City. One of the creatures. Powerful. The first guess is similar to Su Xia's. Not only the Lingyan Tavern suspected that Dad was a masked stranger, but the machine tribe must have also suspected it. Otherwise Yutuo would not have come to the pharmacy several times in person. After Dad disappeared, this speculation gradually spread, and many people in the player community thought so. On the forum, some players even opened posts to analyze the similarities between Dad and the masked weirdo. What Dad is hiding? Does pharmacist Su know Dad's secret identity? Etc. In Su Xia's private messages, someone also asked him similar questions. Even several roommates asked him, but he always answered don't know. As her father's apprentice, Su Xia seemed very innocent. Because he is a player, it is generally accepted that players cannot be masked weirdos. The reason is also very simple. If Su Xia pretends to be a masked weirdo at night and practices pharmaceutical skills during the day, when will he rest? His day does not have 48 hours. Unless he cheats. It's impossible. Su Xia continued to look down. Identity guess 2. Iron Fist Golden Wolf. Reason: 3 years ago, the
Iron Fist Golden Wolf,
a senior member of the tavern who could also control metal, suddenly disappeared. Before his disappearance, his strength was close to level 5. When the masked stranger first appeared, his strength was approximately level 3, and then grew rapidly. The last time he appeared, he was close to level 5. It is not difficult to judge the masked stranger may have been extremely powerful, but lost part of his strength for some reason, such as being caught by the machine race to extract spiritual energy. Iron Fist Golden Wolf. This is a relatively unfamiliar title. There are too many masters in Lingyan Tavern. New masters are born every once in a while, and masters continue to disappear. Some of those who disappeared were just tired of the life of killing and lived a leisurely life incognito. Some of them really fell into trouble. For example, this Iron Fist Golden Wolf. Everyone believed that he died in a sea storm 3 years ago when he was on a sea escort mission. However, his body was never found. So he was judged as missing. No matter how powerful an individual is, he is as fragile as an ant before the storm of nature roars. Before Su Xia became famous, Iron Fist Golden Wolf was the most famous possessor of metal abilities. Next, there were several others who were speculated to be masked strangers, like the Iron Fist Golden Wolf. They are all missing. Some have not shown the ability to control metal, but as long as they awaken their talents, they may have a certain probability of acquiring this ability.
Iron Fist Golden Wolf. What a pity for this big guy.
The bartender off phone sighed.
3 years ago, when I first became a psychic creature, he took me on a mission. He had extremely strong metal abilities. He is free and easy, coming and going like the wind. No less than the masked stranger now. Do you think it could be him?
Su Xia asked.
It's very possible, but I can't explain where he went during the 3 years he disappeared. Was he really caught by the Machine Clan?
So far, the disappearance of many psychic creatures is related to the mechanical race. Everyone knows it, but few dare to point it out publicly. After all, this is an era when everyone is in danger, and no one wants to be targeted by the mechanical tribe. Time passed quickly, and it was 12 o'clock at noon in a blink of an eye. After reading all the news, Su Xia returned to the public area on the first floor. At this time, the atmosphere on the first floor was lively, and the aroma of wine was overflowing. The group of people who had gone out to hunt masked strangers came back. They were all in great spirits, their faces flushed, and they were drinking and bragging loudly. As soon as she walked out of the corridor door, Su Xia heard the drunken roars of several people.
Just a little bit.
This time it's really just a little closer. I almost touched the hem of the masked weirdo's clothes, but he still ran away. I'll definitely catch it next time.
Some people drank too much and couldn't speak clearly. Their tongues seemed to be tied up. In the end, all that was left in their mouths was random yelling. There were also people who were conscious, sitting among the crowd, and seriously describing the chase scene just now. The scene was thrilling, full of crises, ups and downs, and captivating.
At that time, the masked weirdo was in close combat with me. The swords collided, and the psychic energy exploded. With only half an inch to go, my sword was able to seal his throat, and his sword also pierced my heart. Perhaps a hero cherishes his hero. They both put away their weapons at the same time, passed by each other, and he just drifted away. So dangerous?
Many people listened with rapt attention, and the image of the sword and sword shadow kept reappearing in their minds. After thinking about it for a long time, they felt it was exquisite. After listening, some people felt that they still knew too little about the masked stranger. If I could get to know him better, I might be able to succeed this time. As a result, more people came to buy news and materials.
I want information about the masked weirdo. All the information.
Someone approached the bartender off phone with a tone that said he was not short of money. Off phone restored his business smile and said seriously,
"Is the guest a registered member of the tavern?" The man shook his head.
"No,"
Off phone said.
"Non-registered members of the pub cannot access important information."
The man asked.
"Can't you even buy it?"
Off phone.
"No, but the registration procedure is very simple. If the customer is willing."
He began to recruit people to join the army again, and he was very proficient in his business. On the first floor, besides him, there were many bartenders and waiters doing the same thing. Seeing this, Su Xia stopped staying any longer and left the tavern. He didn't get the news he wanted in the tavern, and he didn't even find any trace of his father's team. The inside story that Lingdian Tavern knew was not as much as Su Xia herself knew. Even the real reason why the machine tribe closed down the pharmacy was not written down, and there was no mention of
mixed experimental subjects.
Of course, perhaps because the confidentiality level of this information is too high. Only the top brass of the tavern know about it.
Time to go see those people.
Su Xia stood at the door of the tavern, clicked on the mission, Buried Bones in a Foreign Land, and found the location of several targets in Seahorse City. These targets live very close to each other, just outside the east side of the city, probably in an area of the outer third ring road, which saved Su Xia from running around the city. He stopped a car at the door of the pub and took a taxi to his destination. While in the car, Su Xia asked the taxi driver,
"Master, how is the area around the third ring road in the east of the city?" "Young man, are you a foreigner?"
the taxi driver asked.
"Well, come to Haima's city to find relatives."
Su Xia replied.
"That place is not very good. They are all refugees who later joined Seahorse City. Young man, you have to be mentally prepared."
The driver thought that Su Xia could no longer survive outside, so she came here to seek refuge with relatives.
"Well, thank you very much."
Su Xia looked out the window and thought silently. It seems that few of the family members of the old Beifeng organization are living a good life. They all live in slums, refugee camps, sewers, downtown areas and the like, and their lives are very difficult. It's normal to think about it. Only suffering can create such a team. How many people who live a comfortable life are willing to resist? If they could eat and drink every day and have enough food and clothing, few would be willing to change the status quo. Even the rebels had many people like Xiao Si who were not firm-willed.
"I'll take a rest. Master, call me when you arrive."
Su Xia estimated the time and found that it would take half an hour for Mo to arrive.
"Okay, don't worry. Young man."
Su Xia leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and clicked offline. He returned to Earth, quickly got out of bed, left the dormitory, ran to the cafeteria, finished lunch as quickly as possible, and hurried back to the dormitory. Several roommates had gone out to experience VR Hive. The dormitory was empty but quiet. Su Xia brushed her teeth, then returned to bed, activated the bracelet, and went online again. In the game world, taxes are still running smoothly.
"It should be there soon."
Su Xia looked at the time and silently clicked on the small map to check her location. Wrong. Why is it further away from the destination? Su Xia's face turned cold, and she almost took out a knife.
thinking that the driver was involved in kidnapping and trafficking. But he immediately thought that if he really wanted to kidnap him, he should knock him out first. We met someone who is greedy for money. Su Xia quickly figured out that the driver heard that he was a foreigner and was not familiar with the local area. In order to make more money, he actually took him around the city. Forget it. Su Xia doesn't care about the money. It's mainly a waste of time. Time is much more valuable than money. He took out a card and flicked it. Call out. There was only a bang. The taxi meter was split into two by the rapidly rotating car. The line was broken, and sparks flew everywhere. The driver who was driving trembled all over, almost losing his grip on the steering wheel, and said tremblingly, "Young man, what are you going to do?" "Master, please hurry up. I'm in a hurry," Su Xia said calmly. "Yes." The driver's face turned pale, and he swallowed, realizing that he had met a cruel person, and he did not dare to have other thoughts. Su Xia added, "Master, there have been a lot of outsiders coming recently. Some of them are desperados. Do you understand what I mean?" "I understand. I understand." The world of drivers still belongs to ordinary people. There is no fighting and killing, and there should not be any intersection with the world of masked weirdos. Su Xia's words saved his life. If he continues to kill customers like this, if he kills a foreign killer with a bad temper, his life will probably be in danger. On the map, the little red dot representing Su Xia finally began to approach the gray dots displayed by the targets. There are gradually fewer high-rise buildings, and they become more and more desolate as you go outside. Gradually, only a few low-rise bungalows remain outside the car window, which look gray at a glance. Dee. Suddenly a horn sounded from behind, and it rang several times in succession. The driver looked nervous, turned the steering wheel hurriedly, drove to the right side of the lane, and gave way to the fast lane on the left. Soon, several old large trucks passed by at high speed, their wheels turning fast. The taxi was actually not faster than the truck. Su Xia couldn't help but remind, "Master, relax. Nervousness will cause your muscles to stiffen and your body to stiffen." Yes, I understand." The driver forced a smile and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief beside him. The speed of the car kept increasing, and it was not until 1:30 in the afternoon that Su Xia finally arrived at her destination. The outer third ring road in the east of the city is where a large number of poor people live. Sihor City was founded by refugees. The first batch of city builders received many benefits. Once the population was sufficient, the refugees who joined later had little benefit. Su Xia got out of the car. The sunlight outside was a little pale. He squinted his eyes and looked forward. Not bad. Clean and tidy. Life should be fine. Although it is a place where poor people live, it is not as messy as the Coral City slums. Instead, it is neat and orderly. A series of dusty cement resettlement houses stands in front of him, which looks very dense. The quality of life may not be high, but at least it can protect them from wind and rain, which is much better than iron sheds and rotten plastic sheds. Su Xia noticed that the old trucks that had just overtaken were also parked outside this area. He took out the fare, handed it to the driver, and asked by the way, "Master, do you know these trucks? It's the City Lord's convoy that I recognize." The driver replied immediately, "Is the City Lord's fleet so dilapidated?" No. I heard that it was privately established by his son, specifically to bring aid materials to the poor." Taxi drivers are a living database of a city. They travel around the city every day and meet different people. They often know many things that ordinary people don't know. Su Xia nodded silently. He had heard Chungmin talk about the City Lord's son before. He is an alternative. Instead of enjoying a wealthy life, he admires masked weirdos and likes to imitate masked weirdos. Not long ago, he was arrested by 0 Point Tavern. There are still such people in the world. Chapter 325 Number 1 Fan. The Lord of Haima City is named Ding Yixio. He is a middle-aged man with good means. He firmly controls the power of the entire city, and is like an autocratic king in this city. His son's name is Ding Can, and he seems to be the masked stranger's number 1 fan. It is said that this young man studied every battle of the masked stranger, learned his acting style, and implemented his spirit of thieves. He often called himself the Masked Stranger Kaiba City Branch. For this reason, Lingyan Tavern had vaguely reminded the city owner Ding Yixio, hoping that he could take care of his children. Ding Yixio also suffered from headaches, and often expressed emotions such as, "This account is useless." Su Xia stood in front of the taxi, looked at the dilapidated large trucks, and asked, Where did he get these materials to help the poor? Is it his own industry? No. The city lord's children are still too young to take over the industry managed by the city lord.
The driver answered honestly.
These supplies should have been plundered from many businessmen and dignitaries in the city. Plunder?
These two words flashed in Su Xia's mind. And the literal meaning didn't seem right. He asked,
How to search specifically?
The driver replied,
The children of the city lord often visit the homes of businessmen, dignitaries, and wealthy people, and chat casually. When they go out, they have a large list of supplies in their hands. Those people gave it to him. Oh, such a search.
Thinking about it, his status as the city lord's son gave the young man a lot of conveniences. The merchants in this city didn't dare not give him what he wanted. And he wanted to be very measured, not asking for too much at one time, so as not to break the bones of those people, but at most to make them feel heartbroken.
How are people living here? Can they have enough to eat? I'll definitely be able to eat enough.
The driver nodded immediately.
After all, everyone escaped from the disaster. No one is nobler than the other. Many people are rich now, but they have never forgotten the hardships they experienced when they fled. They often worry about this area, donate money, and the refugee resettlement house here is also the first to be built in the entire southwest region. And even the machine tribe has praised it. Well, the mechanical clan needs stability now. Yes. Thanks for letting me know.
No thanks.
No thanks. You should.
The driver forced a smile. Faced with a ruthless person like Su Xia, he didn't dare not tell her.
It's getting late.
Su Xia checked the time, then said goodbye to the driver, and walked unhurriedly towards this huge refugee living area. Observing as she walked, there is no garbage everywhere in the slums of Coral City. The roads are clean, and there are even artificial lawns on both sides. The appearance of refugee resettlement houses is very common. They are rows of dusty concrete buildings. It looks a bit like the Hielshao F building in the former S-League. Later, during the early industrial development of our country, we built a large number of similar houses, which were called two buildings by many people. Countless people spent their childhood in those buildings.
No corners were cut, and plenty of materials were used.
Su Xia silently felt that there were many steel bars in the buildings of these resettlement houses, and the safety of the houses was sufficient. Today is a rare sunny day in winter. Clothes and quilts are drying outside the windows of every house. New Year window grills are posted on every window. The smell of lunch is wafting in the wind, and the sounds of children playing can be heard. This peaceful and harmonious scene is similar to some old cities on Earth. Su Xia followed the guidance of the mission goal and turned left and right in this area. After walking for more than 10 minutes, she didn't know how many forks she turned, and finally found the first target house. The buildings here are too similar and too dense, and most people who come here for the first time will get lost. Arrived at destination. After getting closer, a prompt popped up for the already gray mission, Buried Bones in a Foreign Land. It seemed that this mission was not a complete failure. There was still a turning point, and the rewards for the next phase of the mission might still be available. Su Xia walked along the dusty cement stairs to the second floor, searched along the corridor, and finally knocked on a house on the right side of the corridor.
Dong 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 dong.
Pressing the wooden door lightly with your knuckles, a dull sound echoed in the long corridor. The voice-activated lights in the corridor turned on one after another, and the lights were a little dim. Su Xia put on life-sensing glasses and knew that there was a mother and daughter in the room. In the special reconnaissance team of the old Beifeng organization, there was a psychic creature named Zhu Hu. His psychic talent was related to vision. He was the deputy captain of the reconnaissance team. He later died on the night when the Beifeng organization was destroyed. When he died, his daughter was not yet born and became a posthumous child. It is his wife and daughter that Su Xia is visiting now. He stood at the door and could clearly hear the baby girl crying from inside the door.
Who?
A woman's voice came from inside the door, sounding a little tired. Su Xia replied,
Mr. Zhu's friend. Wait a minute.
There was a sound of clinking pots and pans in the room. The woman was cooking just now. She seemed a little panicked and hurriedly wiped the oil stains on her hands on her clothes. After a while, she quickly walked to the door and unlocked it.
Crack! The wooden door opened a crack, revealing a sallow and thin face. Li Qian, Zhu Hu's wife, got married just 2 years ago. She was only in her 20s, but her face was full of fatigue. The corners of her eyes were full of wrinkles, and a few strands of withered and dull hair hung down in front of her forehead. She seemed to have no time to comb it, and her body was covered in oil fumes.
Ms. Li Qian?
Su Xia asked.
It's me. May I ask you? My surname is Su. Su Difu. I used to run goods with Mr. Zhu. I heard something happened to him. So I came over to have a look. Is there any news about him now? He's been missing for months.
Li Qian's expression darkened, and she shook her head slightly. In the old Beifeng organization, some members faked their own deaths in order to avoid involving their families. Some simply disappeared, and some have been using dual identities. For example, Zhu Hu, on the surface, is just a freight driver. He transports goods between the southern and northern parts of the mainland all year round. Sometimes he is away for more than half a month. Li Qian still doesn't know that Zhu Hu is dead and only thinks that he is missing. Of course, in this cruel era, there is actually no difference between disappearance and death. Sometimes, it's better to just die. Some of those who are missing and in prison cannot even wish to die.
Mr. Zhu is a good man. I believe he has his own destiny.
Su Xia did not tell the truth and let the woman have some thoughts in her heart. Otherwise, given her physical condition, she might collapse directly.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Come and sit down. The house is a little messy.
Li Qian showed a tired smile. Opened the door and asked Su Xia to come in and sit down. The house was indeed a bit messy. Many daily necessities were piled messily in the corner of the room. The crib was also next to it, and the child who was several months old was crying. The interior of this kind of resettlement house has no decoration. Not even basic painting has been done. It is also dusty, and the cement wall feels very rough.
An old chandelier hung in the center of the room, its shade gathering dust. The kitchen was converted from a balcony and was very small. The windows were covered with a layer of water mist. The cement stove was filled with scattered pots and bowls. There was also only one chandelier, and the light cord was covered with black oil stains. The meat porridge was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling. It seemed a little mushy, and the smell of mushy food was floating in the air.
Does the child have a name?
Su Xia asked.
Yes. He took it when he left. It's called Zhuhong.
Li Qian gently shook the crib, her tired eyes full of love. Zhuhong. This name is easy to remember. Su Xia looked around and saw the wedding photos of Zhu Hu and Li Qian on the pile of debris in the corner of the room. The Zhu Hu in the photo is similar to what the original commander remembered. He looks like a very honest young man. After a while, the child's crying gradually became quieter. Li Qian immediately ran to the kitchen, stirred the meat porridge in the pot, and said apologetically to Su Xia,
I'm really sorry. It's okay. It's the same with children at home.
Su Xia smiled.
Does Mr. Su also have children? Without.
Su Xia was only in her early 20s, not even the legal age for marriage. So naturally, she had no children. It's just that this world has been at war for years, and many people get married early, and some even have children in their teens, just to leave descendants as soon as possible.
It's like this,
Su Xia said about the business.
I borrowed some money from Mr. Zhu to start a business before, but now the business is barely starting. This time, I plan to pay off the principal and interest together. He borrowed money?
Li Qian was a little surprised.
Yes.
Su Xia nodded.
How much money is there? Principal plus interest, totaling 115,000.
Su Xia took out a check from her arms and filled in the number. It was from China General Bank. You can withdraw money in any city, which is very convenient. Li Qian was startled when she heard this number. She almost lost her grip on the spoon in her hand and stared blankly at the check in Su Xia's hand.
This is so much money?
She couldn't believe it.
Yes.
Su Xia smiled slightly and handed over a card with his contact information written on it. That is the personal card number that he applied for not long ago. It has not been entered into the system of Lingian Tavern and will not be monitored.
Please keep this business card.
Su Xia made it clear that if you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, you can call the number on the card, and the person on the other end of the phone will find a way to help solve it. Hearing this, Li Qian was silent for a moment. She is not stupid, and can naturally guess that Su Xia's identity may not be as simple as he said. Even this money was not lent by her husband. It was just Su Xia who wanted to find an excuse to give it to her. But, thinking about it this way, her husband is probably no longer alive. Li Qian couldn't help but feel sad. Her eyes turned red. She turned around, lowered her head to the window, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Inhaled hard, silently swallowed the sadness that came over her, and finally turned around and said,
Thank you. Thank you. It's okay. I should do it.
Su Xia thought for a while, and took out a few more oral medicines, all of which were to replenish the body. Raising a child alone is much more difficult than imagined, and it can easily tire your body. He put the potions on the table and said,
These potions are refined by a master. Taking one at the beginning of each month will be of great help to the recovery of the body after childbirth.
After finishing speaking, Su Xia always felt that it was still not enough. So he took out a few more potions suitable for children, and told Li Qian to use them while the child was growing. Finally, Su Xia took out a small semi-automatic pistol.
Can you use a gun?
Su Xia asked.
I used it once when I was on the run. That's good.
Su Xia took out 6 more boxes of bullets and a special silencer, and said,
The recoil of this gun is very small, suitable for women. This city is a large transit station, with many businessmen and tourists coming and going, and there are always some unclean hands and feet. Remember to take it with you whenever you go out.
After saying that, he took out another firearm instruction manual and placed it next to the 6 boxes of ammunition. With these things, the future life of this mother and daughter should be guaranteed. As long as Su Xia doesn't die, he can come back and visit at any time to ensure that the families of these members of the old Beifeng organization live smoothly. After doing all this, Su Xia said goodbye and left.
I still have something to do, and time is very tight.
Su Xia looked at the time and said,
If I get any information about Mr. Zhu, I will contact you as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Su, for a safe journey.
Li Qian hugged the child, sent Su Xia outside the door, and watched Su Xia go away. The life of this mother and daughter is better than Su Xia imagined. In fact, even if Su Xia doesn't help, they can still survive. But they will be in a tight situation. There is very little furniture in the house. Cardboard boxes, phone templates and other sundries are piled together. There are no conventional electrical appliances. Not even a TV. It looks like someone from the 1960s and 1970s. People who live here can receive a small subsidy every month. And various government construction projects will also give priority to recruiting people from here. However, it is really inconvenient for a thin single mother to go to work with a newborn child. Next target. Su Xiao looked at the mission map and followed the guidance to another location. This area is so huge that even a psychic creature like him can hardly figure out the direction. After more than 10 minutes, after walking through row after row of dusty reinforced concrete buildings, Su Xia finally arrived at the second target location.
This is it.
Su Xia noticed that the icon for the mission, Buried Bones in a Foreign Land, was a little brighter and not as gray as before. Just as he was about to go upstairs, an old gray truck suddenly drove up in the distance. It was one of the few trucks he had seen outside before. The car drove very slowly, swaying, and finally stopped in front of this building.
Click!
The back door of the truck was opened, and 2 people in gray employee uniforms jumped out. Afterwards, the rest of the employees in the carriage began to move goods out, including quilts, oil and grain, warm clothes and other items, which were exactly what people in this area needed. The car door in front opened, and a very energetic young man who looked about 18 or 19 jumped out from the passenger seat. Ding Can, male, 18 years old, son of the Lord of Seahorse City, one of the admirers of the masked stranger. Su Xia's heart moved. She didn't expect to meet this person here. He remained silent and slowly walked upstairs. Ding Can and a few employees over there didn't seem to notice him. Or maybe they thought he was from here and didn't care. Ding Can directed everyone to unload the goods. He had a cargo list in his hand and carefully responded to each item. Not long after, the driver of the car also jumped out. He was also a young man. He walked to the back of the car and whispered to Ding Can,
Boss, this is not enough. There are so many people in this slum, and the goods in our warehouse are. The new year is almost over, and some people may be hungry and cold. Not enough? Then go grab it again.
Ding Can said unceremoniously. The 2 of them were not loud, standing in Su Xia's position. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to hear what they were saying. But Su Xia heard it clearly, and the driver continued,
Are you going to rob those businessmen again? Nonsense. If you don't rob them, who will they rob?
Ding Can didn't care.
Those fat-headed things are like fat pigs. They have eaten up the entire city. How about killing 2 to celebrate the new year? But many businessmen in the city are complaining to your father.
The driver said hesitantly.
If this continues, I'm afraid your father will take action.
Right. Ding Can crossed his arms and thought about it carefully, and seemed to think that this statement made sense. He nodded.
Well, instead of robbing those merchants, go directly to rob my father.